Chapter 25, Covering Tracks. Bor Ironhammer grimaced as he sat on his throne. He sent out that team to recover the phoenix egg, but they still haven't returned. They were supposed to return days ago. He sent out search parties and one had returned rather quickly. He looked down at the squad of 6 rangers kneeling before him. They all had troubled expressions on their faces. "So did you find them?" Bor asked. "We found the convoy, Your Grace. But not the team that was sent out," the lead ranger replied. "Signs of battle?" Bor asked. "Yes, it looked to be a fierce battle. We suspect they were attacked by a phoenix and someone else," the ranger replied. "Someone else? So it wasn't a monster?" Bor asked. "We found evidence of battle with the phoenix. We also have reason to believe the team successfully downed the phoenix. However, that is where the site becomes suspicious. Someone has tampered with it, removing all evidence of their presence. We have found nothing on who could have done it. Only that the convoy was destroyed and the bodies are all missing. Whoever did this was professional. No footprints, no signs of tampering, no evidence whatsoever. We suspect the perpetrators are skilled infiltrators, probably powerful rogues trained in ambushes and evidence removal," the ranger replied. "So it was a foreign power that was meddling with it. Monsters didn't have the ability to be this subtle. At least not subtle enough to fool his rangers. They were powerful, yes, some are exceedingly hard to detect, but the removal of evidence. No monsters always leave evidence of their presence on their paths of destruction. They may be hard to track down, but complete removal of evidence implies humanoid intervention. Humanoids were after all the only races with the flexibility to specialize into such a niche skill set. Then came a larger problem: who did this? The locations of the attack should be out of reach of most of the human nations. Technically all of the nations might possess operatives capable of this. Geopolitics operated on half diplomatic grandeur and half subterfuge. If any of the human nations were involved, they could plausibly reach this place, but it would take weeks to cover the distance over the mountains. The reports of the egg came in 2 months ago, so a fast-acting nation could possibly capitalize on this information. But which nation? Perhaps Verlin? They do have a particularly talented spy master according to his reports. Jarea is also a certain possibility. They have a famously strong adventurer guild with 2 hero-rank adventurer teams. Jarea is also the closest to Ironhammer, which means their information network within Ironhammer should also be the most robust. Then there's Island, a small nation with an extremely small amount of territory. But they also have a famously good mage institute, the best in the region in fact. They could certainly make good use of reagents as powerful as Phoenix Yoke. Then again, Island was a magic-focused society. Do they even have access to such capable operatives? Arun and Cathay are perpetually at each other's throats, so it's unlikely they have resources to spare. Unless one of them wanted the Phoenix Yoke to create a weapon or spell that could potentially tip the balance of power. Marina was just a nation focused on trading and crafting. Although the Phoenix Yoke could help them with their crafting, Bor doubted they had the means or incentive to pull something like this off. Verlin, the sister nation of Verlin, just cowers at the mere mention of Tralis, and from what he's heard, the king of Tralis has his son engaged to the crown princess of Verlin. His intelligence network suggests that Verlin will be swallowed by Tralis within a generation. He even heard that the crown prince of Tralis uses the crown princess of Verlin however he wishes, taking frequent week-long vacations in Verlin to have his fun with the princess. But Tralis has its own concerns further north. There's a war brewing there. Bor doubts it has anything to do with those 2 city-states. What happened to the attacking phoenix? Any signs of what happened? Bor asked his rangers. Yes, but the things we found were odd and troubling, the ranger said as he furrowed his brows. Like? Bor asked as he narrowed his eyes. The phoenix looks to have been killed. There were the signs of a melt crater from the egg. But the melt seems to be extremely minor. The size of the crater implies a blue fire phoenix, but it looks like whoever attacked the expedition was able to subdue the egg extremely rapidly, the ranger replied. How would one accomplish such a thing? Bor asked his head rune lord, his expert in magical affairs. There are 2 methods, one difficult and the other extremely unlikely. The difficult method would be to create a containment device to house the egg. This would be challenging due to the size requirement of the device. This combined with the hazardous terrain would make such a device difficult to transport. It is also unlikely they would be able to transport it before the phoenix resurrects and completely destroys the device. The extremely unlikely method would be to drain the latent ether of the egg. That would slow the resurrection, but it would require a significantly large ether crystal. A classic crystal at the very least. We have only found 5 classic crystals in our ether crystal mines in the entirety of our history, so such an expense would be extremely unlikely. Such a crystal would be worth as much the egg, so using it in such a way would make little sense. Furthermore, as you know, classic crystals tower 3 meters tall on average, thus transportation is another issue as well. Boer's Rune Lord said as he stroked his beard. What Boer's Rune Lord said made perfect sense. If containing blue fire phoenix eggs were worth the trouble, he would have done so long ago. Ether crystals were formed naturally, you couldn't just break them into smaller pieces or stitch them together. Breaking or cracking an ether crystal would cause an explosion. Putting them together would just be physically putting 2 crystals together. It would be like tying 2 apples together and expecting a larger apple to form. Your Grace, what Rune Lord Borin says is true, but only with the techniques we have available. Boer's spymaster said from the side. The Elysian Empire once fielded phoenixes in their armies. They obviously had the techniques to contain and control them. Techniques we do not have access to. Perhaps the group that attacked the convoy had access to such techniques. The spymaster suggested. There's only one organization that would likely have access to those techniques. The Rune Lord said as his face went a little pale. Yes. The Syndicate. Boer said with a grimace. I have personally overseen the secrecy of this operation. I find it suspect that the assailants knew exactly where and when the convoy would be. It wouldn't be that far of a stretch that the Syndicate drew the Phoenix to the convoy to weaken it beforehand so that they could obtain both eggs. The spymaster suggested. That is possible. I know for a fact that the Syndicate has a branch office hidden somewhere in Ironhammer. Boer muttered. Boer didn't know where the branch office was, and honestly he didn't want to know. Boer rather liked the arrangements of his body parts. He would rather they stayed where they are. He wasn't stupid enough to try and antagonize the Syndicate. Investigate. Further, if you start to get any inkling of Syndicate involvement, cease all investigation operations and report back to me immediately. Boer said as he gave his spymaster a look. Of course, Your Grace. It is not wise to court death after all. The spymaster said with a bow. Do not risk antagonizing the Syndicate. Boer muttered as he pinched the bridge of his nose. If the Syndicate was really involved, then he would just have to write this expedition off as a loss. Nemesis looked up at the projection as it appeared. It was time for the scheduled check-in from Nox and Discordia. Lady Nemesis. Nox said with a small bow. Have you cleaned up our friend's mess? Nemesis asked. Yes, the dwarves investigated, but they won't find anything that would implicate his existence. I left just enough clues behind for them to think either we or some other nation attacked the convoy. I left the clues in such a way that the Syndicate being the suspects is a more likely conclusion. Nox replied. Excellent. Boer may style himself as a strong ruler, but he fears us like everyone else. Politically he will have no choice but to bury the incident, if he really is stupid enough to pursue the issue. We can just remind him. Nemesis said with a small smile under her mask. Of course, my lady. Nox replied. So what of our friend? What is he doing now? Nemesis asked. Our friend is trying to make an omelette out of the phoenix egg. Rather successfully, I might add. It is quite intelligent. Nox replied. Ha ha ha. Nemesis let out a small laugh at those words. How very much like a firstborn to try something like this. How typical of the ultimate apex predator to treat phoenixes like how humanoids treat chickens. Nemesis wondered if he would one day learn how to bake a cake with a phoenix egg. Show me. Nemesis as she held back her laughter. I stood over this makeshift stove in some random cave. I had ripped the metal top of the cage that held the phoenix egg when I got the idea. Now that metal plate was sitting on top of this crudely assembled stove. I opened my mouth and blew another breath of fire under the plate. I watched the plate glow as the yolk on top sizzled. I then picked up a bone I had borrowed from a nearby troll, and I'm using it as this spatula. The bone was the long flat bone on the front of the rib cage. Is it morbid to kill a semi-sentient creature just because you needed a cooking utensil? Well, Yes. In my defense, I was going to eat the whole village eventually, so does the reason really matter? But as I took in the scent of the reddish omelet that was sizzling on the plate, I regret nothing. My God, it smelt good. It should be done soon. The phoenix mother I ate gave me a host of new abilities. It enhanced my armor to phoenix armor. It could now jam spells that were affecting me. My feathers were now a shiny pale gold. It wasn't the most subtle appearance, but I could turn invisible, so whatever. Not only that, I got a bunch of interesting and useful stuff. My wings were improved naturally with the acquisition of the Phoenix genome, which means I now have Phoenix wings. Not only that, I could now fire this skill called Solar Bombardment from my wings. I could also use this new kind of breath attack called Solar Beam. My normal Wyvern Fire Breath has also been turned into Solar Breath, increasing its heat, and now it disrupts magic. I also got some smaller passives like Lesser Fire Immunity. Not sure what exactly what does. How can you be less or more immune? Doesn't immunity just mean that you don't take damage from fire? Maybe there were different kinds of fire. Another strange passive was Lesser Ether Manipulation. Apparently this means I can actually start to learn spells. Only problem was, I don't know any spells. I guess Cecilia can help me with that. Oh shit. It's burning. I hastily flipped the omelet over to stop my meal from burning. Shouldn't be long now. I'm feeling really good about this meal. I started to hum as I remembered this old song I knew in my old world. I guess I could adapt some of the lyrics. Let's see how my creativity is. I was hopeless at it in my past life. But with my new abilities, who knows, I might be able to write a hit song. I hummed as I remembered the smooth jazz of the tune. Not very long ago, just before your time. Right before your mother fell, flaming from the sky. You would have flown the skies and terrified a town or two. They would see your flight and set their sights, cowering from you. You oh, delectable you. I sang as I flipped the omelet happily. Mommy had such great plans for you. I made this stove and it did everything I designed it to do. But now look at you. Oh, look at you. Irresistible. Delectable. I sang with a slight laugh as I blew another breath of fire under the stove. My time is now. You're insides out. Honey, how you grew. And if I get more of you, who knows what I'll do. It was always fate's plan for you to fall into my hands. Chapter 26, A Gift from Down Under. When I finally soared over the top of the familiar forest that was my home, I couldn't help but feel a small fondness in my chest. I think I've grown quite attached to this little piece of the world. I guess leaving it for a while reminded me of this. Well, they say one only misses the sun when it starts to snow. I was originally planning to find another phoenix, but after flying around for another day I couldn't find any. I guess if I wanted more I would need a more concerted effort. Maybe next time when I have the time. As I looked down at the trees I found I was able to instinctively navigate the forest even from above. Soon I found the spot where my little home was and I swooped down through a gap in the trees. When I landed I smiled as I looked at the cave entrance, but then I noticed something on the ground. I looked down and saw it was a book with a note. I picked up the note and began to read. Dear Firstborn. This book is a priceless text carrying knowledge that is all but lost to most of all that draws breath. Guard this knowledge well, for if one were to find it, it would be a clear indication of what you actually are. You are not ready to face the armies of heaven and hell. You are not even ready to face the strongest the humanoids have to offer. This tome will help you disguise what you actually are. Regards. Your friend from down under, A. I tilted my head as I read the last part. My friend from down under, A. Australia. No, don't be stupid. Could it be the Syndicate? Then again, why the A? Thus far I know Nemesis, Theseus, Persephone and Heimdall. None of those start with an A. Most of them don't even have an A in the word. Some other party? Down under. Hell, do the demons know about me? As I was traversing the mountain I kept getting the feeling that I was being watched. Was it them watching me? I need to be careful, it looks like my presence is not as good a secret as I thought. I should probably read this in the base, I'm not exactly inconspicuous with my gold feathers. So with that thought in my mind I entered the room. The first thing I noticed was a scent in the air. It was a musky scent, a familiar one. Ah! Princess. And there it was. Looks like I walked into something. I silently slithered towards the room that Cecilia was staying in, and when I looked in I saw what I expected to see. I saw Cecilia between Lily's legs and thrusting roughly. It looks like she had this thing strapped around her privates. I have a suspicion on what it is, but I fail to see the reason for it. Maybe Cecilia just liked watching? I'm back, I said calmly, and I watched as Cecilia flinched at the sound. Oh friend, you scared me. I didn't hear you, Cecilia said breathlessly as she turned around. If you could hear me so easily I wouldn't be a very good predator, I replied dryly. I suppose you are right, Cecilia said as she got out from between Lily's legs. As I suspected, she was wearing this strapped-on phallus. It was made of metal and I saw glowing runes on it. Where did you get that? I asked curiously as I gazed at the wet tools sticking out from her nethers. Oh, this? I made it back in the cradle. It gets awfully lonely after a while and one tires of your own fingers after a time, Cecilia said as she unstrapped it, and I watched as she took it off. Strangely, even with the strap off, the device was still held in place. I watched as Cecilia shuddered as she pulled and revealed there was another end on the other end of the metal phallus. Cecilia dropped the strap on the bed as she looked up at me. Lily meanwhile was still panting on the bed. What's the point of having two ends to it? Were you expecting company? I asked curiously as I gazed at the device. Well, the two ends are different. One is bigger and thicker. I prefer that one, but if I use it too much I get sore. There's a smaller one to use in between. It's easier to enchant one long rod rather than two separate ones, Cecilia replied with a shrug. I see. Anyway, I think someone was here, I said, and Cecilia's eyes widened in shock at those words. They left this note and this book on our doorstep, I said as I handed both to her. Cecilia didn't say a word and her eyes widened as she read the note and the cover of the book. Yeah, I know. An account of the firstborn by primordials, I said. Friend from down under. Hell. This sly tone seems like something a demon would say, Cecilia said. What demons have names that start with a A? I asked. I only know the most famous ones. I'm not that familiar with demonology. The most obvious one is Asmodeus, demon prince of lust. Astaroth, demon duke of the Arscotia. The Arscotia are a type of demon nobility. Then there's Alistair the archdemon, a mortal man turned demon, who serves under Mammon, demon prince of greed. The last one I can think of is Azazel the traitor. He was an angel that defected to hell. Any one of them could be involved. They have plenty of minions to do their bidding. Pretty much all demons are schemers, so this could be some scheme from any of them, Cecilia said. Azazel the traitor? Angels can become demons? I asked in surprise. Well, I'm not very sure on the mechanics, but from what I know, all life is anchored to a world. So like me and you are anchored to Terra. This anchor can be swapped, but the change will also alter you. So if you attempt it, the change is so dramatic it might be better to call in reincarnation rather than transformation. Azazel was tasked by the divine council to eat the sins of the mortals in Terra. But he fell to gluttony, so he taught us how to make weapons of war. This led to violence, rage and war, which meant more sin and more food for him. The divine council responded by demanding his execution. He responded by tearing his anchor from heaven and heading to hell, where the forces of heaven couldn't pursue him. Also, denizens of a world cannot enter the other two without an invitation. I'm not entirely sure what counts as an invitation, but I do know that faith and worship counts. So since most of Terra worships the angels, that gives them a free pass to enter this world. The demons get in through cults and deals. From what I know, the demons are more powerful than the angels individually. But they are discordant and prone to infighting, which ends up weakening them as a whole, Cecilia explained. I see, I replied. As for this book, Cecilia said as she opened the book. This writing style. It's modern. I think this is a translated copy. If this book is really what it says it is, Cecilia said as she opened the book, her face alight with academic curiosity. I watched as Cecilia's eyes widened at the first page, and as she flipped from page to page her eyes looked like they were about to pop out. So that's what it is. I always wondered how the devourers got new traits if they were all the same species. There was a false underlying assumption. Of course. How could I have been so blind? The devourers do not follow the same rules as everything else. Cecilia muttered as she closed the book. You should read it. Cecilia said as she handed me the book. I will peruse it once you are done. Cecilia said seriously. Sure, I'll brief you on what I managed to eat later. For now I want to know what this book says. I said as I moved over to a corner of the room and curled up. I reduced my size to the minimum, which was slightly less than 2.5 meters tall. I was still quite big, but if I was too large, reading this book would be a pain. Chapter 1, The False Postulate. The firstborn, or the primordial devourers as they are known to the layman, have always been an object of curiosity and scrutiny. For why wouldn't they be? They are the fabled origin of all life, or at least life that was mobile enough to move around on their own. There are many theories on what created the trees and the plants around us, but I feel it is more likely that the flora that surrounds this world was around before the firstborn. As to why I believe this, I will explain in greater detail later in this book. The first point I would like to address is the concept of species. Most of us view the various species of this world to be a static entity. However, that is simply false. One need only observe how the breeders of household pets work so diligently to maintain the so-called purity of their stock. Life is not static, it is movement and change. Life is entropy made manifest, where nature creates an uncountable amount of variation between life forms. No two creatures are exactly alike. A child and parent are not exactly the same. They share similarities certainly, but they are not identical. This brings me to the underlying false assumption. The assumption that the firstborn are a species, a static race. When one ponders this and places this idea under scrutiny, the only conclusion one can draw is that this assumption is absurd. The entropy of life, the commanding force of evolution that dictates both form and function of life. Knowing that we call the firstborn evolution made manifest, how can we then assume that they belong to anything as orderly as a single species? No, such a pedestrian assumption is impossible once one examines this idea more closely. The views of the world are just restricted by our simplistic interpretations. For those that would read this are most likely made of mortal flesh, doomed to wither and fade. We view the creatures of this world as races because of our fleeting existences. We do not walk this world long enough to see the effects of evolution on the species around us. Throughout this book I have documented my travels to all corners of Terra. I have spoken to the ancient primordials who have witnessed the ages past. They who watched as the march of time changed all that lived. This book will be my magnum opus. I have journeyed for 40 years and I have collected as much information as I could. So it is in this humble collection of parchment, with text scrawled in ink and enchantments to ensure its longevity, that I will give you a glimpse into what the firstborn truly are. They are truly remarkable creatures. Form and function born of chaos, with none of the limitations that bind us lesser creatures. To put it simply, the firstborn are not a single species. They are each a species on their own, a species of one. I looked up from the book at those words and paused at those final words. So are other devourers not like me? As I continued to read on, I slowly began to understand. Apparently there was this first spawning pool where the devourers crawled out from. According to the accounts here, most of the devourers formed as incoherent lumps of biomatter, their bodies too poorly formed to sustain life. Those failed devourers died as soon as they were formed and were reabsorbed by the pool. Eventually, just under the weight of time and random chance, functional creatures crawled out of the spawning pool. Thus was born the first devourers. However, because of the random nature of their creation, they were all different. Some had wings, some had legs, some had eyes, some were blind, some were completely useless in a fight, others were powerful in combat. So the strong ate the weak. This went on for who knows how long, until eventually the pool dried up. By now the devourers were scattered across the world. Some had decided to reproduce and die in the process. Apparently there was significant overlap between the primordials and devourers. Both existed together for a time. It must have been a crazy time to live in, the whole world filled with powerful creatures, all of them trying to eat each other. As I continued to read, I realized why this book was given to me. It turns out I can enter this chrysalis state where I can do more specific changes to my body. It says so right here. The devourers, according to some of the primordials, were able to enter a type of chrysalis state to alter their bodies as they saw fit. It is unclear if this is an inherent power or one that is earned at some point. Regardless, most devourers abstained from making sweeping changes, most just altered themselves slightly. This isn't surprising considering the devourers that managed to survive into maturity would most likely have very effective natural body type. Do I have to evolve further to get this chrysalis? I searched my mind and I found buried in the recesses of my mind the knowledge on how to activate this chrysalis instinctively. As I realized I had this ability, it also struck me perhaps why I never realized I have this ability was that I never had the immediate need for it until now. Previously my invisibility and my current body type was very effective for everything I needed to do. After all, why fix what wasn't broken? This state also apparently left me extremely vulnerable for a few days. The change would take some time to fully complete. Cecilia. I'll be hibernating for a few days. The book will explain why. I said as Cecilia gave me a curious look. Is there anything in particular you have in mind for my appearance? I asked. Well, just something that would inspire awe as much as fear. So something majestic would be good, I suppose. Did that book tell you how you could alter your appearance? Cecilia asked. Well, yes. Anyway, I'll see you in a few days. I replied. Good luck, friend, we have much to discuss when you awake. Cecilia said with a smile and I smiled in return. It was a strange friendship to say the least, the monster and the princess. I know we both aren't that interested in the prophecy honestly. I just wanted to live in peace and eat nice things and Cecilia just wanted to rule her home. We didn't care that much about the larger whole. Cecilia hated the order that the angels have installed but she didn't seem that interested in outright toppling it. Seemed like a lot of work to be honest. At first I thought this would be just an alliance but as I spoke to her I found she was just a lonely girl deep down. I could tell she appreciated my company and our conversations. I guess when the world brands you a monster you don't get that many friends. From what I remember I liked friends back in my past life as well. I guess humans were social creatures. Not me though, at least not anymore. I don't mind having friends, the conversations are entertaining but I don't exactly feel the need to have friends and social interaction. It's a welcome distraction at the very least. Hunting constantly can get a bit dry at times, especially when you go for a long time without a good kill. See you in a few days. I said as I focused on my body. I felt my body change and I soon found myself in this weird cocoon. Then I felt something click in my head. I could picture the parts of my body and I finally realized what kind of monster I was. My body was filled with redundant systems. I had 3 separate nervous systems each with a different transmission type to reduce the effectiveness of nerve toxins. I had 4 hearts and 6 lungs. 2 of the lungs were connected to weird gills on the side of my body that allowed me to suck in air from there. I had nutrient deposits all over my body to ensure I always had extra energy for regeneration. My spinal cord also looked to have a secondary system that would allow me to move even if my spine was damaged. From what I could tell my body was extremely efficient at its task. This was surprising considering that I evolved so rapidly on the fly. I needed to distance myself away from the things I ate so. Let's see. My feathers, I think I'll change the color slightly, make it more of a yellow gold. I think maybe a crown of feathers on the top of my head would be good, to give it a more majestic feel. My wings looked awfully like wyvern wings in structure and they don't fold very well. I may need to enter buildings at some point. The wings would get in the way. Let me see if I can change the shape so that it folds a little better. They're much better, it folds seamlessly now on my back. Oh, what's this? Oh, so my new wings are smaller so it has reduced flight mobility and leaves some excess power that can be allocated into other places. How about I turn my wings into an additional weapon? I'm a better fighter on the ground anyway. How about I put some bone blades and spines on the tip of the wings? I could use the wings like a long spear to stab at further targets. Would make me more dangerous as well. Okay, so that works. Still have a little excess power though. How about I increase my fire breath ability? Not enough power for that though. What if I strip some of my armor? Yeah, I can reduce the armor at the lower armpits, there's nothing important under there anyway. Well, technically I have what looks to be a spare set of kidneys but nothing that will affect my ability to fight. With my regeneration I could just heal that back after the battle. Now for my arms. If I can't change my appearance once the humans know about me, then I would need 2 combat arms and 2 hands for fine motor skills, so might as well specialize them to fit those roles. So stronger upper arms and more dexterous lower arms. Those talons on the fingers could be shorter. Handling books is a pain when I'm constantly in danger of slashing it up. I could use an extra finger as well, so 3 fingers and an opposable thumb. Maybe I could alter my vocal cords to make speaking easier. I still sounded quite bestial, like I was constantly growling. Okay. Done. Damn, my original body is really bad for mixing with humanoids. Then again, that probably wasn't a priority. I'm not exactly a domesticated animal after all. Okay, what else? A man in black and red suit hummed happily as headed back to the portal back to hell. Well, a man is a bit of a stretch. It had a man's face, but he had a set of curved goat horns protruding from his head under his neat black hair. His pupil glowed an ominous red. The red flickered like a flame, as if the first of hell burned with his eye sockets. As he teleported the rest of the way and appeared at a faraway mountain peak, he saw a man standing next to the gate. He wore a Greek-style helm with a red plume that obscured his face. He held an aspis in one hand and a spear in the other. "Theseus, what brings you here?" the man asked cheerily as his mouth widened into a smile. His smile spread so wide it looked like his face would tear open. "Alistair." "What is an archdemon doing in Terra?" Theseus asked. "Oh, nothing, just having a stroll." Alistair replied with a laugh. "I know you gave the firstborn a book. What do you want?" Theseus asked, although his tone seemed threatening. His body language was calm, as if he wasn't expecting a fight. "I want what you want, heir of the firstborn. I think heaven has outstayed its welcome here on Terra," Alistair said as his smile widened even further and his pupils narrowed into sinister points. "You are a deal maker. Why give a gift?" "Not your style, Alistair," Theseus said. "I like putting my money where it can breed great returns. You should tell Lady Nemesis if she wants to sit and watch for too long, I may snatch the firstborn right from under her," Alistair said. "If you're telling me this, it means you aren't going to do it," Theseus replied calmly. "You're no fun." "Ha ha ha," Alistair said with a light laugh. "Do the princes know?" "I assume your master Mammon knows," Theseus asked. "Prince Mammon does not know. Even if he did, he would send me to do his bidding. He cannot enter this world without an invitation after all. As you know, only myself, Iblis, and of course the one you mortals love the most, Grand Succubus Aishath Zenunim, can enter this world freely. The rest of them have to sit on their hands," Alistair replied. "Fee, just remember that if you cause trouble the syndicate will not sit idle," Theseus said. "If you have any concerns, I would be happy to bring you to Prince Mammon and you can speak to him yourself," Alistair said with a sly smile as he extended a hand. "No thanks," Theseus replied with a scoff. "Ah. Disappointing." "Don't worry, Theseus, all will be as it should be," Alistair said with a grin. "Is that so?" Theseus asked. "Of course, don't worry, I quite like the syndicate, you know. I wouldn't be standing here if not for Persephone's deal," Alistair said. "Right. Just behave when you're in our house. We don't take kindly to troublemakers," Theseus said as he turned to look at the gate, indicating to Alistair that it was time for him to leave. "You wound me, Theseus," Alistair said with another laugh as he walked towards the gate. Right before he entered the gate, he turned to look to Theseus. Alistair tilted his head and another impossibly wide smile appeared on his face like gash. "Besides, I think you all prefer my company to the angels, no? All the seraphim have sticks up their asses, well, maybe except Mihail. He took the stick out of his ass and started beating people to death with it. Ha 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 ha. Besides," Alistair said as he leaned it slightly as his smile turned from sly to malicious, "I always honor my bargains. I always aim to please." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 27, Under and into a Verlin. I stood outside this large sewer grate. It was about 4 to 5 meters tall. And honestly looked unnecessarily tall. I'm currently outside of Verlin in a secluded corner of the eastern wall. Cecilia and Lily were next to me with magic face masks to block out the rancid stench of excrement wafting out from the sewer. God, it smelt bad. I wish I could turn off my sense of smell. Oh wait, I just did. That was easy. This sewer was huge. I could probably barely fit in at full size. I've decided to stick with a 4-meter size for my so-called disguise. Still quite large, but considering I could still grow an extra meter, it was a far cry from my full size. Honestly, I don't know how much a city can shit, but I don't think it's this much. I was wondering how you were gonna squeeze me in. I said. Let me tell you a funny story about the court of Averlin. There was once this noble that was tasked to design the sewers of Averlin. You could say he was a most highborn plumber. He loathed the task and he was ridiculed for it. So in a show of spite to the crown, he decided to make the sewers lavish and unnecessarily large. My great-grandfather didn't even realize until after the sewers were completed. But my great-grandfather, ever the pragmatist, decided to make the most of the situation. He explained it as a worthy expense to keep Averlin clean and how this would guard our great city from floods. Cecilia said with a barely concealed snigger. Does Averlin even get a lot of rain? The rainstorms I've seen aren't even that bad. Or are my definitions of a bad rainstorm different from you humans? I asked. No, we don't get a lot of rain. The climate isn't warm enough. If you want monsoons, you need to go further up north. Averlin has never flooded actually, with or without this sewer. Cecilia replied nonchalantly. And everyone just bought that bullshit? I asked curiously. Oh, the commoners will believe anything. Since there are no floods after the sewers were built, the sewers obviously worked. They would most likely think something along those lines. It's not like most of them read history and study climate patterns. A good portion of them can barely read now that I think about it. Cecilia replied. Well, I guess this is our way in. Are you sure the underworld would be in here? I asked. Well, with so much space, someone must be down here. At the very least, I suspect there are some secret stores and tunnels in there. Cecilia said. All right, so do you want me to open it? I asked as I faced the metal grate. If you don't mind. Cecilia said. I moved over to the edge of the grate that was barring our way and I pulled. I easily tore the grate free from its fittings and I did the same for the other side. In a minute or so I had the grate dumped on the grass behind me. Lead on. I said as I turned back invisible. Our plan was rather simple. Since the roads were now very well guarded, our best bet was to enter the city a different way. The thing was, I couldn't exactly wait outside and Cecilia needed a little backup in case things got dangerous. So for now Cecilia wanted to try and take over the underworld. Then from there they would use the underworld to rile up the people. For the revolution to work we needed 3 parties on our side. The first is the common people. They may be weak in a fight, but at the end of the day they grew the food, built the buildings, smithed the weapons and maintained the walls. You couldn't just kill all of them and expect nothing bad to happen. Furthermore, Averlin is a commercial hub. If the traders lose confidence in the throne, then they may decide to leave. The commoners were easy enough to manipulate, so Cecilia told me she was quite confident with that. The second party are the adventurers. These were a bit harder but still doable. The adventurers were after all made of mostly commoners. They were commoners who sought their fortunes fighting the monsters that plagued their families. They were more educated on average, so they would be a little harder to manipulate, but with that village burned down, it was a plausible sell. The third party was the hardest. These were the city guards, banner men and knights who were loyal to Cecilia's father. Their loyalty, however, hinged on the fact that Cecilia's father promised to always uphold the interests of the people. If he was found to, let's say, burn down a village and kidnap a few people for whatever reason, then that was a completely different story. There was a fourth party that may be turned to our side. The mage and alchemist guilds were powerful presences in Averlin. These 2 guilds worked very closely together, but they were mostly focused on their own research. Still, condemnation from these 2 organizations still carried a lot of weight. Well, let's see how it goes, shall we? Caro was your average street urchin turned to guard for the criminal underworld. He was always good in a fight, although he wasn't very bright. Although his dull mind and strong body was still a valuable combination in an environment that values those with a propensity for violence and those who don't ask too many questions. Caro scratched his nose that was hidden under this face wrap that helped keep out the stench of the sewer. Besides the discomfort, constant exposure to the fetid air can cause what's called rot lung. So the face wrap was to stop the guards of the underground base from getting sick and coughing up their lungs. Boring day. Caro said. We guard a sewer, Caro. Do you expect a pair of beautiful maidens to walk past here? Caro's partner Decan replied. Would be nice. Some beryllium marching powder would be good too. Caro replied. Decan just scoffed at his words. Yeah, sure, the boss is gonna give us heaven's dust. Why not a meteorite? Let's just get the guys guarding the door in a toxic fetid sewer as high as a kite. Decan replied sarcastically. It would motivate us a little more. Caro said grumpily. Unlikely, the boss is getting a little skittish recently. He's not exactly in the mood to entertain requests. Both the boss and that woman look like they're being stalked by death. Decan replied. Yeah, he looks spooked. Caro said. Not surprising, the syndicate is making moves. Crime lords are ending up splattered on their bedroom walls. The boss must be wondering when it's his turn. Decan muttered. Well, if the boss ends up dead, we could always work for someone else. Caro replied. There is no one else, splattered on the walls, remember? Decan said as he turned to look at Caro. Sometimes Decan seriously wondered how Caro even learned to breathe. Well, then we could go to another city. Caro replied. Decan looked at Caro silently. Sometimes this guy's lack of intelligence boggles the mind. What did he think those crime lords were killed for? Littering. Oh, shut up, Caro. Decan replied with a shake of his head. Then the two of them heard footsteps coming from the left. The pair of them drew their rusted swords and turned to face the sound. They weren't expecting anyone here today. An intruder. The guards. A rival gang. Caro grabbed the torch hanging on the wall and raised it towards the noise. Then from the darkness stepped through a pair of beautiful blonde women wearing cloaks. They both had similar faces, the same blonde-colored hair and green eyes. These two were easily the most beautiful women he had ever seen. Hello. The first woman said with a smile. Who are you? Decan asked as he pointed his sword at the pair of women. Two beautiful women do not just appear here. These two looked like they belonged in the noble district. Not in the middle of a sewer. I want to see your leader. I have a proposition to make. The first woman said. A proposition? I'm not taking you anywhere unless I know who the hell you are. How did you even find this place? This entrance is hidden behind an illusion and a secret door. Decan demanded. The woman merely smiled and raised a glowing blue hand. The illusion was weak and the false door was easy enough to detect with the right spell. But I'm not going to tell you why I'm here. You are going to take me to see your boss or all of you will die and I'll find another crime lord. The woman said calmly as her eyes froze over. Another crime lord? This woman isn't from around here. She doesn't know what the syndicate is doing to the underworld. There are a lot of us, you think you can kill all of us? Decan challenged. The three of us are more than enough to whatever strength you can muster. Don't scream if you want to live. The woman said with a smile. 3. Then Decan felt a breath of hot air behind him. A very big breath of hot air. Decan slowly turned around to see a massive mouth filled with serrated teeth smiling at him. Decan looked up and saw a white domed head. This monster was huge. Boo! The monster said. Then Decan felt a rush of wind and heard a gurgle to his right. He tentatively turned around to see Caro impaled through the chest by one of the beast's massive blades. His mouth was open as if to scream, but it looked like the beast got to him first. She told you not to scream. The beast said with a rumbling laugh. Was it his imagination or did this beast sound very civilized? It sounded like how a noble would speak. Now then, shall you show me in? The woman said from behind Decan. Decan didn't reply, he just watched as the beast raised one of its upper arms that were tipped with blades and brought Caro's body to its mouth. The beast then bit Caro off its blade like one would a piece of meat on a skewer. The beast ate him, armor and all. She asked you a question. The beast drawled before it spat out Caro's helmet. The helmet, now deformed, rolled along the stone bricks before plopping into the fetid water. Yes. Of course. Decan muttered in reply. I returned back to invisibility as the doorman opened the large double doors that led into the secret area. Judging by the scratch marks on the floor, my best guess was that this was the loading area. Even the false door was large enough for a wagon to fit through. Cecilia had used a spell to map the sewers. There were a few entrances to this place, this one just happened to have the largest opening, which meant I could get in. I shrunk my body down to be about as small as I could make it, which was just over 2.5 meters. My body was long and not wide, so that meant I could get through doors with a little effort. As I entered door after door, I could tell the guard was getting more and more terrified. Well, the reason was simple: he could hear me crawling through the door that I had no business being able to fit through. If there is one thing that terrifies, it is something you can't understand. Finally, we arrived at this doorway that led towards what looked to be a large open area. As I crawled along the ceiling, I looked down to see whores and what looked to be clients having the time of their lives. A lot of them were sniffing this red powder. That seems interesting. I wonder what my body will do with drugs. Will I get high, or will I get a new ability? Questions and possibilities. Strangely, no one even seemed to care that Cecilia was walking straight in. Those two at the couch at the far end of the room were looking at Cecilia suspiciously, however. One of them looked strange, green skin. Fangs. Looked weak though. Like those dwarfs, all they gave me was improved fine motor skills, advanced cognition, and magic resistance. Bunch of disappointing midgets. I wonder what this one was. An orc? Or something else? The woman next to him was also weak, but I could tell the two of them were afraid of Cecilia. Did they know who she was? Or were they smart enough to realize that anyone who can waltz right in here was no one to sneeze at? "Hello, miss," the green man said as he cautiously stood up. "Greetings. Before we begin, I have a simple question. Is there anyone in this room you can't afford to lose? Besides Lady Sarna. Meeting you here is certainly opportune. Your presence here saved me a lot of trouble." "Spymaster," Cecilia said with a small cruel smile, and I watched as the woman flinched. "So this is the Spymaster. Well, I better keep her alive. My body isn't exactly subtle, and I'll struggle to move around the streets of any major population center. Then what about the rest? To be honest, most of them were barely worth eating. At this point, the only reason I was eating humans was that I wanted to get to human genome level 10. I'm at level 7 now. I think I need strong humans to make up the difference, but every little bit counts, I suppose." Cecilia's words made the whole room grow silent as everyone realized that Cecilia wasn't just your average visitor. "Well, tell you what, let's speed things up," Cecilia said. "Event Horizon," Cecilia said, and the guard that brought them in stiffened. Then his body exploded and the blood formed an orb above Cecilia. The orb of blood glowed before flashing outwards. Instantly the whole world lost its color, everything was in grayscale. We are now in a pocket dimension, no way in, no way out. Unless I dispel this little trick of dark magic. You can try to kill me, but I don't know what will happen if you do. All of you might get stuck in this gray world. Forever," Cecilia said with a smirk. "What spell is this?" Sarna asked softly. "A little trick from the Elysian Empire," Cecilia replied calmly as Sarna went as pale as parchment at her reply. "Now then, I'll ask you again, is there anyone in this room you can't afford to lose? Because at this point only 5 people are walking out this room alive." Cecilia said. "No," the green man replied. "5 people?" Sarna asked as she looked around the room warily. Cecilia smiled as she heard Sarna's question. By now I was off the ceiling and right behind her and back into my 4.5 meter state. "I have a proposition for you, sir. If you have a moment of time," Cecilia said slyly. "What is it?" the green man asked. "First, introductions are in order. Allow me to introduce you to a friend of mine. You might have heard of him." "I'm not sure," Cecilia said. On cue, I rematerialized behind her and everyone in the room flinched in fear. "Meet the reason the roads are locked down," Cecilia said. "You tamed it?" one of the guards asked in horror. At those words I sensed a spike of displeasure in Cecilia at the comment. Cecilia's face curled into a snarl as she shot a bolt of lightning at the guard, frying him to ash. "He is not a tamed beast or pet. You will give my friend the respect he is due," Cecilia said coldly. "We agreed ahead of time that the story was that I was a male. Some of them suspected that I had a child because of the spines I fired when I was smaller. I fixed this by making it so that I could fire smaller spines from the tips of my wings. A simple modification to implement when I was in the chrysalis. The story was that I had smaller spines to hit small weak areas with venom. This naturally needed fine control, which is why I put it on my wings instead of my shoulder. Now Cecilia, no need to worry about the opinions of dead men. I said with a laugh. I suppose you are right, friend. I forgot what kind of people these men are. The only thing they understand is the fist and boot. Violence and fear is their language. Cecilia said. Don't worry, I speak that very well. I said with another laugh. Besides, I don't care what they think. Do you humans care what your livestock think before you slaughter them? Chapter 28, Weaving Threads. Sarna sat numbly in her seat as the screams of everyone else in the room bounced off the walls of this gray reality. Their blood, now black in this gray world, splattered onto the floor as life after life was extinguished like small flames. She watched as Lord Pell, a minor noble in the court, screamed as the beast turned to look at him. He was a sad little man, a spare for his family. He was the fourth child of his house. The first child was the heir, and the heirs married the second child of other houses. The third childs were the spares for either the first or second child. The fourth child and onwards, however, were the spares of the spare at best, or unwanted accidents at worst. Sarna knew he came here to escape his miserable existence back in the courts. No one there acknowledged him. Whether he lived or died, no one other than his mother would care. He would save for months for one night here, one night to feel like he mattered in this world. Well, in the end, what this place offered was an illusion, the sweetest of lies. Rapture and importance born of smoke and mirrors. But no matter how tender, succulent, or alluring, a lie will always remain a lie. Everyone wants something. Sarna knows this all too well. The key to the contents of one's mind lie within the fabric of their most profane desires. To many, life is a brilliant thing, a beautiful thing. It enchants, often to the point of obsession. Sarna was no different. She was born a peasant, graced with beauty. So she sold herself to the highest bidder, and within her profession she learned how to find what people wanted. More often than not, people want to matter. They want to be special when they are anything but special. Sarna thought she knew this, but here she stands. A fool like all the rest. Her ambition and thirst for power led her right next to the ear of a king. With the ear of the king she found great purpose, a whisper here and a song there. She could make noble houses rise or return to dust. All the great men of the court wanted her favor, for she was the great spider, spinning her web around the court. With many eyes and many hands in the shadows. Sarna felt like a god. Now look at her. A slave to the syndicate and soon to be a lackey of a princess she sealed away. Or perhaps food for a great beast. Sarna watched as the beast raised Lord Pell in one of its arms. Lord Pell screamed and sobbed as the beast opened its maw filled with serrated teeth. Then with a simple movement, the beast tossed him into its mouth. The jaws slammed shut and Sarna heard the crunching of bone as the beast crushed his body within its maw. Sarna watched as the beast turned to see one of Cornic's guards who just fired his crossbow at the beast. The steel bolt just bounced off its feathered hide and clattered to the floor. There was a flash and Sarna saw the spine the size of a sword impale the guard. The guard was knocked clean off his feet and he fell to the ground. Then he began to gasp as he clawed at his chest. She saw him cough and a spray of black blood shot out of his mouth. His veins bulged as black foam appeared at his mouth. He gagged and writhed as whatever concoction that lived within the beast's body now ravaged him. Poison. Beatrice was right. This beast had poison. By now the remaining survivors were huddled in a corner of this gray world. They were hammering on the walls of this small dimension, but their efforts were futile. Sarna looked around and saw the broken bodies lying on the floor. The bodies were all cut to pieces by those massive bone blades. The beast paused as it gazed at the small crowd of screaming and panicking people. Sarna saw it tilt its head slightly as if pondering something. Then Sarna saw the barest hint of a smile on its face. Cecilia watched as her good friend opened his mouth and torched the dozen people cowering the corner of the room. She wrinkled her nose slightly at the smell of the burning flesh, but she had to admit it was efficient and, more importantly, illustrative. There. All done. Her dear friend said. Excellent, thank you, friend. Cecilia said warmly. It was funny, when she first met with her dear friend she wanted a deal and an ally. In the end she found a friend. Both of them surprisingly had a lot in common. They were both outcasts in a way, they both wanted power and they both hated being controlled and chained. Her friend may not look like it, but he did have a soft side to him. Well, none of them were sure if he was male or female, but they just sort of decided that he would be male for now to make things easier. Well, it was mostly Cecilia herself being uncomfortable on what to call him. He didn't have a name, and he didn't really want to think of one. Cecilia herself didn't want to name him, that would make him seem like a pet. Also, she didn't want to call him it, she felt it was vaguely insulting. Again, for that he didn't seem to care. Although they would need to create the name at some point, if all goes according to plan, he would need to interact with other humans at some point. A good way to reduce their unease around him would be to make him seem a little more familiar. Most humanoids fear what they do not understand after all. Her friend was oddly sensitive, it was like he could sense what she was feeling. He would say the right thing at the right time, give her advice and clarity when she needed it. It was odd to find emotional support in a monster. He seemed focused and clear-minded all the time. Never being bothered by much, he had this ability to accept things as they are. He doesn't overthink, doesn't ruminate on the deeper inconsequential meanings of things. He just is, and the world to him just is. Cecilia was privately grateful to him. Her time in the cradle was a terrible 4 years. No one to talk to except for her jailers. With said conversations usually devolving into her screaming at them. When she got her throne back, she was determined to uphold her end of the bargain. She would carve him a nice piece of her domain. A quiet place to live if he desired, with food as long as he wanted it. If he wished to move on, Cecilia would be a little sad to see him depart, but she would respect his decision. She didn't know what fate had in store for her. With the prophecy and everything, but Cecilia doesn't intend to be put on another leash or chucked in another cage. She would decide her own fate, that was what she was fighting for. Now then, you two. I will be plain, Cecilia said as she waved her hand and shed the illusion around her, revealing her platinum hair and ruby red eyes. I am Cecilia of Erlin, heir to the throne of Erlin. I have returned to claim my birthright, and I have a very simple proposition for the two of you. If you disagree, I will kill you, but if you agree, you will be very handsomely rewarded. Cecilia said calmly. How do I know you won't just kill us afterwards? Pornik asked. Why would I? Have you heard of the phrase, there must always be a king? For one must rule or the society falls to chaos. I know this is no different with Peeler's Pit. I once told my father to elevate one of the crime lords. Crime will happen no matter what, so if the king could control the crime lord, then we could better control Peeler's Pit. If I kill you, then another will rise to take your place. I offer you dominion of this little piece of Averlin. You will be king of the scum and the filth that live in this cesspit. You will rule with my mandate, and you can feel free to live as lavishly as you want. Cecilia said. Then what about me? Sarna asked softly. Oh, Lady Sarna, I know what you did. You were the only one with the means to do it after all. For a complex structure like that to be constructed and maintained requires a level of subtlety that is out of reach to the average courtier. Cecilia said as she calmly walked up to Sarna. Cecilia stood over the seated Sarna, her shadow casting over her. Cecilia could see the fear in her eyes. Your deeds always catch up to you eventually. Oh, how I have dreamed of this moment, I ran it through my head countless times. What punishment and cruelty would I inflict on you? Flay you alive? Rip your soul from your body and keep it in a jar? Curse you to burn eternally with magic fire? So many possibilities. But I had a change of heart, Cecilia said as she raised her head again and lessened the dominating presence over her. Change of heart? Sarna asked shakily. You see, I have been conversing with my friend here for a while, Cecilia said as she thought back to her conversation. Cecilia sat on a chair as she looked at her friend who was lounging lazily on the stone floor reading one of her books. Friend, could I have your counsel? Cecilia asked. Counsel? I'm not that familiar with human affairs, unfortunately, her friend said as he raised his head slightly to look at her. That is why I asked. I need a fresh perspective, Cecilia said. All right, what do you want advice on? Her friend asked. You know that spy master I spoke to you about? Cecilia asked. Yeah. Why? You decided on how you are going to kill her? Her friend asked. No, I was wondering what you would do if someone wronged you like she has done to me. Cecilia asked. I would see what use I could get out of her. As you know, I could eat her and gain some abilities. But I guess it doesn't apply for you humans. Her friend replied wryly. Yes, I suppose it doesn't. It would make things easier, I suppose. Cecilia said with a light laugh. Well, I would figure out what I could do with her. From what you told me, what that spymaster did was impressive, to say the least. She has a set of unique skills. If what you said about her being the best spymaster in the region is true, then she is one of two things: a threat or a potential asset. I may be wrong about this next part, but I don't think I feel this whole vengeance thing like you humans. I don't care about it that much, honestly, or maybe no one has managed to wrong me yet, so I can't relate. To me it seems petty and stupid. There are two things in your life: assets and threats. Assets should be preserved and threats should be removed. If someone managed to wound me so badly, I would be impressed. I would learn from it and see what I could glean from that wound. Besides, if you could use that spymaster, wouldn't killing her just be for your own fleeting satisfaction? If she owes you a debt, why not put her to work paying it? If you want to kill her later, you could always do it later down the road. So to me, the real question is, can you use her, and is she too dangerous to use? Her friend said. Thank you, friend. That is good counsel. You have given much to think about. Although I do have one last question. Why do you feel it's stupid? I understand why you would say it's petty, but why stupid? Wanting vengeance is not inherently stupid. Cecilia asked curiously. Because those who want vengeance are predictable. Those who wear their hearts on their sleeves are predictable. What is predictable is weak, and what is weak does not survive for long. There was a group of adventurers that was supposed to check on you. I trailed them for a day or so, and I found one of the adventurers was rather smitten with another. So I snatched one of them and used her pain and suffering to goad him to lose his cool. Sure enough, he lost his head and he charged into the forest to fight me alone. He didn't last very long. He behaved exactly how I expected him to, so he ran right into my waiting mouth. Her friend said with a smile. I see. That is good counsel, friend. Cecilia said with a grateful nod. So no, you will not spend the rest of your existence as a jar on my table. No, I will use you. You will work for me to topple my father's vile rule. Cecilia said matter-of-factly. And how will you prevent our betrayal? Cornick asked. To an uninformed observer, this question might be seen as stepping on a griffin's tail. But everyone alive in this little pocket dimension was no fool. A service bought with threats is fragile, so this question is perhaps the most important of all. Good of you to ask that question. If you didn't, I might have just killed you anyway. Cecilia said with a cold smile. Tell me, do you know why I was locked in that accursed cradle? Cecilia asked. At those words it all started to click in Serena's mind. By helping lock her away, they were now complicit in this great deception. The angels do not discriminate, they would burn them all if they found out. Cecilia smiled as she looked at how the orc's face went slightly pale at her words. The two of them had the same face when she said those words. They were rather good at hiding it to their credit, but the subtleties of reading a face is the domain of nobles, not commoners. What's more, Cecilia had to extract information from those around her just using leading questions and reading their faces. No one trusted her after all, and everyone who was allowed contact with her feared her. Do you, sir? And yes, I do know you had a part to play in this. It's written all over your face. But just to be sure, I have to ask. Were you party to the construction of that accursed tower? I wouldn't lie if you did, because if you did, my life now determines yours. Cecilia said. I made the workers that built the cradle disappear. Cornick said numbly. Is there anything else you know? Cecilia asked coyly as she slowly approached him. I know it was you that was locked up there, and some rumors about a prophecy. That's about it. Cornick replied. Good. Now let me tell you why the crown princess of Averlin was locked in a ridiculously expensive prison. When I was born, a seer made a prophecy about me. It said I would destroy heaven's precious little order. It was no ordinary seer. The seer once served the divine council in high heaven. So believe me when I say this, if heaven finds out about me, about the prophecy, about your involvement in this secret, they will burn you to ash. Cecilia said as she arrived in front of Cornick. So before you are two paths, you can be ash and embers, or you can work for me. As long as I live and the secret holds, then you can do whatever it is you want to do. Your involvement in this secret has sealed your fate. Fate is such a curious thing, isn't it? The seer said my prophecy would be her last. My father then proceeded to kill her to keep the secret, and the first piece fell into place. Then a group of idiot adventurers released my friend here into the world. The prophecy said I would venture forth to undo the work of heaven the day I came of age. Sure enough, on my birthday I met my friend here, and when the clock struck midnight I was free. Now the first people I run into when I return to Everlyn are the two of you. The two people who have as much reason to fear heaven as I. It's almost too perfect, don't you think? Cecilia said with a smirk. Sarna gulped as she looked at her smiling face. Yes, it did seem a little too perfect. It was true, all this time I felt it was a little too perfect. Not just for her but also for me. The tablet in the tomb where I woke up had some interesting words. The child will remind the world of the truth that it has tried so hard to forget. That was written about me. Cecilia had a different prophecy apparently, but her prophecy was awfully similar. She will venture forth to remind the world of the truth it has tried so hard to forget. That was the line in her prophecy. Curious, don't you think? Honestly, everyone seems so fixated on Cecilia's prophecy. But no one knows about mine. I'm not complaining though. The limelight doesn't really interest me. What I do enjoy is the lack of attention this omission has given me. Not that surprising, humanoids in this world seem to think the world revolves around them. Again, that's not surprising, considering what I know from my past life. But now that I'm not human, it has given me a new perspective. By all means, let the spotlight fall on them, I'll wait in the shadows. An unseen predator is after all the deadliest. I guess you could say I'm a phantom protagonist. Chapter 29, the game begins. Lord Everlyn grit his teeth as he looked down at the report in front of him. The population was growing restless, the merchants were in uproar, and the guards grew more restless with each passing day. His knights have been petitioning for him to allow them to search the forests to speed up the process. He turned them down naturally. He couldn't risk his best soldiers without knowing what the hell this beast was. Furthermore, what if the knights found Cecilia? Their oath was clear. They pledged themselves to the rightful ruler of Everlyn and the sovereign who defended the welfare of the people. If their speculation is correct and Cecilia has found an ally in the beast, then things got really complicated. Legally, Cecilia has a claim to the throne, which is also a stronger claim than the claims of his younger children. If Cecilia could promise a better future for Everlyn and bring to light his unlawful imprisonment, his knights might become divided. Cecilia was always intelligent, smarter than anyone in his family by far, himself included. Lord Everlyn knew in his heart that his daughter would be a better ruler than him. She just outclassed him in all aspects except experience. She was more powerful as an individual. She was able to weave powerful spells almost instinctively. She was also more intelligent, able to see problems and identify solutions rapidly. Most of all, she had the most important talent of a ruler. She was able to make sense and order from the chaos. So often when one finds themselves wearing a crown, you will be bombarded on all sides with conflicting opinions. The peasants are growing hungry, so they are obviously unhappy, but the merchants need the grain to be exported to generate funds to fulfill orders for other necessities. After all, Everlyn had to import all their metals. How is a city-state to survive without iron for tools and wagons? When finances are low, who do you draw the currency from? The nobles need it the least, but they are also in the position to do the most harm. The knights are usually forgiving, but the guards aren't. If he docks their pay, some may leave and turn to banditry. This means there are less patrols and more bandits. The common peasant then ends up footing the human cost. If he taxes the peasants more heavily, then they might revolt. If they start to starve, they may choose to take up arms. After all, to them, what difference was there? You either die by the sword or through an empty belly. The sword is arguably better, at least that was a quick death. So this is the predicament Lord Everlyn was in. He needed to open the roads, because the merchants were about to riot. The common peasants couldn't sell their produce, and said produce was about to rot, so they were about to riot too. The guards didn't want to be sent into the forest anymore, considering how many of them never came out, so they were about to riot as well. Now that he thinks about it, it seems everyone wants the same thing. Except for him. The only person who had a different agenda was himself. Lord Everlyn then heard a knock on the door. Lord Everlyn, are you there? He heard Serena's voice say. Yes, come in. Lord Everlyn replied. In times like these he is increasingly finding himself more reliant on her expertise. Her talent for subterfuge and her information network is the only thing that is keeping him informed. "Good afternoon, Your Grace," Sarana said cordially. Lord Averlin looked up to see a slightly uneasy look in her eyes. "What is it?" he asked. "I have dire tidings, Your Grace." "Do you recall how the attack on Hearthstead was executed?" Sarana said. "Remind me." Lord Averlin replied after he examined his hazy memories. "Yes, I hired the best agents in my network. The plan was agreed upon by myself and your esteemed self. I trust you recall that we buried the bodies on site instead of risking moving them. We obscured the burial site with nature magic. There has been a complication, however," Sarana said gingerly. "What? What happened?" Lord Averlin said as he felt a lump in his throat. "There was a group of scavengers from Averlin. They probably exited the city through the sewers. I trust you are aware of how large they are. They left for Hearthstead in the hopes of finding some scraps. From what I gathered, they did so because they were in financial troubles due to the lockdown. I suppose desperation is a strong motivator," Sarana said hesitantly. "What happened?" Lord Averlin asked softly. Normally a band of scavengers would not be able to find the burial site. However, they were not the only ones to come looking. I am sure you are aware the mages are ever thirsty for knowledge. Well, a particularly foolish and idealistic mage decided to journey to Hearthstead to see if it was truly bandits that destroyed Hearthstead. The mage. After some investigation, I found she was quite powerful for her level of study. Nothing like the princess, but a mage of decent talent. She came across the scavengers and at first she was disapproving of their actions. However, under her rudimentary interrogation she realized that their talents could be put to use to find the truth of what happened there. Everything seemed fine at first and both parties concluded that the attack was indeed conducted by humanoids. Most likely bandits. Unfortunately, the mage decided to do an ether sweep just to be sure, and she managed to pick up the trace amounts of ether left over from the nature magic that was used to hide the burial site. They have unearthed the bodies, Your Grace. Although they do not have any concrete proof, what is concerning is that they realized how professionally the attack was done, Sarana said. "How do you know all of this?" Lord Averlin asked softly. "The scavengers, they started talking when they returned. Rumors started flying in the Peeler's pit. I tried to silence them and even plant a false narrative, but I wasn't successful. The attack was simply too well executed. And a testimony of a mage is not easily dismissed. I trust you are aware that some of the rogues in the Adventurers Guild have contacts within Peeler's pit. News reached the Adventurers Guild and some of the adventurers decided to investigate, seeing as some of them knew some of the lost adventurers that most likely released the beast," Sarana said. "Where are the adventurers now?" Lord Averlin asked. "They are about to leave or have already left. They are joined by the mage mentioned earlier and a pair of your knights who overheard about the incident," Sarana said. Lord Averlin sat silently and felt a cold chill in his body. A bunch of scavengers would be unlikely to put the full story together. The attack was just professional enough to draw attention. That was always the risk of these types of operations. If you did it sloppily, then you run the risk of discovery through nothing but random chance. If you do it professionally and it is discovered anyway, the sheer professionalism of the deed would start to raise eyebrows. "Do you have a solution?" Lord Averlin asked, a hint of desperation in his voice. "Yes. I have a team available that could silence them all. I could also have them remove the bodies to remove the evidence. I suggest I send out one team to remove the bodies and another near the site on standby. The second team will listen in on the investigative party. If they feel the investigation is getting too close to the truth, the team will silence them. The adventurer team is of gold rank. I can provide platinum rank equivalent operatives to do the deed. It will be quite expensive, however, about 50 platinum coins for the mission. I will need a requisition order from yourself to withdraw such funds from the treasury," Sarana said calmly. "Very well, the funds are yours. Keep me updated. What we did cannot be leaked to the general population," Lord Averlin said as he hastily wrote a writ of withdrawal and handed it to Sarana. "Thank you, Your Grace. With any luck, this will be the end of this matter," Sarana said with a bow. "Hopefully. Thank you for your work, Sarana. I will come to rely on you more and more in the days ahead." Lord of Erlin said as he pinched the bridge of his nose. "Of course, your grace. I am your loyal servant," Sarna said with another bow as she exited the room. The moment Sarna was clear of the guards outside of the room, she took out the magical device in her pocket. With a press of a button, the device stopped recording the sound around it. Normally she would burn the writ of requisition after using it, as that would be evidence. But she wouldn't be doing that this time. Privately, Sarna marveled at the small device in her hand. It was a one-of-a-kind of device made by Princess Cecilia. Sarna supposed when you are as talented as she was in magic and when you had nothing to do for 4 years, well, you had to pass the time somehow. This little apple-sized orb was a dangerous tool in the right hands. A simple device like this could topple empires. Sarna could only wonder how many more toys Cecilia had up her sleeve. Well, regardless, she had a job to do. She needs to get this recording and the writ of requisition to Cecilia. She will need proof to persuade the knights. In the meantime, she will continue to antagonize the population. Naturally, all that she described to the king wasn't a coincidence. The scavengers were tipped off by her agents. The mage was none other than Cecilia herself. The bodies were exhumed and Cecilia put the so-called pieces together. Now the rumor has spread into the Peeler's Pit, and Sarna through her agents made sure that those rumors reached the Adventurers Guild and the Knight Orders. That left that companion of hers to seduce the prince. Luckily for that Lily girl, she's drop dead beautiful, and the oldest prince is an idiot. Well, mostly because he's an idiot. A weak-minded man is just a toy for a smart woman after all. The weak of mind usually think with their balls instead of their heads. So with a body and face like that, Lily will have the prince around her finger soon enough. That is provided she knows what to do, but Sarna doubts the princess would send her companion into a task she would most likely fail. All Sarna could hope was that all her effort to get that girl to the presence of the prince would pay off. It was almost a week of work after all. The security she needed to get around alone took 4 days. Luckily for her, she was very intimately aware of the security in the castle. The Lord Commander of the Royal Guard is not as in control as he thinks. As Lily walked towards the door, holding a tray of tea, she ran her princess's lessons through her mind. She is infinitely wise. She knows it isn't possible to give a noble bearing to her in just a few weeks. So Cecilia trained her in a different approach. She was trained in half-truths. She was a peasant, so there was no way so she could learn the specifics and execute them flawlessly. Her lessons pertained to everything that would make her desirable, not elegant. Lily was taught to look like a klutzy and air-headed woman with just enough tricks to make her seem like a desirable lady. It was subtle, and Lily doubts any other woman could master it like Cecilia did. The best part of it was that it was incredibly easy to execute. She just had to act like she didn't really know what to do. Which will be exactly what will happen. So it all began with her in her common servant's attire walking past the prince at an arranged time. A well-placed bump from one of Sarana's agents ensured she would stumble into the prince. Then she would squeak an apology and bow. As she did so, she would press the tray she was holding against her chest. Lily would then break etiquette and raise her head without raising her body. With the tray pushing her breasts up and the low cut of the dress, this would reveal her cleavage. Lily, following the script, froze for a moment as everyone paused. She saw the prince's eyes wander down to her chest, and her eyes locked onto his. Eventually the prince would notice and lock eyes with her. The moment he did so, she would stand up and look away in mock embarrassment. Another breach of protocol, for she did not apologize, but now that the prince saw something he wanted, and the fact that this event was highly irregular would mean his interest would be piqued. As Cecilia said, show him what he wants, then take it away. Tempt him. Just let him see enough to let his imagination go wild. Lily then snuck a glance at the prince before quickly looking away as she demurely played with her hair. This sent the message that she was interested in the prince. Then, before the silence dragged on too long, the nearby servant would quickly apologize, and Lily would apologize as well. The prince, as expected, waved their apologies away, and as Lily walked away, she could feel the prince's gaze boring into the back of her head. Now, sure enough, Lily was summoned to the prince's bedchamber. She wore a servant's dress that was a size too small and a simple corset. Most peasants didn't wear corsets, but as a servant of the royal palace, a basic dress code was required. When she reached the door, she saw a pair of royal guards. The guards gave her a look and one of them opened the door. His Royal Highness is expecting you, the guard said curtly. Lily nodded mutely as she entered the room. She knew what she had to do and she didn't mind. The only thing that mattered to her now was her dearest princess. She would give anything she asks, no request is too demanding. She would offer her body, her soul and her life. If laying with the prince helps to get Princess Cecilia her rightful throne, then so be it. Anything for her dearest princess. When Lily walked in, she saw a pair of servant women standing behind the prince, who was calmly sitting at a table. "Hello, my dear," the prince said with a smile. "Greetings, your highness." Lily replied with a slight bow, giving him another peek at her ample bosom. "Please put the supper down and have a seat," the prince said. Lily nodded as she put the tray down, but she hesitated before taking a seat. "What's wrong?" the prince asked. "I am but a peasant, your highness. Surely I am unworthy of being seated at the same table as your august self," Lily stammered in reply as she stroked his ego. "Ha ha ha, such honeyed words. But if you feel out of place, perhaps a change of attire," the prince said. "A change of attire? Should I get changed first?" Lily asked in mock confusion. "No, no," the prince said as he rose to his feet and walked in front of Lily. "I have a set of attire prepared. You see, my lady," the prince said as he reached up and gently ran the back of his fingers across her cheek. "I wanted to dine with you tonight. If you would be willing," the prince said as his hand ran down her face and onto her shoulder. His hand traced down her collar and touched the soft flesh of her breast. "Yes, of course, my lord," Lily said with a blush as she felt his hand touch the top of her breast. Lily batted her eyelids as she looked demurely at the prince and she saw his eyes alight with desire. "Then let's get you dressed for a meal with a prince, shall we?" Chapter 30, Gathering Pawns. Lily, with the help of the female servants, got dressed in a fine red dress. Her plain underwear changed to a black corset and black lace underwear. She put on black garter belt and pulled up black stockings. As Lily looked herself in the mirror before the dress covered herself up, she saw how the black color of her undergarments contrasted with her beautiful porcelain-like skin. She knew what he wanted and she would give it to him. But first she needed to dig for some information. When Lily re-entered the room, she found the prince lounging lazily at the table sipping wine. As the eyes of the prince locked on her, Lily saw desire flash in his eyes. "Have a seat, my dear," the prince said as he gestured to the chair. Lily walked over and gave the prince an awkward curtsy, to which the prince raised an amused eyebrow. "What is your name, my lady?" the prince asked. "My name is Lilian Goodfield. My friends call me Lily, it's a common name," Lily replied in mock nervousness. "How did you come to be in service of this castle?" the prince asked. "Well, I was looking for work, you see. Many of the commoners are out of work due to the lockdown. Many are content to grumble and moan, but I felt it would be better to find work rather than run my mouth," Lily replied. "Oh, what are the lower classes saying?" the prince asked curiously. "I would not dare repeat their words, your highness," Lily replied with a small bow. "Humor me, my lady. I am not so petty as to punish you for the words of others," the prince said with a small laugh. "Well, it's the usual, your highness. Many say the lockdown is unjust and the nobility does not care for the common people. Talks like this always flare up when times are difficult. They even complain that the nobility has failed them when their own harvests fail. It's quite nonsensical in my personal opinion," Lily replied. "Really? Why do you say it's nonsensical?" the prince asked. "Well, we don't know much, your highness. I can barely read. What do I know about ruling a state? Is it really our place to comment on such things? If anything, such talk only incites unrest," Lily replied. "You do not give yourself enough credit, my lady. The fact that you recognize your lack of knowledge is already far above most commoners," the prince said. "Yes, we commoners do not know much, we need the nobility to guide us. If we were left alone, we would starve to death with one bad harvest," Lily said. "Indeed, my father implemented a policy that held our grains in a reserve. Some of the grain rot in the process before it can be reallocated, but at least in the event of impending famine we are able to distribute some food to the masses," the prince replied. "Yes, the king is wise. We only live the lives we do because of his stewardship. Lily replied. The idea for this conversation is simple. Stroke his ego and make him confident. Slowly make him sure of himself so that he can one day be encouraged to do something really stupid. Well, it is heartening to know at least some of the common folk have some good sense. The prince replied with a nod. Most just complain without providing any solutions. Anyone can point out that the granary is empty, but who can fill it? Lily said. Indeed, then what do you do with those who would spread dissent? I can tell you that there are a lot of them in recent days. They harp about how the lockdown is ruining their livelihoods. All my father wants to do is to stop them from getting killed. Do you know that we have lost almost a dozen adventurer teams? This beast is powerful. I suspect the only reason the villages have been left alone is because of the lockdown. If there is no prey along the roads, then the bandits will leave. The prince replied airily, sounding as if he was saying something sophisticated. Even someone like Lily knew that line of logic was absurd. Bandits do not leave because the roads are closed. When they get hungry and desperate, they start targeting villages. The reason why the bandit attacks have ceased was because there were no more bandits. The princess's friend saw to that at her request. Princess Cecilia said that a bunch of rogue elements would complicate things, so she asked her friend to kill them all. And kill them all he did. Of course, that was why. I was wondering why the roads were safer. I heard rumors about it, but I never figured out why. Lily replied. In truth, if there was to be an explanation drawn from the information available, the more likely explanations would be either that the bandits were all eaten by the beast, the bandits have fled because of the beast, or that increased patrols on the roads and the forays into the forests have kept the bandits in hiding. Not whatever nonsense the prince was spouting. As for what to do with dissidents, in truth, Your Highness, I feel dissenters are dangerous. Many would respond to a famine by burning the granary. It is always concerning when some of the common folk try to voice dangerous opinions. At worst there's a riot or some of them become bandits. Lily said. Yes, that happens more often than you think. The bandits all came from somewhere. They didn't exactly pop out of the ground like mushrooms. So what do you think should be done to dissenters? The prince replied. I feel common folk such as myself should not question the nobility. Those who threaten the peace should be at least imprisoned to stop them from talking. Lily said. Now this is the real point of this conversation. The idea was simple. Feed and fuel the prince's worst compulsions and tendencies. Slowly, bit by bit, after goading one stupid decision after the other. Once the people are in uproar, then there is the final card that will be played. After that, the people will beg Cecilia to sit on the throne. Sir Roderick Dane looked ahead and saw the ruins of Hearthstead. He is a knight captain of Averlin. As the third son of House Dane, he decided to join the knights when he came of age. It was considered a good choice for someone of his station. The third in line rarely had any claim to the family title. So it was much better than some of the other noble children's choices. Some womanize and drink themselves to an early grave. Others leave to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Joining the Knights, Adventurer Guild or the Mage Guild was considered the more desirable options. In truth, Sir Dane was not interested in the title. He always admired the knights and heroes of old. Men and women who always took the righteous path, no matter how trying or difficult. He admired them, he aspired to be them, so when he got word there was something suspicious about the attack on Hearthstead, he immediately sought out the source of the rumor. It turns out the rumor came from a mage not from the local mage guild in fact. It was a traveling mage that visited Hearthstead. The initial rumors of her being of the local mage guild was proven false. Interestingly, the rumors also began with the mage herself. She told the scavengers that she encountered at the ruin that she was from the local guild because she was afraid for her own safety. After all, the mages in the guild are registered. Murdering and attacking a registered mage is punishable by death. A smart move, all things considered. Then again, mages are known for being intelligent. You need a good head on your shoulders to grasp the esotericism of magic. Now he was on the way to Hearthstead accompanied by the mage, a gold-rank adventurer team, and his dear friend Sir Jaymond Holt. What the mage told him was suspicious and concerning. To bury the bodies of only the women implied that they wanted the women to seem like they were taken by bandits. Someone wanted everyone to believe it was bandits that burned that village. My lady, do you feel bandits could have done what you observed? Sir Dane asked curiously as he looked at the mage. It is possible. Although unlikely. In my travels I have encountered dark mages that have joined roving bands of bandits. Although most of them usually covet the darker branches of magic like necromancy, chemomancy and demonology, they rarely seek to learn the magic of the light such as the druidic school. The mage replied. As she turned, Sir Dane saw her blonde hair and green eyes. She was very beautiful, it was a shame that she wore that hood to obscure her visage. Then again, the roads are dangerous. If one such as her were spotted on the open roads, the bandits would start to get ideas. Yeah, I heard from a friend in Tralis, there was once a chemomancer who did some dark shit with blood magic. He was trying to turn himself into a vampire so that he could live forever. The rogue from the adventurer team said. That guy must be messed up. The Tralis Mage Guild is already more tolerant towards the darker schools of magic. If that guy is too dark even for them, then he must be batshit crazy. The warrior said. Tralis is considered tame with regards to dark magic. I would describe Averlin as sterile. The mages of the Shattered Isles, also known as the Necrostasi, study necromancy freely there. There is a reason that no one has managed to conquer them. It's hard to fight an enemy that can raise the dead. The mage replied. So what makes you think the magic was done by someone other than bandits? It's not that hard to regrow some grass, you can do that with a scroll. The mage from the adventurer asked. Because the magic was precise, it was giving off too little ether for its age. If the site was a year old, then nothing would be out of the ordinary, but this site is weeks old. If some common mage just casted a regrowth spell haphazardly, the ether should glowing brightly. Yet when I stumbled across the site, it was as if whoever casted it wanted to hide the spell from magical detection. The mage replied. Then how did you find it? The mage from the adventurer party asked. I will explain when we arrive. The mage said cryptically. The group rode on in silence as they approached the ruins. As Sir Dane looked at the village, he felt a pang of sympathy in his chest. These families. All dead. What foul creature could do something like this? Such a group or person must be condemned no matter who they are. Noble or commoner, rich or poor, holy man or scoundrel, no one is exempt from what is right and true. When I see things like this, I am grateful that banditry is punished by death. His friend Sir Holt muttered as the group entered the village square. Provided this was done by bandits. I smell Peeler's pit in this. The rogue replied. But why would the criminals there even do this? There's nothing worth stealing here. The warrior replied as the group followed the mage. Because people talk. The mage said as she looked down at a spot of earth that looked to be recently dug up. The mage from the Adventurer Guild raised a hand to her face and intoned ether detection. The mage's eyes glowed as he looked at the mound of earth. He walked over next to the dirt mound and examined it. You're right. This spell is subtle. How did you detect it? By luck? The mage asked curiously. No, skill. The mage said as her hand glowed and the dirt rose up. With a calm wave of her hand, the dirt moved off the side, revealing the rotting bodies. You can cast silent magic? The Sir Dane asked in surprise. Silent magic was a very difficult skill that was only in the skill set of the most powerful mages. The ability to cast spells without speaking meant the enemy did not know what was going to come flying at their face. Furthermore, the best mages often made custom spells that only they knew. Without an incantation, it made the unique spell even more dangerous. Yes, I can. I am after all the most powerful mage the Mage Academy of Averlin has ever seen. The mage said. I thought you were a traveling mage. The rogue asked as he narrowed his eyes. I lied. The mage said as she shed her hood, revealing a head of flaming red hair. She turned to reveal ruby red eyes and a face that Sir Dane thought he would never see again. Princess Cecilia? Sir Dane stammered as he took a step back. I thought you died. Sir Holt said wide-eyed. Not dead, my good knight. Imprisoned. Cecilia replied. Imprisoned? By who? Has the king recently rescued you? Sir Dane asked as he took a step forward. Sir Dane could scarcely believe it, there was no mistaking it. This was Princess Cecilia, no one could mimic her appearance that well. He still remembers the conversations he had with her occasionally. He remembers how the knights mourned her, the brilliant and beautiful Princess Cecilia taken from them by disease. Some within the church even said that was the nature of greatness, how when a flame burns so bright that it burns itself out. My father did not rescue me, he was the one who imprisoned me. Cecilia spat. The king imprisoned you? Why? Where were you imprisoned? Sir Dane asked, flabbergasted. He was afraid of me, afraid of my power. You know his policies. The reforms he did before my supposed death? Cecilia asked. Yes, of course, the grain reserves, the reformation of the taxation bureau to facilitate trade, the incentives for village creation. All of them were a great boon to Averlin. Sir Dane replied. My father did not take those ideas from his own mind, he took them from mine. How many reforms has he made these past 4 years? Cecilia asked. None. But we thought it was because reforms were not necessary. Sir Holt replied. Rule is like any other thing, my good knight, it can always be improved. My father imprisoned me because he feared that I would take his throne. He was always afraid of me, of my magical talent, of my intelligence. I am everything he wants to be, everything he will never be. So he locked me away, claiming I died. He locked me in this tower surrounded by a magical barrier. I have no idea how much he spent on ether to power it, but I expect it to be a significant sum. Cecilia explained. The funding. We have been struggling with funding for years. Sir Holt said as he turned to look at Sir Dane. In truth, both of them had wondered why the crown seemed so short on coin when Averlin was clearly making a profit from all the trade caravans that moved through the city. Funding. What has been ailing you, good knights? Cecilia asked as she furrowed her brows. Our equipment, your highness, we do not have enough smiths to maintain them. Our border fortifications are also deteriorating with each passing winter. Each winter weakens our walls and watchtowers. Our laborers are overworked, cutting corners. Sir Dane said with a shake of his head. That is concerning. Cecilia said as she looked away for a moment as if lost in thought. What troubles you, your highness? Sir Dane asked as he furrowed his brow. I will explain in greater detail later. Averlin is in danger, my friends. I trust all of you are curious how I escaped, who sprung me from my cage. Cecilia said as she turned to look at the gathered adventurers and knights. Her voice echoed out regal and with purpose. Sounding for all intents and purposes like the voice of a queen. Yes, Princess Cecilia. Sir Dane said with an instinctive bow. He is not what you would expect, he is not like us, and I am sure you will be alarmed. But I ask you to remain calm, stay your weapons, for he is a friend to Averlin, not a foe. Cecilia said. Very well. Sir Dane said, slightly perplexed. He looked around and saw the rest nod their heads, confusion coloring their expressions. Friend, would you please show yourself? Cecilia said as she turned her head to look behind her. Then from thin air a wall of golden feathers appeared. Everyone looked up to see that the feathers belonged to a towering beast. Its body is covered in golden feathers, sparkling in the sun. It had no eyes or speak of, just a smooth white head and maw filled with serrated teeth. The beast reared up to its full height and spread its wings, revealing massive wings filled with the same gold feathers. Hello, humans. The beast said, his voice low and rumbling. Good knights and adventurers, I would like to introduce to you my friend. He is the beast you have been hunting, and he is the one who freed me to save Averlin from itself. Cecilia said. This is the beast? The warrior of the adventurers asked in mute horror. I am what you seek. I am what you sought to kill, but I do not die easily. The beast said as it slithered next to Cecilia. For her part, she laid a fond hand on the side of the beast's body. Princess, you are allied to this monster. It has killed almost a dozen adventurer teams. The rogue said as he drew his weapons. And what were all of you doing in my forest? You were trying to kill me. The beast said. Does he not have the right to defend himself? Cecilia asked. But he destroyed a merchant caravan. Sir Holt said. Your wagon was not destroyed by me, human. It was destroyed by one of your kind. I stumbled across it and found your merchants dead by what you call bandits. I know your kind, you will not miss their ilk. If anything, I did you a favor, there are no more bandits dirtying my home. The beast replied. This gave Sir Dane pause. It was true. The bandit attacks have all but disappeared, barring the supposed attack of Hearthstead. The roads have never been safer. The only ones lost were the ones sent into the forest. Then why did you kill the adventurers? Why not chase them away? The warrior countered. Because I know how you humans are. You are weak, squishy creatures, pretending to be wolves when you are sheep. Some of you are powerful, yes, but the strong among you are few and far between. If I let your fellows go, they would return and speak of what they learned. The next attack will be more prepared. For the rest of you humans, you obtain victory through cunning and guile. For that you have my respect." The beast said. That last line was not expected. The group was slightly stunned. "Respect?" Sir Dane asked after a pause. "Strength is not about brutality or firepower. Strength is a means to an end. All that matters is what lives and what dies. I do not care how you do it as long as you manage to do it. It is a testament to your race, which is why I hid from you." The beast said. "Then why show yourself?" Sir Dane asked. "Because of your princess. She offered me something, a place to live in peace. Without any of you pesky humans coming into my home trying to kill me. One of these days one of you just might succeed." The beast said. "So what? We just let you roam the forest and eat whoever you want?" The warrior asked. "Of course not, I offered him a simple deal." Cecilia said as she walked towards the group. "I will offer him food and safety. In exchange, when I am queen he will offer me his support. He is a deterrent to our enemies, and with our alliance he has a vested interest in the continued prosperity of Everlin. There are many sources of food, condemned criminals, livestock. He is no dull beast, of that I am sure." Cecilia said. "Wait, you want to take the throne from the king?" Sir Dane asked cautiously. "Yes, and for good reason. My father was the one that locked me in that prison, and there is more. Are you aware of my father's spymaster?" Cecilia said. "Yes. That woman, Sarna I believe is her name. She sits by your father's whispering into his ear." Sir Dane said darkly. "The knights do not approve of the spymaster as she weaved her secrets and web of spies. They feel such things are dishonorable and they detest the fact that the crown works through criminals. She has given me some concerning news. This attack was ordered by my father," Cecilia said with a sigh. Cecilia then began to explain what has been transpiring. Sir Dane's eyes widened as the truth was revealed. How some adventurers from this village stumbled across the tomb that held that beast. How that beast was awakened from its long slumber and released into the world. How the king ordered the families of those adventurers kidnapped and tortured to find information on the location of that tomb. How all the people in this were slaughtered as a cover for the kidnapping. But of course all of this needed proof. Then the princess brought an orb and played an audio recording. Sir Dane recognized the voice of the king. The king spoke on how the cover-up was failure and how he would pay to have all of them silenced. Sir Dane has served loyally for 10 years, and what was for in the end? If not for the princess he would be dead, killed for seeking truth and justice. This is unforgivable. Then for the final nail in the coffin, the princess brought out the writ of requisition for 20 platinum coins with the king's seal. 20 platinum coins was the amount said in the recording. So that was it? That was what all his service was worth? Sir Dane smiled bitterly as he wondered if he should be flattered. 20 platinum coins is a king's ransom. Good night, brave adventurers. Everlin has a sickness and Spymaster Sarna also brings troubling news beyond our borders. In the north, Tralis and Barrelus are on the verge of war. Whoever wins will have territory that will rival this entire region. They may soon turn their gaze to the south. When that happens we will need a strong leader, and we will need my friend here. The great empires of old all fielded monsters in their ranks, we may need to as well one day," Cecilia said. Sir Dane paused as he turned to look at Sir Holt. Sir Dane saw the indecision in his eyes for a moment, but they both soon reached the same conclusion. The princess was right. The king has committed an unspeakable crime. Having her friend as an ally would prove useful. At the very least bandits will think twice about hiding in the forest. "What will you have us do, princess?" Sir Dane asked. "For now keep this secret. Help me arrange a meeting with your knight commander. As for you adventurers, I need a meeting with the head of the guild. We must keep this a secret. If my father catches wind of this he will tear Everlin apart to keep his throne," Cecilia said as she looked around at the group. "Can I count on your support, loyal citizens of Everlin?" Cecilia said. Sir Dane paused as he contemplated his options, his oath and his duty. He was sworn to the throne of Everlin, to be loyal to the crown of Everlin. Yet he also swore to uphold justice, to protect and to defend the people. So what happens when the king kills the people? What is higher? His oath to the king? His oath to the people? His oath to uphold justice? Which is it? You know, I can never understand why you humans are so obsessed with swearing this and swearing that. The beast said as if reading his mind. I do not expect something like you to understand. Sir Dane replied with a shake of his head. What's so hard to understand? Cecilia here told me all of you would be torn. In truth, I think the answer is very simple. What do you value most? The beast asked. I value them all, that is the issue. Sir Dane replied. We both know that's not true. Put it this way, if the king ordered you slaughter the women and children in this village, would you do it? The beast asked. No. Sir Dane replied after some introspection. Then that is your answer, you value your loyalty to your king less than your oath to uphold your human justice. The beast said. But what is my word worth when an oath is broken so easily? Sir Dane retorted. One oath is broken regardless now. If you remain loyal, you throw out your oath to uphold justice. So feel free to continue to be loyal to that false king. I will flee this land, your princess will die. When the next village burns, when you see the next set of bodies, you need not look far for those responsible. You need only look in a mirror. The beast said with a small rumbling chuckle. The beast was right, Sir Dane knew it. This won't be the last time this happens. If the king can do this once, he will do it again. Some lines must never be crossed. Then the beast let out another small laugh as it spoke once more. You can go back and pretend everything is fine. Cover your eyes. Cover your ears. By all means, bury your head in the sand. Live your little lie. But remember, no matter how beautiful, how entrancing, a lie will always remain a lie. Chapter 31, Tales and Legends. I flew over the mountains as I scanned the land below. I was looking for phoenixes on the way to a special place. Cecilia told me she just needed me for that little meet-up with the knights and adventurers. They were on her side now, thanks to the evidence provided by that spymaster woman. But it would still take a while for Cecilia's subtle machination to take root. I would be only really needed if things went to shit before the revolution or during the revolution itself. So I decided to take a little excursion in the meantime. Cecilia was a little concerned at first because I wouldn't be on hand. So as a result, she gave me a little magic device that I placed in a pocket I made under my armor. It was a communication device that she could use to contact me in the event of an emergency. As for why I suddenly decided to leave, it was simply because I came across something very interesting. In the north there was a desert known as the Zariman Sands in the territory of a nation called Verakrama. Apparently it used to be home of the Zariman Empire. The empire was now fragmented into several nations, much like the region that Averlin was in used to be part of the Elysian Empire. I thought back to the map I saw of the region. It was a rough map showing only the capitals, major towns and main roads. However, it was enough for me to get my bearings in this new world. Tucked away in the desolate dunes of the Zariman Sands lay a great treasure. Within that great desert where none of the people dare tread lay a creature. Or perhaps not a creature, more like a hive of creatures. The humanoids native to that desert, called the lizard kin by the humans in Averlin, avoided the central desert because there was this strange group of monsters burrowed below the sands. The lizard people call them the Armzafchund, which roughly translates to sand demons or sand monsters. This particular type of creature had a rather unique survival adaptation. The first thing that interested me was the fact that this particular creature had an interesting adaptation whereby it could infect others with a type of parasite. The parasite would burrow into the brains of the victims and change their mental state, making them loyal to the hive. It wasn't turning them into drones, it was more of turning them into loyal followers. There was also in fact a cult in the middle of the desert of infected humanoids that worshipped the hive and protected it. So that adaptation was extremely useful, as I could perhaps use it to make a private army. The thing is, I won't just use humanoids. The parasite could also infect other creatures, so I'm thinking a troll army wouldn't hurt. Those guys are tough, like a group normal schmucks would get slaughtered by them. This mountain range is huge. If I grabbed every troll in this mountain and turned them into my obedient Slav loyal servants, I would have a reasonable military force. I could also in theory use the parasite on stronger creatures, but I also read that the parasite doesn't work on creatures of sufficient strength. Apparently the control limit was at around the gold rank of adventurers, which is pretty high considering the average level of power in this world. That would be like 80% of the humanoid population at least. The second thing that interested me would be that the parasite also altered the bodies of those it infected over time. For humanoids, it would slowly turn them into creatures resembling the hive creatures. This change made the humanoids more resilient in combat. The bestiarians theorized that the change was based on the hive creature's physiology because different hives created slightly different changes. So, if the change was based on the base creature, could I perhaps gain a tool to modify those I infect? I could make the trolls stronger, grow armor, maybe even make them more intelligent. Since this ability is already well documented and the whole story I was spinning was that I am this ancient creature, it would be a reasonable sell to say that my supposed species eventually ended up as those hive creatures. Technically, that wouldn't be a lie considering the devourers were the origin point of all species. It wouldn't be a lie, it would be intentional misrepresentation. So yes, you could say I was extremely jazzed about this. For now I was still soaring over the mountains. The desert was quite a distance away even by air. If I ran into another phoenix, I would see if I can take it out and get some extra food. Then again, should I wait to see if I can control any phoenixes? But phoenixes were way above the gold rank. On the other hand, the ability should be a stronger version judging by what I have seen from my other abilities. There is a chance this parasite ability will merge with something I already have to create a superior version. I guess I will just have to wait and see then. When I finally arrived at the desert, I looked down to see sand, stretching all the way to the horizon. As I flew, I spotted the odd oasis or two, then I spotted a caravan. It was a line of what looked to be some creature similar to camels. On their backs laid whatever cargo they were carrying. They should rest soon, the sun is setting. Maybe I could listen in on what they had to say. I don't think it'll be wise to attack them. I don't want to risk discovery in a region I don't expect to return to for a while. Things can spiral out of control quickly after all. I tailed the caravan for another hour before they stopped when the sun was going over the distant horizon. I descended a short distance away from them so as not to alert them to my presence. After all, with wings like mine, when I land I'll kick up some sand. Once I was on the ground, I hovered off the ground with gravitic hover so I wouldn't disturb the sand below me and stalked close to the camp. I saw that it was a rather well-guarded caravan. The whole caravan consisted of what must be the lizard people that I read about. They were covered in scales with long necks and digitigrade legs. The men were shorter than the females but with a stout muscular figure. The females were taller and much slimmer. They all walked with a strange grace, their bodies moving lightly over the sand. The armed guards were moving around planting strange sticks in the ground around the camp. Then I noticed a small child lizard trotting over to one of the guards. "What are you doing, sir?" the child asked curiously. "Oh, your parents didn't tell you? These are vibration rods, they detect vibrations below ground. It helps warn us if the Armazaf Chund is near," the guard explained. I moved closer to get a good look at the rod and I saw there was a section at the top that was made of glass. Within I saw a thin rod that looked to be made of wood. Attached to the top of the thin rod looked to be a small metal ball. "How does it work?" the child asked curiously. "Simple, really. You see this thin rod inside?" the guard explained as he pointed at the rod inside the glass compartment. "Yeah," the child affirmed with a nod. "This rod goes deep into the sand. When the Armazaf Chund moves underground it creates vibrations. The vibrations shake the rod in the sand, the vibrations travel up the rod and shake the top of the rod. You see that metal ball at the top? The vibrations will cause the ball to shake and when the vibrations become too much it will hit the bells around it creating a sound that will warn us," the guard explained. "Oh, that is clever," the child said in wonder. I have to admit that was clever. It is a low-tech way to tell if there are monsters burrowing under the sand. I read that the Armazaf Chund like to burrow below the sand and ambush their prey. That was another ability that would be useful although it wasn't that alluring. I think it would have a niche use at best. Flight still seemed better. Maybe as a method of escape? Then I saw what must be the mother run over and scoop the child up. She apologized to the guard who laughed and waved her apologies away. The mother then returned to the camp as she chastised the child on the dangers of wandering off out here in the desert. She was saying some interesting things though. "But you said the Armazaf Chund doesn't appear so far south," the child retorted as he crossed his arms and pouted. "It is rare but not impossible," the mother snapped in response. "Yes, the Armazaf Chund live further north where the sand is red. But they have attacked caravans this far south occasionally. If an attack was impossible, do you think they need to place those sticks in the ground? The mother said angrily as she stormed back over to the camp. So these Armazafchund live further up north. That explains why the trade routes avoid the center of the desert. The thing was, according to the books I read, this wasn't always the case. The old empire apparently had cities in the center of the desert, using the many oases as places where civilization could bloom. It was a good area considering the searing heat of the desert provided a natural barrier to invaders. What happened? Did they lose the means to deal with the Armazafchund? I mean, lots of spells and other technology were lost during this time called the Great Collapse. It was a time where all the empires fell because of conflict between heaven and hell. Apparently the two sides made war and everyone on Terra had to choose a side. Eventually heaven won and they decided to defang Terra, even the ones that stood with heaven in the war. So all the really destructive spells and tech were taken away, all the powerful individuals were killed as well. I suspect that was the period that gave birth to the Syndicate. After all, that was the best time to recruit a vast amount of powerful individuals into an organization to oppose heaven. Or at least that's how the story goes. Well, questions for another time, I suppose. As I continued to eavesdrop, I heard the child ask the mother for a lullaby. Which one do you want to listen to, dear? The mother said gently as she stroked the top of the child's head, their past argument forgotten. The Ballad of Mihaila. The child replied. Good choice, there's no story like a fallen hero. One of the guards quipped as he polished his large axe. All right. Should I carry on from last time? The mother asked and the child nodded. Okay, this is the part as she topples the tyranny of the Third Dynasty. The mother said and she began to sing. Oh, violence does call me, I've answered before. I'd made many enemies, I'd settled my scores. But I did grow weary and I settled down. And proudly bore the weight of my crown. I stayed in my lonesome away in the far, where there was no violence to trouble my heart. I'd hung up my sword and I'd raised up my hoe. And I lied as I said that I ne'er would go. But came a cry from a friend that I'd known. Someone to whom rare compassion I'd shown. And so I opened up my door. To the man who promised me blood and war. I followed him far to a distant land. Where he had been exiled by one single man. His plans they were wicked, his power was great. And you looked in his eyes and were swallowed by hate. He took me to shelter, his humble abode. A pitiful cavern his comrades called home. He handed me bedding and bid me adieu. And I sat and pondered on what I should do. I prepared for battle, I hoarded and schemed. But I did not know all was not what it seemed. My allies treacherous, their loyalty thin. Yes, we would have victory, but what would we win? The battle was chaos, blood roared in my ears. A chain of war cries, my foes quaked in fear. They raised up a tyrant. And shouted hoorays. And I shuddered and realized that I'd been betrayed. Is this what you want, corruption and power? Well, I won't stand for it, this is my hour. Feel my wrath, I'm now friend to none. If you think you're a hero, then die like one. Oh, woe to thee, people of order. I hope your homes continue to smolder. And that you never rise again. And woe to those who called me a friend. I fled until silence was all I could hear. Their voices once screaming now hummed in my ears. The cold it was lonely but I was alone. And I promised that I'd not let blood taint my home. But then came a message from my only friend. Oh warrior hide, or else this is the end. They've bound up my limbs and they hunt for your head. They promised me justice, but they'll see you dead. They came to me with an armed battalion. Held a blade to my innocent companion. And said, now it is your turn to bow. See how the queen has fallen now. They raced in stone and laid me below. They thought to crush me painful and slow. But I did live and I did flee. And I put my blade through the butcher's teeth. Oh, woe to thee, ye people of order. I hope your homes continue to smolder. And that you never rise again. And woe to those who called me a friend. That's certainly an interesting song. Sounds like someone worth meeting if she doesn't immediately try to cut my head off. Then again, most of these songs usually talk about people from long ago, like King Arthur or something. She's probably dead. Heimdall raised his two-handed claymore and brought it down hard on the wounded angel. Its gold blood sprayed out as the blade severed one of her wings and bit deep into her back. The angel let out one last gurgled cry as her wings twitched. As Heimdall ripped his sword free, he turned to see three of his men battling a high angel. The angel sent out a wave of gold light and knocked them all back. His men recovered easily enough, but that attack took out a city block. Heimdall scanned the surroundings of this once prosperous city. Once a place of knowledge and commerce, now laid low because of machinations of powers far beyond them. Lady Nemesis has chosen this region for her grand distraction. Heimdall was tasked by Nemesis to do one simple thing: cause mayhem and start a war, draw all of heaven's attention to this unfortunate piece of land. This continent was in the far north while Nemesis was in the far south. The syndicate was now split, half were at the roof of the world and the other half was at the bottom. In the city of Averland something big was brewing. They knew about the prophecy and they have been preparing for years. Sleeper cells in every nation, Nemesis was ready to sacrifice this entire continent if it meant the ultimate victory. So the flames of war roared high as a civilization began to fall from grace, caught in the crossfire between two great powers. But at the end of the day, this piece of the world and its people have lived this long because the syndicate have allowed it. Or as Lady Nemesis said in her letter, the people of Boreal Arm live because we allow it. They will now end because we demand it. Heimdall hefted his sword and charged at the High Angel. This skirmish was far from over. They needed to at least wound that angel in order to antagonize heaven. Heimdall had just finished off the angel's second in command. With the right hand gone, now it was time for the head. Sophiel. Heimdall heard the archangel cry as his gaze landed on his right hand's broken body. Don't grieve yet, angel, you will join her soon. Heimdall growled as he readied himself for the inevitable attack. Heimdall saw the angel's face contort in anger, its white glowing eyes flash. It spread its four wings and brandished its twin blades. Heimdall saw his men attack and the angel spun its four wings glowing insects. The angel roared as his men were once again thrown back. These men were relatively weak compared to the upper echelons of the syndicate. The reason he was fighting with these weaker troops was that his strongest soldiers were causing havoc in another city. He was just here to be the target, and sure enough, heaven sent a high angel. The only things stronger than a high angel were the principalities, the archangels, and then the 7 divine virtues that sat at the divine council. Those 3 groups had a few members and most rarely entered Terra. Technically there was still the great dominion that sat on the throne of heaven, but no one knew anything about that entity. Whatever it is, it never interferes with affairs in Terra. The most the syndicate knows is that the 7 divine virtues reports directly to the dominion. Perhaps it was similar to Hell's prime evil. The 2 domains were opposites of each other after all. 7 princes of sin and 7 counselors of virtue. Each world with one all-powerful will ruling over all. Withdraw, I'll handle this. Go pick off the other gnats. Heimdall said, and his men nodded as their forms dissolved into shadows and they left the battle to hunt for other prey. Your battle is with me, angel, Heimdall said as he brandished his sword. The angel didn't reply, he just dived and flew straight at Heimdall. Heimdall parried the angel's strike and the angel pressed the attack. Heimdall waited patiently, deflecting blow after blow from its flaming swords. Then finally an opening, Heimdall knocked one of the swords off course and moved into the angel's guard. He grabbed the angel by the neck and dragged him into the earth. He delivered a hard kick to the face of angel, drawing blood. But the angel was undeterred, instantly channeling power into its wings as a wave of force. Heimdall tried to resist, but he was still pushed back slightly, and that gave the angel enough time to recover. In a flash their blade met again, this time their blades locked and Heimdall looked into the hate-filled eyes of the angel. You pathetic rats pretend to be lords of this world. Know the will of heaven. Know what you have pretended to be. The angel hissed and Heimdall responded by slamming his helm into the angel's nose. Heimdall tried to follow up his headbutt with a downward slash, but the angel channeled power into its wings and managed to parry the slash. He needed to get a good hit on the angel's wings, or halo. Those were the 2 parts that were not easily healed. Once those 2 were damaged, the angel's ability to fight was severely hampered. Then Heimdall felt a chill go up his spine as his danger sense went through the roof. The angel sensed it as well as his eyes widened. Heimdall immediately tried to leap back, but he felt a searing pain in his tendons and he felt his legs give way. As he fell, he saw a flash of steel and all 4 of the angel's wings were cut off. The angel too fell, and behind the angel revealed a smiling elf. Her hair was gold like the sun and her eyes the color of sterling silver. In her hands she held a simple spear. For all intents and purposes she looked like a common guard that staffed the multiracial organization that is the city guard. Hang on. Heimdall knew that look in her eyes. Could it be? My Heimdall, it's been a while. Or are you still calling yourself that? the elf said with a small laugh. The angel tried to struggle to its feet, but with its wings clipped it was significantly weakened. It spun around in an attempt to slash at the elf, but her form vanished, and next thing Heimdall knew, the simple spear's iron point emerged from the angel's belly. The elf was now behind the angel's spear in one hand. A normal spear had little chance of piercing the body of a high angel. What's wrong, Heimdall? Don't recognize me? Would you know who I am perchance? The elf asked with a mischievous glint in her eyes as she looked down at the angel who was now on his knees. The angel turned and looked up hatefully. Heimdall saw his mind turning, but he came up blank. Heimdall had suspicion who this elf really was, but he hoped he was wrong. Maybe this will help, the elf said as she roughly ripped the spear free, and the gold blood from the wound flowed up into her empty left hand. The blood turned to a white fog, and the fog covered the elf's body. When the fog dissipated, it revealed a lizard-kin with pink scales, sterling eyes, and large pink fins on the side of her head. The angel's eyes widened in fear as it gazed at her. Heimdall wondered what she of all people was doing here. A little better. I'm sure you know me. I believe the standing policy of heaven is that only an archangel is allowed to engage me in combat. Unlucky you, the lizard said as she smiled, and her forked tongue flicked out, tasting the air. Well, now you know, little lamb. You think yourself a wolf in this world? Know me. Know what you have pretended to be, the lizard said as her eyes narrowed in mischief. Then in a flash the angel's head popped off its body. Where the spear was now there was a long rapier in each hand. So how's life treating you, Heimdall? Is Nemesis doing okay? Or is she not called that anymore? Ophelia always did like to change her name often, the lizard said with another small laugh. Heimdall silently casted a healing spell to heal his legs, and he immediately brought his sword up in a slash. Heimdall saw a flash of steel, and he found his sword knocked out of his hand, and the point of one of her rapiers pointed at his throat. Hasty as ever, Heimdall. I taught you everything you know, boy. But I didn't teach you everything, she said with a twinkle in her eyes. Then the blade was removed from his throat, and Heimdall watched as she calmly sheathed her rapiers in the middle of a war zone. Really, Heimdall, what's your game? What is this? Open war? This isn't the Syndicate style. I thought I taught all of you better than this, the lizard said as she calmly surveyed the devastation around them. What do you want, Mahila? Heimdall said evenly. Isn't it obvious? I'm just wondering what all this ruckus is about, Mahila said with a smirk as she drew a dagger from her belt and calmly twirled it for a moment. Then without a glance she threw it straight up at an angel that was diving down from above the clouds. Heimdall looked up to see the dagger hit home, and the angel just exploded from the force of the dagger. Mahila calmly held out a hand, and after a few seconds the dagger landed neatly between her fingers. You're being really noisy. It might fool heaven into thinking you are looking for something here, but I know better. This is a distraction, so what are you hiding? Mahila said calmly as she leaned in to look at Heimdall. The pair paused for a moment as they just looked at each other. Where is the real event? In the center of the continent? It can't be in the south, that's too obvious. Set a fire at the exact opposite end of Terra as a distraction. Way too obvious, Mahila questioned as she peered at Heimdall, who stayed silent. Unless that's where it is, because it's too obvious, Mahila said as she raised an eyebrow. Heimdall kept his silence, but he saw the smile appear on her face. You twitched, Heimdall. You were never good at subterfuge. Well, a bit of sun never hurt anybody. I was getting tired of the cold anyway, Mahila said with a laugh. Heimdall internally winced as Mahila easily deduced the truth. Mahila just laughed as she turned away and began walking away. She walked a few steps away before turning her long neck slightly and looked over her shoulder. I'll tell Ophelia you said hi. Chapter 32 Honored Guests. As I flew across the desolate landscape, I noticed the sand slowly started to turn to a reddish hue. I switched my vision to see if I could spot anything, and sure enough I saw some trails in the sand. The trail was faint, but it was enough for me to follow. I soon saw something odd on the horizon as I followed the trail. It was an oasis, glittering in the desolate sands. I could see something red sparkling inside the oasis. I also spotted structures near the oasis. The strange thing was that the structures looked well constructed. When I heard there was a cult worshipping some hive mind type group of creatures, I expected a bunch of shacks filled with rabid crazy people. As I got closer I saw, well, I didn't see any rabid crazy people. I saw what looked to be some kind of small town. This oasis was surprisingly large. I couldn't tell at first from a distance considering it was surrounded by empty desert, so I had no way to get a sense of scale. As I circled over the town, I saw the buildings were made of some kind of sand-colored stone. Most of the buildings were 3 stories tall and they looked very well maintained. The people below were mostly lizard kin, but I spotted a few humans and dwarves as well. The books were right, their bodies looked mutated. I could spot purple armored plates growing from their flesh. The skin tore where the plates emerged and it honestly looked quite painful. There were a few that were quite far into the transformation, their backs were hunched and their arms were elongated. Their bodies were almost completely covered in armored plates and their heads looked quite different. Their heads were now longer with a long armored snout and I could see they now had 4 eyes on the sides of their head. Their irises looked different as well, almost reptilian with yellow slit-like pupils. On their backs also grew what looked to be strange red crystals. The crystals covered their back like masses of red barnacles. They walked like apes, using their arms to move forward, shambling along the streets of the oasis town. Again, surprisingly, they still looked quite intelligent. I could see one having a civil conversation with a lizard kin. I tried focusing my senses on the conversation and I started to pick up their conversation. The Eternal Mother said we have a powerful visitor coming soon. Really? Who is this honorable visitor? I don't know, but the Eternal Mother said to allow it entry. So it is a beast. I assume so. I see, I will spread the word. Huh. Was that a coincidence? Is there something else that was supposed to be visit? Or were they talking about me? I doubt they were talking about me. I haven't revealed myself, and how would knowledge of my existence spread all the way to here? It's not like a Verlin had any contact with the people here. Or did the Syndicate have something to do with it? Well, I sure as hell am not going to just swoop down and just declare myself. What if they were expecting something else? Something powerful. I suppose I could just maintain my flight and circle the oasis. Maybe if I continue to eavesdrop on them I'll learn more. As I silently observed the town from above, I noticed occasionally some strange creatures appeared. These must be the Armazafchund I've been hearing so much about. They were strange creatures. They had long centipedes-like bottom half and a humanoid-like torso with 2 large muscular arms. Their hands were tipped with long thick claws. Their hands looked very good for digging and slashing. I wonder if those claws could improve my blades. Their whole bodies were covered with the same purple armored plates and a similar elongated head with 4 eyes. On the back of each shoulder blade protruded a large red crystal. I wonder what those crystals are for. From what I can tell, these are ether crystals, similar to the ones that were powering the barrier that imprisoned Cecilia. The crystals would pulse with energy for a few moments before dimming again. I couldn't tell why they were doing that, but I guess I'll find out when I get their genome. These creatures seemed powerful. They were above gold rank. As to which rank they were at I'm not sure, considering I haven't seen a platinum or mithril rank before. So I waited, quietly circling the town, and then I spotted a small group approaching the oasis. They were riding those weird camels with 3 humps. It looked like there were about a dozen riders. Were they the mystery visitor? As I flew over to the approaching party, I sensed some of them were indeed powerful. The 6 of them were at least gold rank. Was it me, or could I sense killing intent among these 6? Well, something told me these guys weren't here for a friendly visit. Tissa was a lizard kin. She had blue scales and small fins on the sides of her head. An extremely plain appearance as far as lizard kin were concerned. She calmly rode her mount as she eyed the oasis. She tried to keep her heartbeat under control. They were finally here. With any luck after this, the whole team can retire in luxury. Barakrama has a long-standing bounty on Armazafchund queens, 100 platinum coins to be exact. This was honestly an absurd price, considering most nation treasuries only had a few thousand platinum coins. The reason for this price was simple: not many groups have actually succeeded. This bounty has been claimed 3 times in 300 years. Those have all been claimed by mithril rank adventurers. The hero-ranked teams don't bother with this bounty. They are already so rich the money doesn't interest them. As their name suggests, they were usually focused on dealing with the real threats. The Armazafchund are not big threats to the people unless some poor fool wanders too deep into the desert. This bounty was only there because of national pride. The Lizard Kin kingdoms wanted to recapture the glory of the ancients. So reconquering the central desert was part of this plan. The problem with this whole bounty thing was that even if a queen was killed, The other hives soon moved in to occupy the territory and assimilate the members of the now leaderless hive. So no, even if they succeeded here today, Verakrama could not simply march back here and claim the territory. Their colonists would get butchered by the Armazafchund before they finished laying the street cobblestones. This bounty may have once been part of a plan to recapture the central territories, but now it was just a glorified badge of honor. A way for a cash-in and promotion to the upper ranks of the Verakrama Adventurer Guild. Well, Tissa and her group of platinum-ranked adventurers were here just for the payout. A normal platinum-ranked team has no chance of carving their way through the legions of Armazafchund that defend the queen. But they had a unique advantage on their side. Their mage Neoshur was a rather peculiar male lizard that developed an interesting magical artifact. To put it simply, it was a lantern that could stun the Armazafchund with flashes of magical light. The Armazafchund communicated through the ether crystals that grew from their backs. The queen sent out commands and those crystals received those instructions. The lantern was simply a tool to jam those signals and send in a large amount of garbage information to confuse the Armazafchund. They had tested it over the past year on various Armazafchund foragers and soldiers. It seemed to work quite well. The only concern was if it would work on the more powerful members of the hive. The Armazafchund had numerous castes within their hive structure. The lowest were the workers and foragers, also known as slaves. The next tier above them were the soldiers, which are called the legionnaires. Above them were the centurions who coordinated large groups of legionnaires, and finally above them were the praetorians who guarded the queen and acted as coordinators for the centurions. The Armazafchund lived and died on their hierarchy. If you kill a centurion, everything under the centurions falls into disarray. So the plan was simple: stun the weaker ones and kill the higher-ranked Armazafchund. With the head gone, the body loses all sense of organization and becomes easy prey. Even if the lantern didn't work on the stronger ones, as long as they managed to kill the commanders while the lesser castes were stunned, they would have victory. The Armazafchund's strength lay in their numbers. Each hive had tens of thousands of members. There just weren't that many higher caste individuals as far as they knew. As Tissa looked at the cultists that walked forward to greet them, she smiled. Their plan looked to be going well. They had spent the past 2 months trying to pose as people who wanted to join the cult. As far as anyone knows, new members are infected with that parasite by the queen when they are accepted into the fold. So they would attack when they are before the queen. With the queen dead, the rest of the hive should collapse in short order. They will turn feral until a new queen claims the members of this hive. By then they'll be long gone with the head of the dead queen in tow. Greetings, friends. A particularly grotesque creature said cheerily as it approached. Tissa could just barely tell this one used to be a lizard kin. The only indicator she had was its long tail that all lizard kin had. Hello, it is good to finally be in the Holy Land. The lead lizard kin in the caravan said. Yes, my friend, I am sure it was an arduous journey. Come, friends, for you must be weary. The lead grotesque creature said as it beckoned them to follow. Though our lives are very humble. We have water here to revive you, we have bread to make you strong. We have beds to rest till morning, rest from pain and rest from wrong. The creature said. It opened its mouth in some attempt to smile. Tissa and her compatriots just needed to get into the queen's chamber. Just a little more. The conversion is usually immediate. As Tissa and the rest were led to a central square filled with sand, oddly there was no stone below their feet, unlike the rest of the town. Then the group was halted and made to stand in a line. Tissa looked further forward and saw a cavern leading down into the sands. They were so close. Tissa and her group decided to line up together at one side, with the other 6 honest hopefuls all on the other side of the line. Tissa could sense her party were tense. They were so close, but this sand-filled square made them feel uneasy. The Armazafchund were burrowers after all. We will now take you to the ascension chamber. The path is narrow, so we will take you half at a time. The grotesque creature said cheerily as it gestured for the other 6 to step forward. Tissa watched silently as the 6 were led towards the cavern. Something felt wrong. Now then, the grotesque creature said as he turned to face Tissa and her party. You shall make a fine gift for our honored guest. The grotesque creature said with a mad cackle. Instantly the sand around Tissa's party erupted. From below ground emerged several large Armazafchund. They were the size of a small wagon, towering 2 meters tall on all fours. Then 2 particularly large ones also emerged. These one had massive crystals on their backs that pulsed with arcane energy. The ones they had fought so far were the size of cows, not wagons. The two big ones were the size of a royal carriage towering 3 meters tall. Tissa instantly drew her weapon along with the rest of her party. Her blood ran cold as she realized this whole thing was a trap. How the hell did they know? Then there was a flash of light from Neosher's lantern and the smaller Armazafchund were all stunned with shrieks of agony. As Tissa got ready to attack, she saw the largest ones were unaffected. Ha 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 ha, do you truly think such petty tricks would work on the Queen's Guard? The creature howled in zealous ecstasy. Naive, 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 navy. The creature screamed. Then sure enough the Praetorians let out a pulse of energy, instantly calming the swarm around them, and they pounced. In an instant Tissa found herself slammed face first into the sand. She struggled and writhed, but as she looked up she saw the snarling maw of an Armazafchund growling in her face. Tissa stiffened as she realized this was as far as her journey was going to go. They had miscalculated. They didn't expect the higher castes to be able to override the interference from the lantern. Their whole strategy banked on stunning the weaker ones and killing the stronger ones. Then the creature looked up at the sky as if looking for some invisible flying creature. Then it shouted up to the heavens as loud as it could manage. Tissa could hear its voice crack and tear as it screamed with zealous fervor. Honored guest, we humbly present this gift to you. Your kin senses you. You kin of the Eternal Mother. Tissa then felt a rush of wind and the Armazafchund in front of her stepped aside, revealing a golden feathered beast. It was huge, towering almost 5 meters tall, with wicked long blades and a serpent's tail. My kin, you say? The beast said calmly in a deep rumbling voice as it turned to face the creature. Yes, honored one. The creature said. It fell to its knees and lowered its head into the sand. Do you even know what I am? The beast asked as it approached the creature. You are kin to the Eternal Mother, kin to the Queen of Queens. All her children have awaited your arrival. You are the great reminder of the truth that this world has forgotten. But please, if you would, the Eternal Mother can answer all questions. For now, would you partake in a meal we have prepared for your august self? The creature said. Well, if I'm expected. The beast said as it turned to face Tissa, and she felt a chill go up her spine as she saw it lick its lips. I wouldn't want to be rude to my hosts. Chapter 33, The Eternal Mother. As I stabbed one of my blades into the body of the first female lizard, I heard a choked cry of despair echo from the side. Tissa! You fucking monsters! One of the adventurer team cried out. Yeah, shut up lunchy boy, she tasted good. I ignored the screams and sobbing as the Armazafchund got off the corpse and allowed me to pick up the now limp corpse. So this is a platinum-ranked adventurer. And a lizard kin too. I wonder what I'll get from this. Achieved Lesser Homo Lacerda level 3/10. Advanced cognition improved. Olfactory perception improved. Fine motor skills improved. Pathogen resistance improved. Toxin resistance improved. Lacerda fire resistance acquired. Augmenting. Lesser fire immunity improved by Lacerda fire resistance. Lesser fire aspect acquired. Lesser fire aspect? What the hell does that mean? Yo, disembodied voice, you know what it means? I asked internally on a lark, and immediately I heard the voice in my head. Query received. Lesser fire aspect conveys lesser immunity and greater fire resistance. Huh. You know, I'm feeling really stupid right now. It never occurred to me to ask the voice anything. All this time I was just making blind guesses and assumptions when all I had to do was just ask. I guess this is what my lil sis would call a muffin head moment. Lil sis. I hope she's doing well wherever she is. At least I know she's not gone forever. Well, I'm sure she's doing better. Her life was terrible just like mine, so I'm sure those bureaucrats at that weird afterlife company thing probably arranged a better life for her. Well, anyway, I guess I should ask more questions. What's the difference between greater and lesser fire resistance? I asked mentally. Query received. Lesser fire and greater fire are separate types of flame. Ah, so that's what it is. So there's different types of fire. Do you know what kind of fires there are? I asked. Query received. Full list unavailable. Comprehensive data on. Lesser fire is the weakest and most commonly observed variant of fire, limited effect on ether enchantments and poses negligible threat to host physiology. Fire type is too weak to damage external armor and flesh. The only potential danger comes from obstruction of sensory abilities if lesser fire is present in sufficient quantities. Greater fire has been observed to appear from spell conjuration and the breath attack of the feathered wyvern. This fire type poses a low threat to host physiology due to resistances and regeneration. Ether fire has been observed to appear from the attacks of the lesser phoenix. This type of fire poses a moderate threat to host physiology. Extended exposure may compromise exterior armor. Threat is diminished by molting capabilities to purge fire effects. Avoiding extended exposure is advised. It is recommended that the host should pursue further assimilation of the lesser phoenix genome to increase resistance to this fire type. Limited data on spell wall purges flame. Analysis indicates possible spell conjuration of greater cursed fire. Contextual mentions reference list. Angels will purge you in holy fire. The angels wield divine fire. Few things burn like daimonic fire. No data available on above-mentioned fire types. Temporary tags allocated for future analysis and reference. Interesting. Well, I guess I should finish the rest of my meal. When I finished off the rest of the screaming sobbing lizards, I got to level 5 of their genome. These were platinum rank, so they are definitely worth more than usual. I got more of the same for the bonuses and the Lacerta pathogen, which will definitely come in handy if I run into any more lizard kin. Did you enjoy the meal we prepared, Great One? The strange mutated lizard kin asked, his eyes alight with religious fervor. I could see it in his eyes, the flame of fanaticism mixed with a desperate need for validation. It wasn't bad. Now then, who are you? I asked as I looked down at the creature, drowning its body in shadow. I am the first advocate, Great One. I speak for the Eternal Mother and the more mundane members of our family. The creature replied. This Eternal Mother is one of the queens of the Armazafchund? I asked. No, Great One. She is Queen of Queens. She commands all her children in this resplendent desert. The advocate replied. All of them? In the whole desert? I asked as I tilted my head. Yes, Great One. The advocate replied. That doesn't sound right. After I ate those lizard kin, I got pieces of their memories from my ability memory. Assimilation. From what I can gather, the Armazafchund warred with each other, each hive fighting for supremacy. So either this guy is lying or there is some misinformation floating around here. I thought the hives warred with each other. As far as I know, they aren't working with each other. I said as I leaned down towards the advocate. Please, the Eternal Mother will explain everything. If you could just accommodate. The advocate began. I opened my mouth and snapped my jaw shut an inch from his face. The advocate shouted in alarm and fell back into the sand. Do you think I survived this long by being accommodating? You think I'm some sort of fool? You think I'll just follow you blindly down into that dark hole? I snapped in response. Please, Great One, I meant no offense. The advocate stammered in reply as it buried its head into the sand in deference. Then talk. My patience wears thin. I growled as I brandished my blades. I sense no movement from the Armazafchund around me. As far as I can sense, they have no inclination to defend this guy. I guess he is a disposable pawn. Does he even know anything? I do not know much. I just know that you and the Eternal Mother are kin. The advocate stammered in response. I highly doubt that. I said with a snarl. It is what the Eternal Mother says, Great One. You who came before all. The advocate replied. Now that is interesting. Am I really going to meet another devourer? Well, if this is true, then I can't really pass up the possibility. Besides, there is no way they can possibly know what I truly am. Maybe this Eternal Mother can sense me. If I can't sense her, it might mean she is stronger than me. She probably is. The Varakrama Empire fell thousands of years ago. The time frame alone would give this Eternal Mother plenty of time to build up her strength. Still, why work through proxies? Invisibility isn't that hard to get. Those mantis things had invisibility. I am sure she would have been able to hide and survive if she really wanted to. Why would she just lock herself in a hole in the ground? Is she that afraid of heaven? Well, the Armazafchund here don't look that bad. The Queen's Guard looks slightly challenging, but I feel I could still win. The phoenixes I ate previously gave me a strong power-up. I could set their entire den on fire and make a run for it. It's still risky, but I suppose nothing ventured, nothing gained. After all, I still have my trump card. I have this ability called Solar Beam. I basically shoot this ray of searing light from my mouth. I tested it a bit and it essentially superheats everything around it. I can resist it to an extent, but most other creatures just catch fire from the heat. So in theory, if I fire that in their tiny enclosed cave, I'll turn the whole place into an oven. This should seriously inhibit the Armazafchun's ability to fight. So in the chaos I can just run past the burning enemies and make a break for it. At least that was the plan on paper. "Alright, take me to her," I said. As I followed the advocate deeper into the cave, I could sense slight vibrations in the earth around me. The walls were made of some kind of hardened sand. From what I could tell, the sand was held together with some kind of secretion. I guess they really do live up to their reputation as burrowers. Eventually we arrived at this large cavern with a hole at the other end. In front of the hole stood a strange creature. It had a vastly different body structure from the rest of the Armazafchun. For one thing, it was big, about as big as me at full size. Towering 5 meters tall, it had a long elongated head. The head connected to a torso that looked suspiciously like mine. It had a rough humanoid shape with 4 arms. The arms were slender, nothing like the muscular arms of the other Armazafchun. The hands were tipped with 4 slender knife-like fingers. The shape was honestly similar to my hands. Odd. Maybe the Eternal Mother really was a devourer. Its lower half was this bloated armored abdomen, similar to the kind you see on insects. From the sides of the abdomen protruded 8 insect-like legs that held the creature up. On the front was 2 smaller insect legs that looked like it can be used for rudimentary digging and close-ranged attacks. "Greetings, honored one," the creature said as it bowed slightly. "So it can talk." "I don't think you are the Eternal Mother," I replied. "I am not. I am the queen of this brood. I am but a loyal servant of the Eternal Mother. The Eternal Mother awaits in the chamber behind me. All the other queens from across the desert have arrived and we await your arrival," the queen said. "You have a name?" I asked as I assessed the queen's power. She was strong, stronger than the 2 Praetorians standing next to her. Although there was an anomaly with what I could sense. I could tell she had strength, yet I sensed little danger. Perhaps her strength lies in abilities beyond combat. Which I suppose is expected of a hive queen. A hive queen, after all, usually wouldn't appear on the battlefield. "My name is Nafas, Queen of Brood Nafas," the queen said as it bowed again. "And yourself, Great One?" Nafas asked. "I'll let you know," I replied calmly. That was half a power play and also the fact. I don't have a name. I guess my old name Timothy would be a bit underwhelming, wouldn't it? The great devourer, eater of heroes and gods. Its name. Timothy. Yeah, that sounds lame as hell. "As you wish, Great One, would you be willing to follow me to the Eternal Mother?" Nafas asked. "Lead on," I said with a nod. As I walked past the guards, I heard growls from behind me and I saw one of the Praetorians block the advocate's way. "You will return to the surface," Nafas said coldly as she turned to look at the advocate. "But..." the advocate began. "Obey." Nafas growled and the ether crystal on the advocate's back pulsed. The advocate stiffened for a moment as every muscle in his body seemed to tense. "I understand," the advocate said as he bowed and turned around robotically. I looked at Nafas for a moment and her gaze turned to me. "We have utter control of the weaklings on the surface. They are useful pawns, although they do occasionally forget their place," Nafas said. I calmly nodded in response and Nafas continued to lead me deeper into the tunnel. Eventually I arrived in a massive cavern. I looked around and saw numerous paths leading out the chamber. The chamber was tall and I could see more passages leading out in the walls. For all intents and purposes, this place looked like a central command center. I'll bet those tunnels lead to the other hives. Although there was a glaring thing that was strange about this place. This chamber wasn't like the tunnels that were made of hardened sand. This place was constructed by humanoids. I could see pillars of sand-colored stone and the floor was made of what used to be finely cut stones, but they were now weathered and cracked, ravaged by the toll of time. This place was old, very old. In the center of the chamber I could see 7 other queens surrounding this chained creature. Or should I say the remains of a creature. Its head was huge, about half as big as my body at full size. The thing was, it looked like it was missing half its body. I could see its flesh and bone protruding from its lower half. For all intents and purposes it looked dead except for one thing. Leading out of its cracked open torso was a string of large blood vessels that connected to a large still pumping heart that was placed on a pedestal. In my vision, the heart glowed like a sun, and I couldn't help but feel that primal hunger roar up from within. Above the creature was a large device with 5 massive ether crystals arranged in a circle. I watched as arcs of lightning bounced from one crystal to the other. The lightning arced from crystal to crystal in a circuit. Ah! At last! It is good to see a fellow firstborn, I heard the mangled creature say wearily. As I approached, the queens all parted and bowed reverently, and soon I stood before the mangled creature. Its body greatly resembled the Armazafchund queen's, with the same purple armored plates and 4 eyes. I couldn't tell what the rest of the body looked like because simply, the rest wasn't there anymore. My best guess was that this magical contraption was the only thing keeping this creature alive. Ah, youngling, how quaint! The creature said with a weak chuckle. You are the Eternal Mother. Are you a devourer? I asked curiously. Although the heart was tempting, this was a priceless opportunity to learn about this world. Thus far, all I've heard are second-hand accounts and books written by people with agendas. I'm pretty sure everything I know has a hefty amount of embellishment to it. I doubt I could trust most of what I have been told. So, who better to ask about devourers than from a devourer's own lips? Yes and yes. As for the second yes, I am what's left of one, I'm afraid, and what's left won't be. The Eternal Mother said as she was racked with coughing. You're dying, I stated as I examined her body. From what I can tell, it's a wonder she's even able to talk or even stay conscious. Yes. This infernal contraption is running out fuel, and it is the only thing binding me to the mortal coil. The Eternal Mother said. What happened to you? I asked. You would be amazed what a 10,000 mage ritual powered by enough ether crystals to build a fortress can do. Also, I simply was not that powerful. I served another of our kin. He has departed this world thanks to the efforts of the Divine Council. I was his vassal, you could say. The Eternal Mother said. Why weren't you that powerful? I asked. I simply preferred the pursuit of the mind rather than growing my body. I did to flesh what a sculptor did to marble. I was a sculptor of flesh, and I built my master an army to police the weaklings below us. The fodder below loses their flavor after a point after all, and it would be a waste to simply wipe them out. Tribute does not flow from a dead race after all. The Eternal Mother said. So you created the Armazafchund? I asked as I looked around at the queens. Interestingly, they all looked away as if in shame. Ah, look at me, young one, I may be a broken wreck of a creature, but do you truly think these crude husks was all I could create? The Eternal Mother said with a weary laugh. No, these were cobbled together under my instruction by my captors. Their simple minds did what they could, albeit extremely crudely despite my guidance. It's all quite embarrassing to look at, honestly. The Eternal Mother said with a sardonic laugh. Uh-huh, so who did this to you? I asked. The Pyfnarth Daewin, or Empire of the Sun if you use the common tongue. The 3rd dynasty of the Empire to be exact. They wanted an army since they were the one fighting my creations for most of the 3rd conflict. The Eternal Mother replied. It struck me how odd it was to be having a leisurely conversation with a dying thought to be extinct creature. But here we are, I suppose. There's a lot of information in that reply, but I think I'll take this one step at a time. So what exactly do you want from me? And how did you know I was coming? I asked. You are young, and since you asked how I knew you were coming, I assume I am the firstborn you have ever met. The Eternal Mother asked, and I nodded in reply. Well, you will have the ability to sense our kin at some point. I could sense you for quite a while. You were born further down south from what I can tell. Although how do you seemingly disappear every day? You couldn't exactly defend yourself from something you didn't know existed after all. The Eternal Mother asked. I was born in this tomb. It's this magical structure that can change its shape to fit my needs. I replied. Ah, the Elysian Empire, I assume? The Eternal Mother asked. Yes, as far as I can tell. I replied. They always did like their secret vaults. You'll probably run into a few more. Although I doubt they would have any more of our kind's eggs lying around. We didn't exactly breed that often. The Eternal Mother said. How do we breed? I asked. Well, we don't breed in the way everything else does. We transform into a pair of eggs and we effectively die at that point. The whole gender phenomenon was just a way some of our predecessors came up with to create more of us without dying in the process. Two halves share the load of reproduction, it makes it less demanding after all. But of course that made them weaker, and just through evolutionary pressure reproductive ability trumped individual strength. The rest of the firstborn tolerated the presence of the lesser races. Slaves have their uses after all, we didn't think that these lesser creatures could ever overthrow us. Oh, how wrong we were. It turns out quantity has its own quality, like sending a legion of your progeny to gather ether crystals behind our backs. The Eternal Mother said with a sigh. So they killed all of us? I asked. In a way, we let the Cretans roam free. We didn't even care that they broke off 2 sections of the world to make their own personal domain. A domain we could not enter, by the way, that is, unless we managed to eat one of the denizens of those worlds. They did so to flee, and we thought their power was beneath us. But the lesser races used techniques and technology to give themselves an edge. They simply learned to play a bad hand better than we knew how to play our much more favorable hand. The Eternal Mother explained. You were killed by arrogance. I stated calmly. Oh, you don't have to say it out loud. It's embarrassing enough as it is. The Eternal Mother said with a laugh that was followed by a raspy cough. So what now? I don't think you asked me to come here to have a pleasant conversation. I said. Well, the conversation is certainly a treat, these ones don't exactly make good conversation. The Eternal Mother said as she shifted her gaze to the queens. How may we be of service, Great Mother? The queens said in unison. See what I mean? The deference grew old after the first few millennia. These ones are rather dull-minded as well, they lack cognitive capacity. Not surprising considering those that actually created them preferred clubbing their way through all their problems. The Eternal Mother said with a sigh. Also, if I have to see another bipedal cretin walk in here and beg for my blessing, I might just ask my queens to just destroy my heart and be done with all this. The Eternal Mother said. So what do you want? Why have you just lived like this for so long? I asked. Hey, young one. I wanted vengeance. I wanted to destroy all there is of those who wronged me. I wanted heaven to burn and hell to freeze over. I wanted the usurpers undone. I want them to fall the same way our kind did. I want them to fall to their own arrogance. The Eternal Mother. And how exactly are you going to do that? I asked as I raised a non-existent eyebrow. Simple. Really? The Eternal Mother said. I want you to eat my heart. Chapter 34, New Me, New Strategies. I looked at her blankly as I took in what she just said. She wants me to eat her. To be honest, I could just take it, but I was expecting she would ask me to do something to extend her life. Like refilling that giant magic machine above us or something. Isn't our whole race's shtick survival of the fittest? You know, surviving is part of that whole thing. You want me to kill you? I asked. Yes. The Eternal Mother replied calmly. Why? You could ask me to find a way to heal you or find a way to recharge that machine or something. I replied. If there is one thing I know from my past life, if something seems too good to be true, chances are it is. Incidents where you get free stuff are few and far between. Once I was offered a slice of pizza by this teenage girl. She said she wanted to help me, and honestly it was 5 degrees Celsius out, I hadn't eaten in a day, so I wasn't about to be picky. It turns out the reason she bought me the slice of pizza was because she had a school project about helping the poor. So she just bought me a slice of pizza and made me take a picture with her. How did I find this out? Well, she was blabbing on her phone almost immediately after she took the photo. So that was a lesson in how everyone always wanted something. Then there's the time that a group of men in suits visited the slum I was living in to ask for applicants to this medicine trial in exchange for cash. I was about to sign up with Lil Sis, but this nice man stopped me, telling me the medicine may do horrible things to me in the long run. There's a lot more examples I have, but the point is that I learned everyone wants something and nothing is free. Does it matter? The Eternal Mother asked. How long do you think I'll last if I'm so trusting? I replied with a question of my own. Ah, good, it would not do for one of our kind to be meek and trusting. Trust no one, we are firstborn, we stand alone. The Eternal Mother said with a smile. So why do you want me to help you commit suicide? I ask again. It's simple really, you see that contraption above me will last about a few more months at most. Even if you could restore power to this infernal contraption, it wouldn't matter. I am forever chained to this machine, I am living on borrowed time. Do you know why so many of our kind decided to transform ourselves into a pair of eggs? The Eternal Mother asked, and I shook my head in response. Because for us the only goal, the only purpose we have is to survive and grow strong. Back then long ago, in a time that lives on only in distorted legends, there were some who could not grow any stronger and were on the cusp of being devoured. For you see, we only eat those worthy, and some are born more worthy than others. Every single one of our kin is different, we are a species of one. None of us can fully assimilate the essence we obtain. We take what we have the most affinity for, and some of us can take more than others. So then came the solution: by turning themselves into eggs they found a way to live on. For we would not eat a newborn, it is simply a waste. Just like how those bipedal cretin fatten cattle, we too did this for our own kind. It wasn't uncommon for one of us to look the other way when we came across something that was not worth eating. Because you see, the strongest among us battle for supremacy, and everything else grovels at their feet. For the strong do what they will and weak suffer what they must. That is our way, that has always been our way. Eat or be eaten, kill or be killed, consume, adapt, overcome. The Eternal Mother said. So you want to live on through me, because you can't leave anymore. You're basically dead. I stated. More or less. Unfortunately, you won't get much from me. Well, it's a lot for you as you are now, but I once had 4 hearts. So you just have a quarter of my power at your disposal. The Eternal Mother said. So our essence is concentrated in our hearts? I asked. Yes, essence is just energy in the form of information, we call it the essence code. It is both an information database and a power source. We add to our code and grow its power. The difference between us and everything else is that our essence code is mutable like clay. It can change, adapt, and our bodies can handle this chaotic nature. For you see, the bulk of our power is not actually in our physical or magical strength, it is in our ability to change our essence code. This ability of controlled evolution and adaptation is an extremely resource-intensive trait. That is why most of the other races switched to the mating system, which eventually evolved into the gender system. They gave up their ability to change and banked on random mutations and population size. Thus, when they breed, it becomes relatively cheap in terms of resources, with 2 parents offering the power for 2 offspring. This has changed greatly over the eons, of course. Now breeding mostly hampers the female. The males only offer a copy of essence to meld with the essence of the female. The offspring then inherit a random combination of the traits. From there, the ones with the best traits for survival will continue to sire progeny. They used evolutionary pressure in large populations to fulfill the same function our mutable essence did. It is a crude solution but understandable for weaklings. They were after all unfit to walk among the strong. Not everything that crawled out of the primordial pool was fit for survival in our world. To their credit, this solution is creative to say the least. The Eternal Mother said. I see. Although, after hearing all of this, it looks like the others had the winning strategy. After all, we are the ones thought extinct. I replied. Ha, you may be right. So what will you do with that information? The Eternal Mother asked. Simple really, the other races get power from numbers. I'll just have to get a lot of them on my side. With your abilities to change them, I can change them to my designs. I will offer them power in exchange for loyalty. Or perhaps sculpt loyalty into their very being. I said. I tried that, young one. Eventually the other races figured out those under my sway were just slaves, with no independence. They realized submitting to me was as good as dying. The Eternal Mother said. I plan to do it. More subtly. I replied. Subtly? The Eternal Mother asked curiously. You see, there is one thing I realized about them. You don't have to control them directly, you just have to control what they care about. If you offer food to the starved, they will do pretty much anything. I will have some slaves for sure, but I will let the more intelligent groups keep their own free will. I plan to make them be my very willing servants. I said. I'm not sure how you are going to do that, but I doubt you wish to give a long exposition on it. The Eternal Mother said. Yeah, it would be a pain. I replied with a small chuckle. Now then, I assume you are willing to devour me. The Eternal Mother asked. Naturally. I replied. Excellent, now then there is a problem. I have a lot of adaptations, but I can only give some of it because I only have 1 heart left. So now you have to choose. The Eternal Mother said. What's on the market? I asked. The adaptations I have were made for a different time. Our kin once evolved to fight each other, but now the world is different, so I expect you will choose a different approach. The first option I give you is my combat-focused adaptations. My combat abilities focus on ambushes and stealth. I used my creations to distract and impede while I waited for the perfect moment to strike. I have a weak defense but powerful offense. I am what is called a stalker-type strain. Essentially, I am an ambush predator. There are two other types, the first being brawlers that focus on physical strength and lack speed. The second are those that focus on magic and ether manipulation but fall short in physical capabilities. The Eternal Mother said. So the warrior, mage and rogue? I said. Yes, the chaff imitate our strategies even till today. After all, we had eons to perfect it. The Eternal Mother replied. And the next option? I asked. The second is my magical abilities. They are formidable by your standards, but it is nothing worthy of note against the true masters of the arcane. I just learned them out of curiosity and I rarely used them in battle. But if you desire to move into that path, I can give you head start. The third and final option is my abilities of fleshcrafting. I can give you the power to sculpt flesh and turn what is sallow into something more. Much more. This is my strongest ability. You will be able to create works from scratch or change what is weak. In truth, this ability is also very rare. There is a reason, after all, they decided to keep me alive. The Eternal Mother replied. Honestly, straight up power sounds good, but I can get that from elsewhere. What's more, what she describes sounds a lot like what I have now. I'm mostly an ambush predator as well. So her physical traits won't give me many new strategic options. I'll just be able to do what I do now but better. The second option just didn't seem like a good choice. I mean, she basically admitted that she's a shit magic caster compared to the other firstborn. But then again, that's a really high bar. Cecilia said in the old legends the firstborn could raise islands from the sea, create pocket dimensions and other crazy shit like that. So her powers may still be really powerful. But the last option was really interesting. I have been thinking about this for a while actually. I have a feeling individual strength may simply not be good enough. From what I can tell, the old Devourers were individualistic. They didn't collaborate. I have a feeling if the other Devourers all worked together, they wouldn't all be dead. Strength in numbers and all that. Plus, being strong alone didn't seem to work last time, and back then there were a lot more of us. Isn't the definition of insanity doing the same thing over and over again while expecting a different outcome? She said it herself, this world is different than what it used to be. I mean, I don't exactly have access to the kind of prey that used to exist. Finding this mangled piece of a devourer is a big win, but compared to the stuff the other devourers had access to, this is probably just crumbs. I need to use a different approach. I need people on my side, strength in numbers. So my plan is this: I'm not going to compel loyalty through direct control, at least not on a mass scale. I'm going to get them addicted to something, in this case power. With this ability I can change them, make them better. The past devourers were born with their power. They don't know what it's like to be weak and helpless with no way of fighting back. Well, at least the ones in charge didn't know. But me? Oh, I know what that's like. In my past life, my life was a dead end. I had no opportunities to improve my life. I was helpless, powerless, I couldn't save myself, I couldn't save my lil sis. But now. Oh, now. I can be as powerful as I want, I have limitless potential. And this feeling. It's intoxicating. I will offer this forbidden fruit to those who are willing. Their power growth will rely on me. If I control this desire, then I control them. Of course, I will alter them slightly to be addicted to this quest for more power. If I make the game, I can ensure the house always wins. They can have whatever goals they want, do all that hero shit, feed the poor, save the nation, blah blah blah, whatever. At the end of the day, no matter what the goal, no matter the passion, they need power to do that. People are slaves to their passions, we are nothing without them. We are all addicts, and I know addicts. After all, in the slums, if there is one thing that is always present, it's addicts. Whether to some kind of drug or to their lost dreams. Take away what someone lives for and you might as well kill them where they stand. After all, that's what happened to me. When I lost Lil Sis, I just gave up. I stopped caring. I suppose that's the main reason I died. Well, I won't be powerless this time. Everything in this world is one of two things to me. They are either allies or food. If there is one thing that I have that the old devourers don't, it's that I know what it's like to be weak. I used to be human, and that knowledge will be useful. I know how they think, well, how I used to think anyway. Humans are weak and squishy creatures, but we are quite smart. As the Eternal Mother said, the humanoids here learn to play their worse hand better than the devourers learn to play their far better hand. I may be smart, but I can't think of everything and I can't be everywhere. I need help. So that's the plan. Those who serve me will get something for it. If I can just offer a better deal than anyone on the market, converts shouldn't be that hard. What do those business people call it? A value proposition. A USP? Well, that can't be right. USP and value proposition doesn't sound remotely like the same thing. Well, whatever, I get the general idea. I give you shit, more shit than anyone else, shit only I can give you, and in return you work for me. Maybe I can throw in a year-end bonus or something. I'll see how it goes. So what is your choice, youngling? The Eternal Mother asked. I'll take flesh sculpting. I replied as I saw the corner of her mouth curl up slightly in a small smile. Good choice. Chapter 35, The Eternal King. As I approached the beating heart, I could sense the eyes of all the queens on my back. The Eternal Mother said, when I eat her heart I will assume control of the Armazafchunt. I will also be able to change them. Apparently they are creatures that are based on the one who commands them. So I could change the Armazafchunt to fit my designs. She also warned me not to squirm when I finally understood what the Armazafchunt truly are: crude and simplistic creations. A creation made by those who have a rudimentary understanding of the art of flesh sculpting. The Eternal Mother can apparently control what essence she chooses to store in the heart. In the past she has prioritized adaptations that can extend her lifespan, but now she is going to expend what little energy she has left to give me the tools that I need. She told me after she does this she will die soon after. She simply doesn't have enough strength remaining. Farewell, young one, even in death may I be triumphant. The Eternal Mother said softly as she shut her eyes. I opened my maw, now wet with saliva, as I approached the heart. I bit down hard on the organ and I savored the explosion of flavor. Oh my god, this tasted good. This must be how crackheads feel. Essence is a hard drug, no one can convince me otherwise. When I finished the heart I heard a crackling overhead. I looked up and saw the crystals seemingly short-circuit before dimming. Well, that's broke as shit now. I felt my body heat up, and I don't mean like it's getting warm here, I mean really hot. I felt my body change and shift as I began absorbing this enormous amount of essence. The amount of essence in that heart was probably more than I had in total. Then I heard the voice ring out in my head. Acquired new Devourer strain. Eternal Mother strain acquired. Warning, strain incomplete. Analyzing. Eternal Mother strain assimilated. Gestalt domination acquired. Mutagenic parasite acquired. Flesh sculpting X acquired. Psionic transcendence V acquired. Ether mastery acquired. Core evolution achieved stage 5. Core evolution achieved stage 6. Monomolecular edge acquired. Blade sharpness greatly improved. Augmenting. Combining chitinous bone blades with monomolecular edge. Kaiser blades acquired. Kaiser spines acquired. Metabolic boost improved. Metabolic frenzy acquired. Movement speed greatly increased. Strength greatly increased. Perception greatly increased. Advanced cognition has evolved to ascendant cognition. Memory assimilation has evolved to greater memory assimilation. Intelligence greatly increased. Eternal Mother strain augmenting base wraith strain. Void core acquired. Adjusting void core to present adaptations. Void enchant acquired. Void enchant now available for Kaiser blades and Kaiser spines. Void enchant causes strikes to ignore 30% of resistances. Void enchant causes sunder effect on resistances, reducing their effectiveness by 5% per stack up to 25%. Void cloak acquired. Void cloak combining with ethereal invisibility. Unseen predator acquired. Stealth is no longer susceptible to advanced magic detection. This effect is toggleable. Oh, so I can adjust the strength of my invisibility on the fly. Well, I can do a lot of mental fuckery with this. Augmenting. Unseen predator and Gestalt domination combining with ether decoy. Void decoy acquired. Void decoy can now use unseen predator. User can now swap positions with void decoy. Void decoy can now be controlled to a greater degree. Void decoy automated intelligence improved. Whoa shit. That's cool. My decoy is now smarter and I can actually use it to reposition on the battlefield. Void burrow acquired. Burrowing, movement type effectiveness greatly increased. There it is, the Armazafchun's burrowing ability. I didn't get much combat stuff, just a few things here and there. Most of the combat-related traits just came from my core evolution. If I took the combat-related abilities, I am sure I would have gotten some really good stuff. The void stuff must just have been the tip of the iceberg. I hope I made the right choice. But overall some pretty cool stuff. I'll examine those in more detail later. Now there is a more pressing thing to address. I can now sense a presence in the back of mind. It wasn't that strong and it had no control over me, but I know it's there. I focused on the presence and I started to feel a connection. I turned to the queens and they all bowed in unison. Then I heard a chorus of voice speaking in perfect unison echoing in my mind. The Eternal Mother is dead. Long live the Eternal King. I focused again on the presence and I instinctively began to trace the signal. I could feel 100,000 minds thinking in unison. A chorus of 100,000 voices. And the reception was terrible. It's like an old radio. Yeah, okay, I can see what the Eternal Mother means when she said these ones were hastily cobbled together messes. As I zero in on Queen's minds, I could sense their essence code. Honestly, the whole thing was a giant hot mess. Inefficient, crude, mediocre at best. I can improve the reception by improving the queens. They lack the power to fully integrate into this hive mind. As for the rest of them, it was even worse. The biggest problems of the queen's designs was that first off, it was extremely inefficient, so much wasted potential. I could double their effectiveness just by shifting some things around. The second being is that their base hardware was crude to begin with. I could make them better and I instinctively know how. But first, a question. I focus my mind and send out a clear message into that mass of minds. Who do you serve? Instantly I heard the voices ring out again. We serve you, Great One. Good. That's what I like to hear. Now then, time to make some changes. I looked at the queens and I saw them look at me expectantly. I could tell they were excited and I could sense there was a good amount of relief in their minds. It was odd to say the least. It was like their minds were now a part of my psyche. I was still in control, but it was like a part of me that I could control and command, kind of like a very obedient split personality. They were ashamed of their current state. The Eternal Mother must have harbored quite a bit of disdain for them. I mean, I can see why. These guys were terrible. The moment that thought crossed my mind, I saw the queens in front of me flinch slightly. Right, sorry, hive mind, gestalt consciousness and all that. Well, let's start with the more obvious issues then. Let's see. Okay, first thing, why the hell is this main artery going up from the heart into the neck and looping back down? What the hell is the point of this detour? I could put stuff there. Okay, let's change that first. The moment I made this change, I saw the queens curl up and a cocoon formed around them. As I examined the cocoon, I could see their body change. Okay, so that's easy. I just make my changes and they alter themselves on the fly. From what I can tell, I can alter the different casts as well. The casts are better designed. Far better. I wonder why. As I scanned the Eternal Mother's memories, I realized the lizard can only design the queens designed the lower castes, and the queens were directed by the Eternal Mother. Since the Eternal Mother couldn't change the queens, they were stuck with this crappy design for who knows how long. Time to do some sweeping changes. I have a feeling this is going to hurt. I started to resolve all the problems. I broke bone and tore flesh, rebuilding them from the ground up. They were now significantly more combat effective. I modeled them after myself. They now looked much more similar to me. Actually, I did a few more changes and reverted one of the queens to look more or less the same as its old form, minus all the internal problems, of course. If the Armazafchun suddenly disappeared, it would raise some eyebrows. The last thing I want is for someone to find this place. I still made the queen better than before. I just wasted some resources to maintain the appearance. As I continued to work, I really started to understand why the Eternal Mother spoke about humanoids in the way she did. The way she talked about them, it was like she was treating them like piles of talking shit. I mean, honestly, the older designs were really bad. I just got this new ability and I could tell the old design was crap. It was barely holding together, so much wasted potential. I'm not even that good at this whole thing. I could tell I still needed more practice and experimentation. My memory assimilation is limited, and even what I do manage to get the information does lack some context, so it's up to me to make sense of it all. Well, we'll see how it goes. I guess everyone starts from somewhere. By the end of my changes, I made the queens stronger in terms of combat abilities, but more importantly, I made them smarter and extended their control abilities. They should be able to control more of the lower castes now and also control them better. They should also be able to make better modifications to the lower castes. The queens now had a crown of gold feathers on their heads, just like me. Their bodies now looked much slimmer with the same white armored skin that I have. I gave them a vaguely feminine torso and the same roughly shaped head I had. I didn't give them sensor domes, it was expensive and honestly I see little purpose for it, so I gave them 4 eyes instead, with their heads covered with armored plates. Their lower bodies were snake-like, similar to mine, but the snake half was significantly thicker because they needed room for the ovipositor, or egg-laying organ in simple terms. They also had 4 arms, with the top 2 tipped with blades, again similar to me in design. I will need to make some flyers in the army at some point since I can fly. Having a flying creature like myself have an army of burrowers just seems weird. They shouldn't have much issues laying more eggs since the eggs grow and mature once laid, swelling to the appropriate size. Interestingly, they lay the same kind of egg and the egg will grow into the desired caste. So that is certainly useful. It makes it so that the hive can replenish its population extremely quickly. From what I can tell, the lowest caste can be fully formed in just a few days. All the queens needed is food, which I can arrange with Cecilia. My plan is to make the hive help out the humans in farming and construction to make their lives easier, since more food output means more extra food to feed my hive. It should buy me some goodwill as well. Hopefully that means less people will try to kill me. As I focused on the hive mind, I found the reception to be much better. The voices were clearer, less discordant, and much more unified. But there was a problem. The stronger queens meant their force of will in the hive mind is more pronounced as well. I can tell they are interfering with each other slightly. I could potentially solve this by making an overall controller, a caste above the queens. A prime queen, I guess. I dunno, I'll think of a name later. Now then, the only problem is I need some power to create it, and I don't feel like giving any of my own. I could use one of the queens and ascend one of them. But a new addition would be good. I also want to try my hand at actually creating something. Then I heard a crackle above me. I looked up and saw the large crystals still had a decent amount of juice in them. Hello, my pretty. Yes, that'll do just fine. But first I should probably get the queens out doing something. I don't know how long this will take. They're all still loyal, I have total control of them. Yes, they have individuality to an extent. They aren't mindless drones, but their minds are tied to me. Which is good. Initiative is important for subordinates. What is your will, my king? I heard the queens ask in unison. Well, for now the instructions are obvious. All of you except you, I said as I looked at the one queen that still looked the same. Prepare for travel. When the preparations are complete, have a look at your children. See how they can be improved. As for you, the odd one out, your job is to stay here and maintain our presence here. Make sure the rest of the world thinks nothing has changed. Be more aggressive if you have to, just make sure no one knows what has happened today. I said. Yes, my king. The queen said with a bow. We will make preparations at once, my king. We will be burrowing towards a new home, yes. One of the other queen said. Yes, we are moving south past the mountains. I replied. If we wish to remain undetected, we will first need to burrow deeply. The stunted ones occupy the earth below the mountains. If we are to avoid them, we must seal the tunnels behind us as we move to ensure secrecy. That will take some time. One of the other queens said. Very well, how long will the journey to Everland take? I asked. A week, my king. The same queen said. That's faster than I expected. Fine, play it safe, don't rush it. Take whatever detours you need, take whatever measures you need. No one is to know tens of thousands of us are moving through the mountain. I said. By your command, my king. The queens replied in unison. By the way, what's your name? I asked. I am Nafas, I was the one who brought you here. The queen replied. So she's the same one. Honestly, they're a little hard to tell apart. What's more, I just changed all of them dramatically and I didn't really pay attention to which was which. I should probably give them some markings so I can tell them apart. But that's something for later, I suppose. My king, I will struggle to maintain the illusion of our combined presence here with only the children I have in my brood. The unchanged queen said. Your name? I asked. Yagdra, my king. The queen said with a bow. Can you all transfer forces between broods? I asked. We can, my king. The queens replied. Take what you need from the other broods, we'll fill the ranks later. I said. As you wish. The queens replied with a bow. All right, get to it. I have some work to do. I said as I turned away. As our king commands. The queens said in unison. I could feel commands being sent out in the hive mind and 100,000 affirmations being replied. These soldiers will be useful for many purposes. One of the pressing issues was that humans fear things that are a lot stronger than them. It doesn't matter if the thing in question means them no harm, they just want to kill it just in case. That is something I'm going to have to address. Initially I thought just converting all of them to be my slaves would solve the issue, but if I can't do it to everyone at once, at some point everyone will just be terrified of what I was doing and unite against me. That may still happen regardless, but at least if I come across as helpful some may think twice. Hopefully. I mean, food and nice sturdy houses is better than facing a sea of gnashing maws and slashing claws. In the long term, ideally I'll create a hive so large to rival any nation. The world is lacking in essence, but it has plenty of food, or should I say plenty of fuel. The Armazafchund, or at least what used to be Armazafchund, were kind of similar to devourers in concept. They couldn't change themselves, but they could change the castes below them. Normally this wouldn't be a problem to the rest of the world since the queens can't grow that much stronger, so the power level of the Armazafchund's power is capped. But now I'm the top of the chain and I can grow infinitely. Which means now it's time to make a level above the queens, a right hand to help me command the hive. I looked up at the crystals and I felt a smile grace my lips. This is going to be good. Chapter 36, A New Queen. I took a step back from the cocoon as it ruptured, and from it emerged a creature that looked rather humanoid. I got the idea from the advocate dude I met earlier. I will need an advocate, and I rather not use any piece of trash I find lying around. The queens were rather terrifying creatures, with the large armored crowns on their heads, sharp blades and rows upon rows of serrated teeth. The queens were also large, being about as large as a small house. They were only the ones who could really communicate with anyone else, considering they were also the only ones that were smart enough to have a decent conversation. What's more, the queens tended to talk down to other species. I can feel the disdain for everything dripping off their consciousness. If I just imagine what would happen in a conversation with other humanoids, I can already hear lines like "Greetings, lesser creature" being thrown in. So I needed a diplomat and ambassador that the humanoids won't feel too weirded out by. Thus came my first creation. As she collapsed out of the cocoon and gracefully stood back up, I finally got a good look at what I had created. She had a sensor dome and white skin just like me. Her head was long, extending rather far backward to allow room for the brain matter that she would need to command the queens. I gave her the sensor dome because I need her to be able to read people, tell if they are lying, or if they mean any harm. From the back of her head extended a tail-like appendage that was tipped with a spike. I am going to test a design with this trait. I'm curious to see how this will work out. The tail can extend and split into four, allowing her to use the tail to move rapidly across any surface by using the tail as legs, kind of like a spider. It also doubled as an offensive weapon, as she can quickly strike with four spiked appendages simultaneously. That will be a nightmare to defend against an unprepared opponent. Oh yes, and those spikes were laced with venom, so that's another thing as well. I gave her an elongated neck and shoulders covered in a regal collar of armored plates that extended outwards in almost like a crown shape made of thin horns. She had 4 arms just like me, but her arms were thin and slender to give her a graceful appearance. But that doesn't mean she was weak. She could most certainly snap a gold-ranked adventurer's neck or bend metal with those arms. Her hands were 4-fingered with retractable talons. Those talons were of the same grade as my Kaiser blades. So those were 3-inch knives on each finger that could cut mithril. On her back I gave her wings similar to the ones I had. My idea was to design 2 sets of creatures, one for above ground and one for underground. That way it won't be too weird if a hive of burrowing creatures was controlled by a flying monster. I don't want anyone to know these guys used to be the Armazafchund. I want them to think that these guys have always served me. It should be easy enough for them to uphold the deception since I can control them with directives. As for her lower half, I gave her legs since it would be more familiar to the humanoids as compared to a snake's lower half. The idea for her was to be alien yet familiar. If she looked too much like a human or any other humanoid, she would seem like someone was trying to imitate them, which would raise eyebrows. The idea I went with was that she was an ancient precursor to most humanoid races. So I designed her to look slightly similar to the present humanoids. I know what most of the humanoids look like thanks to some of Cecilia's books, so I made her resemble them slightly. She had wide hips that led to digitigrade legs that ended in 3 talon feet, similar in design to the lizardkin. I modeled the angle of the leg joints closer to the other more odd races that I haven't come across, like the vulpine that look like anthropomorphic foxes. She was about 2.5 meters tall, making her much taller than your average humanoid. Okay, maybe that's less than the really tall ones like trolls, but the high elves were the oldest surviving race and they were like 2 meters tall tops. The high elves, as far as I knew, were the most innately powerful humanoid race. They live so long they might as well be immortal by most of the other races' standards. Then again, the heirs of the firstborn seemed to be exceptions. They could pop up in any race and their power matched even the most powerful races in existence. But I suppose that's a topic for another time. Who do you serve? I asked as I sensed her consciousness connect into the hive mind. I serve you, Great One. She replied in a melodious voice that sounded almost ethereal. I tested and probed her psyche and I found her mind to be a powerful presence in the hive. She is easily the most powerful mind in here, besides me of course. I could tell she was very intelligent, which is good, since I gave her all that brain matter for a reason. You need a name, I muttered as I looked her up and down. Something that showed her status and would roll easily off the tongue. I got nothing. Yeah, photographic memory, have the brain capacity to control an entire race of creatures mentally. Can't come with a name. Oh, for fuck's sake. Maybe I'll ask Cecilia, she might be able to think of something. I guess. Well, that's that, I guess. It's been 4 days since I started working on her. I guess I might as well get the hive moving towards Everlin. I'll get the hive settled down in Everlin first, then I'll go try out that mutagenic parasite. It apparently lets me mutate and alter existing organisms outside of the hive. The change is limited based on the base template of the creature, and I could decide if I wanted to add their minds to the hive mind. I would need a lot of practice on this one, since this would be my key offering to some of the humans. Well, I should probably get on with it then. Degree, Black Chess King, degree. Sir Dane sat nervously in the room of an inn. It was a musky, dank place, utterly unfit for someone of his stature. The last time he was in Peeler's Pit it was to put down a riot. Now he was sitting with his knight commander and his fellow knight Sir Holt as they waited for Princess Cecilia. Why have you brought me here? Enough with the riddles, out with it. His knight commander finally snapped impatiently. Knight commander, please. This is important. We cannot tell you. Sir Dane began. Cannot tell me. His knight commander snapped in reply, his face slowly turning purple. I came here because I trusted you too, you are the best knights I have. But remember who commands you, we all have many duties. With that rogue beast slaughtering our friends in the Adventurers Guild, we do not have time for this. Why am I here? His knight commander thundered. Then Sir Dane heard the door open behind them. He turned to see Princess Cecilia gracefully shed the hood that was covering her beautiful visage. Her flaming red hair and red eyes glittering like rubies. Greetings, Knight Commander Robert, I hope the years have treated you kindly. Cecilia said warmly. Princess Cecilia? Knight Commander Robert asked in shock as he stood up. What? How? Knight Commander Robert asked in confusion. This is why we couldn't tell you why we brought you here. Thank you for your trust, sir. Sir Dane said with a bow. Trust? Why couldn't you tell? A plot? But are you truly Princess Cecilia? Knight Commander sputtered in reply, his mind reeling. My good Knight Commander, do you remember when I asked for your counsel in a hallway in the east wing of the palace all those years ago? The time when I wanted your opinion on how a grain reserve would improve your knights' ability to do their duty. Princess Cecilia said. Yes. I told you a parable. Knight Commander Robert said cautiously. Yes. From ashes to mirth our lives are decided by the whims of fate. Cecilia replied as Knight Commander Robert's eyes widened in shock. Your Highness. Knight Commander Robert said as he fell to his knees. Sir Dane and Holt both did the same following their commander. The sound of their armored knees striking the half-rotted wood floor echoing out. Cecilia calmly approached and she knelt down before the loyal Knight Commander. Rise, good knights. Cecilia said gently as helped Knight Commander Robert to his feet. How? I thought you were dead. Knight Commander Robert replied. It is a long story. That is why your loyal knights could not tell you why they brought you here. Cecilia said. Cecilia then recounted what has happened, her imprisonment, her escape, her alliance with the great beast and now what her father has done to Hearthstead. She of course didn't mention the prophecy and merely spun the narrative of her father being power-hungry. With a village burnt to the ground it wasn't that hard of a sell all things considered. If you need proof please listen to this. Cecilia said as she placed the audio recording device. Now in addition to the old audio there was more. The eyes of the knights widened as they heard the voice of their king roar out of the small device. What do you mean your operatives failed? You said they were the best you could find. Your Grace, the mage was skilled, very skilled, her identity is unknown. I suspect it might be the princess. She is a very gifted mage and she has had nothing but time to practice the arcane arts during her imprisonment. If you recall she constructed her first original spell at 8 years old. So she is trying to turn my own knights against me. Possibly with the evidence at the scene it would be easy to persuade them or at least sow the seeds of doubt. Yet my knights have not sought an audience. Treason in my ranks. Very well, Sarna, make preparations for a purge. If the knights prove themselves disloyal we will need to call the traitors. Your Grace, with respect. If this fails, it will be the end of your reign. It will be the end of my reign if my own knights turn against me. I will not let that happen, you know what is at stake. If we fail it will be both your head and mine will be on the chopping block. Your Grace. That is a command. Make your preparations. Cecilia inwardly smiled as she listened to the recording. In reality that whole both of their heads on the chopping block thing wasn't talking about the people lynching the pair of them. It was talking about what heaven would do if they found out about the prophecy. But the knights didn't need to know that. A purge. Knight Commander Robert said shakily. Yes, my father in his bid to remain in power has decided that your long years of service are something to be easily discarded. He has clearly shown that he does not value the lives of his soldiers or his citizens. He has on all accounts broken his oath as protector of the realm. Cecilia said solemnly. Then we must act. We cannot allow this to happen. He won't stop at one village. Knight Commander Robert muttered. Yes, he won't, he burned that village just to get information on my friend. What will he do when his crown is at risk? Cecilia asked. Yes, he will. But what of your friend? That beast has killed dozens of adventurers. Why would you ally with it? Knight Commander Robert asked. He was the one that freed me. He is no dull beast, my good Knight Commander. As far as he knew, he woke up to see a group of humans trying to kill him. Is that surprising that one as powerful as him would not strike back? A human would not react much differently. My friend is quite reasonable, Knight Commander. He has a sharp mind and his life spans far into ancient times. I dare say he is the wisest individual in the region. Cecilia said. How old is he? Knight Commander Robert asked. Cautiously. It is common knowledge that what is old is powerful. Size is not a good gauge of strength, it is what lies within that matters. An individual's strength can vary from a cup to an ocean, and when the creatures of old fought, the legends say they could sunder mountains. Even today, millions of years later, some parts of the land bear the scars of ancient battles. Cursed deserts in the middle of jungles. A frozen island in the tropics. A mountain that looks like it has been cleaved in twain. Cliff sides that are made of black glass. Many vestiges of a time when gods walked the world. I do not know, he has never shown me his full strength. Best to not show your full hand until necessary, at least that's what he told me. I can tell you he is at least as old as the Elysian Empire. The vault he was sealed in had some of their old magics. I saw some old runes of power within. Cecilia said. Elysian Empire. If we let this go on, more adventurers will be butchered. Knight Commander Robert muttered as all the implications started to sink in. Yes, I saw a fight between a gold-ranked team and my friend. It wasn't a battle, not even a fight, it was slaughter. Their spells and attacks bounced off their hide like common stones and his blades cut an adventurer's mithril shield in half with a single blow. But not that surprising considering we use mithril because the old alloys are lost to us and we no longer possess the knowledge to properly capitalize on mithril's ability to hold enchantments. Cecilia said with a shake of her head. We cannot beat him, Knight Commander Robert. If he has survived the empires of old, we do not stand a chance. We cannot kill what we can barely understand. Cecilia said. Yes, we fight monsters by capitalizing on their weaknesses. There is no guarantee we can even exploit the weakness even if we knew what it was. Knight Commander Robert said with a sigh. That is not all. In truth, if I wanted to take the throne by force I could have already done so. But I cannot do that, a violent usurpation would throw our nation into chaos. We cannot afford that now, especially with Tralis and Beryllus at each other's throats. Lady Sarina tells me they are already at war and Tralis is winning. Tralis is ruled by a usurper house. Lady Sarina has sent me concerning news about their leadership. Cecilia said grimly. What kind of news? Knight Commander Robert asked as he narrowed his eyes, the steel of an old warrior showing in his gaze. Although he did not always agree with that spy master, as a military commander he cannot deny the utility of the information she provides. The Crown Prince is a brute. He raised a town that refused to surrender to him. He found a particularly beautiful mage and he wanted her as his personal toy. But as you know, mages are not easy to tame. We can strike and kill with nothing but our minds. So he subjected her to the Rite of Tranquility. Cecilia said darkly. The Rite of Tranquility was a form of dark magic. Cecilia herself is familiar with it and she knows how to use it. It is a cruel form of the arcane. It is essentially a form of magical lobotomy. It is speculated that the Rite of Tranquility severs the connection of the individual from their font of ether, which is where all creatures are believed to draw their power from. It turns the victim into a dull drone-like creature that obeys orders blindly. The individual is only left with their most base instincts, leaving only their three core instincts behind: the desire for self-preservation, sexual reproduction and social inclusion. This means if you keep them safe and fed, while praising them like one would a dog, a victim made tranquil will do anything to make you happy just like a common pet. The only difference here is that you could sleep with your victim and chances are they will enjoy it because the tranquil aren't that picky about their partners. After the rite they have to be trained after the fact on how to maintain their own personal hygiene and how to eat in a semi-presentable fashion again. It is most commonly used to turn enemies into pets for the cruel and desirable individuals into toys for the perverse. The Rite of Tranquility. Knight Commander Robert said through gritted teeth. Cecilia knows the Knight Commander hated this spell with a passion. He has on many occasions said it would be kinder to hang the victim, better to die than live like that. If Tralis wins and they annex Beryllus they will be uncontested in power in the region. Without my friend they will be unchallenged as they march south. My good knights, look at me. Do you think that vile prince would let someone who looks like me walk away unharmed and unsullied? Would you be willing to watch me get subjected to the Rite of Tranquility and turned into a toy? Let the prince bend me over a desk and have his way with me. Let me carry his vile progeny in my belly as he exploits and mistreats the good people of our nation. Cecilia asked, making her statements as graphic as possible. Never. My body will be cold before I let that happen. Knight Commander Robert said through gritted teeth. Cecilia could hear his gauntlets creaking as he clenched his fist. Inwardly she smiled. It was almost too easy. She was beloved by the people when she was still in Averlin. The people grieved when they thought she passed. Now they have an unjust ruler at the helm with a just and capable replacement available. Now they have a common enemy to rally against. A vile creature of a prince to demonize. There's nothing like a crisis and copious amounts of fear-mongering when you want to unite people. As her only friend likes to say. This is going to be good. Chapter 37, Overriding Will. Lily gasped as she felt the prince grab her right breast. At the same moment she felt him slam himself in as deep as he could. She moaned and writhed as she felt his searing hot rod hit her deepest parts. Her mind was a haze of lust and pleasure thanks to the potion that both her and the prince had taken. Lily has very quickly become the prince's favorite nighttime companion. She was spending pretty much every night with the prince between her legs. At this moment it was their third round for that night and Lily could hear the wet sound of the prince's body slapping her seed-covered nethers. Lily didn't mind the potion because it certainly made her life easier, she barely had to do any acting during their nightly sessions. The potion made them both extremely lustful and also filled with stamina, allowing them to go for longer than they normally could. The specific version of the potion they were using was also the more expensive variant used by royals that prevented pregnancies so the prince could finish however he wanted. After all, bastard children were just potential usurpers to the throne. The potion was certainly useful for Lily since she didn't need to pretend to actually enjoy sleeping with the prince. With the potion she would actually enjoy it, so in a way her nighttime sessions were a good way to de-stress from having to maintain her cover. Lily was struggling to contain her release when she heard the prince groan as she felt his member twitch inside her. Lily released the floodgates when she felt him pour even more of his seed into her. She felt a wave of pleasure coursing up her spine as she screamed into the night. Her toes curled as her back arched, her body convulsing from the strength of her release. She felt her walls close around his member as if she was trying to milk him dry. After that the prince extracted himself with a satisfied sigh and laid down next to her. Lily cuddled up next to him and she felt him pull her head towards him for a kiss. Lily closed her eyes and their tongues danced in a deep passionate kiss. Lily then curled up onto his chest, making sure to press her voluptuous breasts against his side. The two of them, bodies slick with sweat, basked in the afterglow, and as Lily felt the lustful haze in her mind start to clear, her mind returned to the next part of the plan. Lily had been spending most of her nights with the prince, emphasis most of the nights. Pretty much every night is not every night. Lily was as of last night sleeping with two partners. The second partner took a lot more work for her to make him invite her into his bed, or perhaps take her to his bed. It was a lot of slow, methodical temptation, since her other target was much more strong-willed. She lost count of the amount of times she had to bow low enough to give him a clear view of her cleavage, hug a tray hard enough her breasts threatened to pop out of her maid dress, and bend over to do something with her rear in the air with her dress that was a size too small for her long legs and voluptuous rear. Her beloved princess told her men could potentially turn to sex when they were stressed. So who would be more stressed than the king with a monster on the loose and his imprisoned daughter supposedly teaming up with it? Lady Sarna has been strategically assigning her as the king's maid every time there was a particularly stressful day. Sarna had also been spiking his wine with a mild aphrodisiac. The queen for her part was in no mood for a nightly tussle in the sheets. The queen was in fact distraught and barely eating, feeling immense regret for treating her daughter poorly enough that she would turn to a monster for help. So you could say the queen wasn't exactly in a mood for it. It must have been hard being so stressed and sexually frustrated with nowhere to release it. This meant he was becoming rash, impulsive, and very, very emotional. Sarna told her it was working. The king was becoming more and more open to rash measures. He was even thinking of purging parts of his night core despite her warnings of a potential ascendant Tralis in the north. The plan was rather simple. The end goal was to destabilize the power of the royal family. So one of two things can happen with their efforts. One, the king may just force himself on the queen, and that would be a massive scandal since Sarna would be sure to leak news of this event and spin it out of proportion. Sarna did have all the maids in the castle under her thumb. The maids after all stood in every room serving the aristocracy. They see almost everything and they can spread rumors like wildfire with a little strategic whispering. The king forcing himself on his own wife is the better result, but quite unlikely. The king is many things but weak-willed enough to risk something like this is unlikely at best. After all, why would he attempt such a thing when there is a far better prize right in front of him? A prize that is always sticking her rear up in the air invitingly. A prize that his own son is slowly falling in love with. Yes, the prince is falling in love with Lily. She could tell just by the way he holds her and the way he looks at her. Originally he just used her body for his own pleasure, but over the weeks their sessions were getting more gentle and loving. Lily remembers their first session. He practically tore her undergarments off and shoved his rod all the way in immediately. But to be fair, they had both already drank the potion and Lily only felt a shock of pleasure when he did so. When the king forces himself on her, she would have the perfect thing to pit son against father. Love can drive people to extremes. Lily herself was living proof. She wholeheartedly used her body to serve her beloved princess. But last night the king finally cracked when she bent over to pour him some tea. He didn't react at first, but as she stepped away she heard him ask her to lock the door. Lily did as she was bid, and she was then instructed to stand in front of him. The king walked behind her and she felt him tug on the laces on her back that held her dress in place. Lily pretended to yelp as she held her dress up. She internally rejoiced at the fruition of her dear princess's plan. With this incident, her dearest princess is one step closer to taking rightful place on the throne of Everlyn. Lily remembers as he roughly pulled the dress down. She yelped and covered her chest as she felt the dress fall to her ankles. Luckily for her it was fall and the temperature was rather chilly, so she instinctively began to shiver from the cold, but it would look like she was terrified. She felt his hand roughly reach forward and grabbed her breasts. "Be quiet." The king growled huskily as he gave her breasts a squeeze. Lily stiffened as she felt him grab the top of her simple white cloth bra and pulled them down. She felt the king bury his head in the side of her neck as he inhaled her scent, and he pinched her nipples between his fingers. They were in his study, so there wasn't exactly a bed available. So instead the king shoved her towards the desk and pushed her onto it. Lily found herself on her back as the king unbuckled his pants, revealing his erect and throbbing member. Lily pretended to close her legs in fear, but the king roughly pulled her legs apart and tore her panties off, ripping the fabric. "Please, your grace." Lily whimpered. "Silence. If you scream no one will ever know what happened to you. My spy master will see to that." The king growled as he grabbed her hair. Lily pretended to nod fearfully and he roughly released her head before positioning his member at her entrance. In rough motion he was inside of her and Lily yelped as she felt the pain. Not surprising, since he didn't bother to do anything to get her ready for it, he was only interested in using her. Lily covered her mouth to stifle her voice as she felt him thrust into her roughly. He grunted like an animal as he used her, shoving his member as deep as he could with each thrust. His grunts turned to pants and his pants turned to groans as he finally found his release. Lily felt him pull out and then the warm feeling of his release landing on her belly. Thinking back on this incident, Lily idly wondered if this is considered rape. She didn't want to do it, but she was willing to do it because that was what her princess wanted. Well, what she wanted didn't matter. All that mattered was what her dearest princess wanted. In the back of her mind she was aware that what she was doing was immoral, but all she could think about was her dearest princess. She knew that spell changed her, but she didn't mind. Looking back at who she was before that fateful day, she was glad of who she was now. Before that she was lesser, a woman with no purpose. Now she knew exactly what she lived for and why she did what she did. It was almost liberating. Degree. Black Chess King, degree. As I looked at the gathered queens I pondered a gnawing question in the back of my mind. We were about to move out after being here for almost a week, but still that same question was gnawing at me for all this time. One of the dangers of any organization is betrayal. So since these queens weren't mindless drones, what exactly is stopping them from rebelling? I know they can't. It's like this common sense thing in the back of my mind, but the logical part of me still wanted to know what exactly was holding them in place. "What is stopping you from rebelling?" I asked. The queens all looked at each other in slight confusion as if I asked an absurd question. "Why would we rebel, my king?" Nafis asked as she tilted her head slightly. "Are you incapable of considering betrayal?" I asked. "I do not understand the purpose of the question." Nafis replied, looking more confused. "We are capable of understanding the concept of it, but we have no reason to do so. Nothing can be offered to us that can sway us, Great One." Nafis said in a tone that implied she was stating the obvious. It was the kind of tone that you would use when someone asked you what color the sky is. I have a feeling these queens have no idea how to even answer me. Then I saw my new creation step forward, the Queen of Queens, Prime Queen. Something, I haven't come up with a name yet. "Great Creator, I believe I can answer your query," she said gracefully. Well, she is the smartest of the bunch by a very wide margin. So I suppose it isn't that surprising that she was the one that could answer. "Go on," I replied. "We are not like you, Great Creator. We are but parts of a greater whole. The I is only a piece of the we. We cannot exist outside of the greater whole. Without an overriding will we are beasts, feral, lesser. We are bound by your overriding will, you give us purpose, you give us direction. Without you we are reduced to feral instinct. She said. At those words I felt a wave of affirmation from every mind in the hive mind. So they simply cannot exist without me, or at least they can't exist in the way they are now without me. My presence and control is a crucial component of their psyche. One day, if you so desire, we can be a mind the size of a continent. We are all bound to your great song. If your song is gone we will be lost to deafening silence, then only madness and solitude awaits us. To be separated from the whole is to lose a large portion of who we are. A fate worse than death. Trust us, great Creator. We are many and we are one, we are legion. We will not fail you. She finished with a bow. So it's safe to say you will give up anything for me? I asked with a small smirk. For you, great one? Without question. I heard 100,000 voices reply in unison in my mind. Now that I think about it. She is supposed to be the voice of the hive, like a secondary controller. So technically she is the hive or the legion? But legion is a male name, right? What about Legia? Legia means to read and literacy if I recall. I know this because of some of the memories I stole. But Legia doesn't sound that nice. Legiona. It's kind of fitting, it has this royal feel to it and it sounds like the combination of legion and Legia. She is the hive and her job is to read the hive, report to me and represent us. I think I have a name for you. I said with a smile. Legiona, your name is Legiona. I said. As you say, I am Legiona. Legion replied with a bow. Then I heard her voice echo out into the hive mind. I am Legiona, the voice of the hive. Chapter 38, Portents of the Future. Cecilia hummed happily as she poured herself a glass of wine. It's been so long since she had a nice vintage. She always enjoyed the fruitier sweet wines as a child, they weren't that strong since they were made for women. They also made her giggly and bubbly after a glass or two. Now that she was older, she wondered if she could handle the stronger stuff. But still this 10-year-old fruit wine was still a welcome treat. It was even the favorite vintage she would taste once in a while as she grew up. It was a gift from the Knight Commander during their second meeting. It was quite sweet that he remembered what she liked even after 4 years. Honestly, she was feeling a little lonely, she missed having her friend around. It was nice to have someone you would talk to, someone who didn't see the crown or the prophecy. He spoke to her as if she was just another person you plucked off the street. To be able to speak your mind, no protocol, no grand political game in the background. Just two individuals speaking their minds. It was quite liberating, honestly. She could be her true self, no need to pretend to be anything. She had no inclinations to betray her friend, after all she wasn't a complete imbecile. He could kill her easily now, or at least since she last saw him. He had a tendency to return from his trips with a significant boost in power. She could only imagine what power he had stolen this time. What's more, it was in his best interest to work with her and she had no problem if one day she would answer to him. Most royals would balk at the thought, but if she was anything, she was pragmatic. There is always a bigger fish in the pond, it just depends on how big the pond was. After all, it was better to answer to a friend rather than a tyrant. She would rather work under her friend than under the tyrannical wings of the seraphim any day. He after all does not have the common failings that most creatures possess. For starters, he doesn't really have an ego, and is pragmatic to the extreme. It made sense when she thought about it. It is theorized by scholars and bestiarians that the ego is just a way for creatures to showcase their power to others. There was a need to impress who the creature thought they were onto others. It creates a power dynamic and it can serve to amplify perceived power when used correctly. But for the firstborn, there was no need for that. They could read each other's strength at a glance, they all knew exactly where they stood relative to each other. Any firstborn trying to bite off more than they could chew would find themselves as a meal to their fellows soon enough. Why lie? Why deceive? When the truth is laid bare at a glance. Why do you need a poker face when the cards of every player are flat on the table for all to see? As Cecilia took a sip of her wine and savored the fruity and nutty taste on her palate, she couldn't help but find her mind go to that ancient time. A time when civilization would be seen as a tool of the weak. One stood alone and stood strong alone. A time where might makes right, or perhaps right and wrong had no meaning back then. It was just who lived and who died. To say her friend was made to exist in a different time would be an understatement. So one could say Cecilia was very curious to see how he will behave in the world today. It is a different world with different rules, a world where the fall of a firstborn is precedent. Cecilia knew her prophecy meant she would change something big. The truth the world has tried to forget. It was definitely vague considering she had no idea what this truth was. But with her friend now walking the world and him being the one that freed her to begin the prophecy, she couldn't help but think it had something to do with the firstborn. But what could it be? Survival of the fittest. That seemed too easy. The powerful prophecies were always vague and held a deeper meaning within them. Cecilia has been pondering this question ever since she was freed from that infernal prison. Yet she found herself no closer to the truth. If she was to get a leg up on this prophecy, she would need to observe her friend closely. He may not have ever lived amongst his kin, but there were always the little details there that spoke of his ancient heritage. Cecilia shook her head and cleared her thoughts. Well, she wouldn't get her answer with him gone. She was a little worried at first when he said he was leaving. What if something happened? Well, at least for now everything was going perfectly to script. She just got news that her father had forced himself on Lily. Now with any luck her traitorous brother will skewer her father for her. Yes, traitorous, Sarna did some digging at her behest. Her brother had coveted the throne and whispered in her father's ear to get her locked up in that prison. Oh, how she would have her vengeance. By the time Cecilia was done with him, he would beg her to kill him. Oh, what a wonderful mental image. Well, she just had to wait for her dear friend to get back. He's been gone for almost 2 weeks now, so Cecilia was sure he would be back with many new tricks up his sleeve. She just hoped it wasn't something too big that he would have no need for her. She after all had no idea if the firstborn were even capable of being attached to others emotionally. As Cecilia finished her glass and let out a small sigh, well, she would find out eventually. She should probably take a bath now. She had just finished pleasuring herself and she was covered in sweat. Well, it was another plus of being alone with a monster. She could do whatever she wanted to herself whenever she wanted. Even when he came in when she was stark naked with her toy or Lily between her legs, he just calmly greeted her and went into his favorite corner of the room to read. If you base it on his reaction, she might as well have been eating lunch or something. From what she could tell, he just viewed it as one of the many needs that humans have. As for what the future holds, Cecilia knew only one thing. There are big things coming. She knows she is looking at the end of an era, maybe even an age. With a prophecy like that, the syndicate on the move and a firstborn loose in the world, who knows what else is happening in the shadows? Maybe the demons are on the move? The heroes of old? The old tales said many things. Towards the end of the third conflict, many of the great heroes didn't die, they just wandered off and disappeared. Heaven tried as they might, just couldn't get them all, or even get the most powerful ones. They killed a lot of chaff but none of the true wolves. So many old names, so many larger-than-life characters, their sagas told around crackling fires. Could they still be alive? Heroes tended to have long lifespans that far outreached their race's typical lives. There is Mihaila the Swift, who was trained by the Blade himself. The Blade. A legendary figure who was of a long-dead race that towered 3 meters tall and resembled anthropomorphic pigs. The Blade who fought with a one-handed sword style, unheard of for most warriors, as it often made more sense to use a shield, dual wield, or use a two-handed weapon. The free hand, after all, lended little advantage beyond grapples and unarmed techniques, but the Blade was devastating with that style thanks to his immense strength and speed. The Blade who killed the Lord of Dreams. The Blade who was in turn killed in that great battle. If she recalled correctly, Mihaila, his apprentice, was about 100,000 years old approximately, give or take a few millennia. Then there is the King Crow or Crow Father, depending on who is telling the story. He is perhaps the oldest of the heroes, records of him dating back even before the war in heaven during the first conflict more than 250,000 years ago. He was apparently a good friend of the Blade and some of the other heroes of that time. There are other figures as well, less well-known ones, or perhaps simply those that have less records. The Ender Night bearer of a soul of blackest night, and the furtive Vulpus who was and is worshipped as a god by the Vulpine on the eastern continent. But that whole worship part was not that impressive when one considers Mihaela is also a figure that has achieved deific status amongst the Lizarkan, being worshipped as a goddess of war and marital valor. Not that surprising considering she was supposedly a Draconian, the ancient precursor to the Lizarkan. These figures, as far as she knew, predated even the Syndicate. Well, if any of them are alive and still kicking around, she'll find out soon enough. Lots of blood in the water has a tendency to draw out the really big sharks. But as it stands, everything was going fine. She was only a few steps away from getting her throne. She wondered what other interesting events will be thrown her way by the time her little life story is over. Maria sat in her bed silently as she held the sheets up to her bare chest. Her head was lowered slightly and she tried to ignore the soreness and wetness between her legs. Most of all, she tried to ignore the vile, repulsive man putting on his clothes in front of her bed. This man, Crown Prince Silas Tralis I, decorated military commander, master duelist, breaker of the barrel line and lecherous pig. The war had died down for a period after the successful assault on the barrel line. The door to Beryllus was now open. But now both armies were exhausted both in terms of strength and equipment. The city-states lacked the resources to maintain sustained warfare for too long. In large pitched battles, a lot of equipment tends to be destroyed, so often a few weeks were required for the armies to recuperate after major clashes. Such is the price of a fragmented continent. So now, during this lull, the great conqueror has returned to Averlin to make an announcement. Maria Averlin once was to be Prince Silas's bride. She had sold herself to Tralis for the safety of her nation. But with Beryllus's great barrel line now in tatters, Tralis was now set to annex and defeat their longtime rival and become the preeminent power in the region. Now the only thing left for them to do was to recover and push for victory before the snows arrive. Even if winter comes, the invasion would only be delayed. Prince Silas has made sure to advance far enough into Beryllus to seize their agricultural heart. So after winter is over, Tralis will just need to march on a demoralized and hungry Beryllus. With such a victory on the horizon, why should a great conqueror like Prince Silas settle for someone like Maria? Why should a soon-to-be prince-turned-emperor limit himself to a princess from a small nation like Averlin? So the victorious prince, drunk on his victory, has journeyed to Averlin to make a grand announcement and to deepen Maria's humiliation. She was not to be a queen, she was to be relegated as a concubine in Prince Silas's harem. The original deal was for her to marry Prince Silas and then Averlin will integrate into Tralis. But now the arrangement was Maria would be relegated to a concubine and Averlin would submit and integrate anyway. It's not like Maria's tiny nation could stand against the might of an ascendant Tralis. Maria couldn't ask for help, her sister nation of Averlin couldn't help her. She had heard from her spymaster that there was a new monster loose in the forest north of Averlin. From what she heard, the Beasterians had no idea what it was and adventurers were dying in the dozens on the hunt. There was no way her sister nation was willing to march to war for them with a new monster in their backyard. The successor kingdoms of the now dead Volurian Empire, Borea, Vororia, Geria and Veria, all continue to squabble amongst themselves. It seems all they are interested in is fortifying their own borders. Chances are they won't act until the usurper nation of Tralis is ready to kick down their door. By then it might be too late. Besides, the successor kingdoms have focused too much on trade and their militaries are lacking. All of them relied on their flimsy defense treaties with each other for security. Marina to their south will most likely attempt to form an alliance with the likes of Averlin, Arunum, Istland and Cathay to contest Tralis. If they do turn their gaze south, after all, on the march south, Tralis will meet the borders of Marina first at the Elysian Gate. If they could put aside their differences long enough to form the alliance in the first place. That plan had no place for Averlin. As far as she knew, the other nations were treating Averlin like it was part of Tralis already. The ambassadors left in Averlin were all the lesser ones, just here to get some court experience. The better ambassadors have all been sent to Tralis. Well, that was nice. When I wipe Beryllus off the map, I'll move you to Tralis. Then we can do this every day. I look forward to introducing you to my new toy. You'll like her. She's a redhead like you. She's not as tight as you, but she has bigger tits. She was some mage that tried to fight us when we advanced past the barrel line. She's tranquil now, so she's a great toy. Mages can be troublesome. Prince Silas said with a laugh as he turned around now with most of his clothes back on. Maria didn't answer, she just quietly looked down. This man won't stop until his harem is filled with every beautiful maiden in the world. I'm talking to you. Prince Silas said as his eyes narrowed slightly at her lack of response. I look forward to the day, Your Highness. Maria replied softly. Maria stiffened as she saw him approach her, and she instinctively flinched and held the sheets closer to her body. You really are a dull woman. I should make you walk my palace nude and on a leash to get it into your head. Prince Silas said as he marched over and tore the sheets off Maria, revealing her bare body. Maria instinctively tried to cover herself with her hands, and she found the prince's hands at her throat. You belong to me, do you understand? Prince Silas said softly. Yes. Maria whimpered in response as she felt her eyes grow hot with fresh tears. Good. Prince Silas said. Maria felt his hand tighten around her throat. She opened her mouth in a gasp, and she felt her head being yanked forward. Next thing she felt was his tongue in her mouth. She gagged as his hand tightened and he shoved his tongue deeper into her mouth. Then in an instant he shoved her head back and she fell back onto the bed. Maria raised her head back as she gasped for breath. Do you know why I like you redheads? Prince Silas asked with a lecherous grin. Maria just looked at him tearfully and shook her head. Because of this? Prince Silas said as he opened her legs, revealing her red swollen nethers and red bush. Your bush matches what your hole looks like when I'm done with you. Prince Silas said with a laugh as he stood up. You know, it's a pity that a Verlin princess died. I heard she had a bosom as big as yours when she was 14 winters old. Prince Silas said as he looked at her small petite chest. I'll imagine how her body would have been when she came of age. I would have loved to have my face in her bosom and have your mouth around my cock. Prince Silas laughed crudely as grabbed his overcoat. Well, I'll be back after I kill the Powerless royal line, then you can move to Tralis and we can do this every day. Prince Silas said as he walked towards the door, and without a backwards glance he left the room, leaving her behind like a common whore. As soon as he left, Maria saw the door open again, and her handmaidens all came in, their eyes filled with concern. Princess, are you all right? One of her handmaidens said. I'm fine. Draw me a bath. Maria replied softly. Maria gingerly got off the bed, trying to ignore the throbbing between her legs. That brute liked pain. He only gave her a potion that stopped pregnancies. No royal wanted bastards after all. He did nothing for her to make the experience more tolerable. He liked to hear her scream and sob during the act. Not surprising, House Tralis is called the Usurper House for a reason. Their line was born from a mercenaries' rebellion. A nameless mercenary usurped the rightful ruler of Tralis and took their house name for his own 100 years ago. The story still spoke of how he and his mercenary company raped their way through the nobility, forcing the ladies of the court to give birth to their heirs, who would then take their place. At least it was a quick way to get your officers instated as nobility, even if crude and alienating to the other nations. He then switched the royal guard and his knight corps with his own men to secure his hold on the nation's military. All the dissenting knights were executed, a few caved and decided to serve the new ruler. Their name was like mud in the eyes of the other royal families, synonyms with bandits made kings. The Tralis' royal line even had a tradition of collecting beautiful maidens and creating a vast harem. Brutes and scoundrels, all of them, but Maria supposed she should count herself lucky. Prince Silas's father, the current aging king of Tralis, had a reputation for beating his partners. At least his son didn't like too many marks on his toys, so he never touched her face or womanly bits. The most he did was slap her rear or choke her. Some of his father's concubines have ended up dead. When Maria got a look at herself in the mirror, she felt another fresh wave of tears. Her red hair was a mess and her red eyes held a dull gaze. Her mascara was streaked from her tears and she looked utterly defeated. In the back of her mind, Maria wondered how long before she was truly broken by the prince. She could only hope her sister nation and the other states of the south could defeat Tralis. If a Verlin couldn't deal with the monster, at least it would become Tralis's problem. Maybe Prince Silas will confuse human conquest and monster hunting. Maybe he'll end up as its lunch. Chapter 39: Honor Amongst Monsters. Alistair smiled as he watched the firstborn take flight from the entrance of the nest. So far everything was going to plan. That little chat he had before with the Eternal Mother was certainly fruitful. That book he gave the firstborn had some details on hive-type creatures. No doubt that helps to pique its interest. As for the Eternal Mother, her time is running out, and his little chat with her helped to persuade her that sacrificing herself to the firstborn was the ideal move. It honestly was. The Eternal Mother was living on borrowed time. If she wanted heaven to burn, this was the path forward. The only way to heal her is to return the primordial font, but there was no way she would survive the journey, let alone get past the high elves guarding it. Or should he say the pretender high elves? The true high elves died off a long time ago. The current high elves draw on the primordial font to sustain their arcane abilities and long lives. Their race's power has degraded over the millennia to the point that they have created a symbiotic relationship with the primordial font. But regardless, they were still powerful, since the primordial font is the source of all power in the world. All worlds have a source of power known as world anchor. After all, it takes no simple amount of power to sustain an entire other plane of existence. After all, his own home of the searing hells is sustained by the black heart that was forged in the primordial waters of that great font. The story is the same for heaven with their prismatic aegis. Both were artifacts in the core of creation, the primordial font. No one knows where the primordial font came from. Some say it was created, others say it was created by chance. However, the only thing that was known is that the primordial font is inherently chaotic. Attempting to use or siphon the power without the proper techniques and inherent power will result in some grisly results. The only beings able to fully utilize this great font were the firstborn, the primordials, and the Watchers, the ancient precursors to the High Elves. The High Elf legends say that the Watchers were custodians of the primordial font. The High Elves spin the story as if the firstborn chose their ancestors because they were worthy. In truth, no one knows, but from what Alistair knows about the firstborn, this seems unlikely. The words benevolent and firstborn do not belong in the same sentence. If Alistair had to guess, it would be that the Watchers were created as minions and servants. Not as a good story, he must admit, but considering the Watchers fought alongside the firstborn during the war that caused their extinction, Alistair could sense some hefty embellishment in that old story. The only reason the Watchers were allowed to continue to exist was because they were the only ones left that knew how to use the primordial font. Well, all that is ancient history. The age of the Seraphim is ending, with a little help from himself, of course. The demons cannot overcome heaven, the eternal conflict has proven that. With a foothold in Terra, hell can no longer hope to defeat heaven. So Alistair thinks it's time for a new king. Technically he is betraying his master, but honestly, he's a demon. What is he supposed to do? Be good, loyal and true? Now that's the joke of the century. What are you doing here, Alistair? Alistair heard a familiar voice say from behind him. Alistair felt the smile on his face widen as he turned around and faced the pair of white-masked individuals. Nox and Discordia, always a pleasure. Alistair drawled as he tilted his head slightly. What game are you playing, Alistair? Theseus already told us about your little gift, Nox said as she took a step forward. The grandest of games, my little Nox. The kind that will shake the three worlds, Alistair said as his smile widened even further. Why are you helping the firstborn? Nox pressed. And why would I tell you that? But I could tell you if you would like to make a deal, Alistair replied as he extended hand, his wide smile still plastered on his face. Alistair could feel her scowl under that white mask, and his smile grew crooked as he withdrew his hand. What a bore. Don't worry, little heir, we are on the same side, Alistair said as he tilted his head. For now. Degree. Black Chess King, degree. I'm back, I said as I entered the large room and I saw Cecilia calmly reading a book. Oh friend, welcome back. What great powers have you acquired this time? You don't look that different, Cecilia asked curiously as she calmly placed a feather in the book as a bookmark. Well, a few things for myself, but I got something much better, I said as I casted Void Enchant on my new Kaiser blades. My Kaiser blades were just slightly elongated and with a more wicked curve to them. I adjusted them to look more similar to my old blades. It sacrificed some power, but it was a drawback I was willing to take. Don't want anyone catching wind of what I actually am. With the Void Enchant, my blades now glowed an ominous purple that crackled with arcane power. Ooh, Cecilia said with her typical academic curiosity. Cecilia's hand glowed as her eyes glowed and she walked up to me peering at my blades. I suppose it is a sign of trust that she was willing to put her head so close to these blades that could easily cut through a castle wall. Now that is very interesting. This is old, very old. The magic is chaotic, almost primordial. It's chaotic in the way that can be found in natural magic formation, not intentional construction. Extremely complex, chaotic, yet elegant, Cecilia said as tilted her head. That's not all, wait till you see this. I said as I slithered over to the control panel. Cecilia taught me some stuff about runes. Honestly, magic wasn't really my thing. Call me old-fashioned, but I liked getting into the thick of the fight, and thus far I haven't needed spells, so there wasn't much incentive to learn the crappy existing spells that Cecilia knew. Yes, there was dark magic, but Cecilia herself was struggling to cast it, so she wasn't really in a position to teach me. A lesser mage would have found themselves blown up by now, honestly. So now I could manipulate the room since I know the runes and how the system works. A few presses and some turns on the circular rune interface later, I feel the room start to shake. Okay, let's see how big this place can get. I turn around to see a stairway into a lower level has appeared in the corner of the room. If this leads to where I think it will lead, then this will be amazing. Come on, time to meet everyone, I said, and Cecilia gave me a look. Everyone? Cecilia asked. You'll see, I replied with a small fanged smile. When I went down into the lower level, I was pleasantly surprised to see how big it is. By big I meant it was really big, like you could fit quite a few football fields in here. Most importantly, at one of the sides of the room there was no wall, just packed earth. Why is one of the walls missing? Did you make a mistake? Cecilia asked as she followed my gaze. No, I needed a way for my new army to enter, I replied with a small excited chuckle. Army? Cecilia asked. As if on cue, the earth ruptured outwards and tunnels began appearing all along the massive wall. My hive began swarming outwards, tens of thousands of them, and among them emerged the 7 queens that I brought along. What is this? Cecilia asked in shock. Well, meet what used to be the Armazafchund. It turns out the Armazafchund were controlled by a half-dead devourer, I replied. Half-dead devourer? Cecilia asked as her eyes widened. Her sharp mind instantly put the pieces together. If I ate another devourer, then everything else I ate so far would seem like a snack. You ate another of your kind, and you wrested control of the hive from it. But Armazafchund war with each other. The broods compete and fight for territory. There are records of open battle between the different broods, Cecilia said. It is a ploy, Legiona said as she calmly stepped out of the tunnel. Who are you? You look very different, Cecilia asked as she peered at her. I am a creation of the Eternal King. He needed a representative for himself and my kin that would be more familiar to your kind, Legiona explained. Eternal King? Cecilia asked as she looked at me, and I gave her a small smile. Ah, I see, Cecilia said with a small laugh. Well, I suppose it is fitting. They do say the weak get names and the strong get titles. Still, a familiar representative, Cecilia said as she examined Legiona. Ah, clever. Are you going for an ancient precursor look? Cecilia asked as she looked at me. Yes. I think the other humans will feel more comfortable talking to Legiona rather than me, don't you think? I replied. Well, we do like what is familiar. But what of the warring Armazafchund? Cecilia asked. The old queen, the half-dead devourer, was in command of the Armazafchund before this. So she basically made the broods look like they were fighting each other. She wanted to make them look like there was no overarching leader. If everyone else figured out there was a united hive, they would try to destroy it, I explained. Clever. So did you fight for leadership? Or was she not in a position to fight in the first place? Cecilia asked. She asked me to eat her, I said as I proceeded to explain how my meeting went down. I see, it seems the old hatred still cast long shadows across the world, Cecilia said at the end of the story. You don't say, I replied sarcastically with a wry smile as I looked at the vengeful princess in front of me. Cecilia, hearing this, smiled as well, and we shared a laugh. When the laughter ended, I saw Cecilia's face change slightly. She seemed more somber for a moment. What's wrong? I asked. You know, friend, I call you that because I mean it. You do know that, right? Cecilia asked. Yeah, I can tell when people are lying, remember? I replied lightly. Ha ha ha, I suppose you are right. If I may ask, do you consider me a friend? Cecilia asked. Well, yeah, I don't know what your definition of friend is, but you are by my definition. I enjoy your company and I would prioritize your needs over a stranger's. I enjoy your company and I like our little chats. Honestly, I kind of missed you while I was gone, I replied genuinely. I know it may seem a little weird or even cliche for a giant monster to make friends with a princess, but hey, everyone needs a friend. Besides, I like to chat, and honestly most people would be a little too slow on the uptake for my tastes. I don't think I can stand talking to an imbecile. I mean, I know what smart people and dumb people look like. I can tell you Cecilia is crazy smart. She would do very well for herself in my past life. With her smarts and looks, she'll probably live a good life back in my world. She was the smartest person I know by a very wide margin. Well, I'm not sure how she will stack up with Legiona, but technically Legiona was a part of me, so I guess it wouldn't really count. I could sense this reveal of a new army was making her a little worried. Well, it was to be expected in hindsight. Now I'm not just a big scary monster. I'm not a big scary monster with an army of smaller scary monsters. Cecilia, could you do me a favor? I asked gently. What? Cecilia asked curiously. Could you always speak your mind with me? I think a proper conversation will be hard to come by around here. I would rather we continue as we have so far. I replied with a small smile. Oh. Yes, of course. Cecilia said as her demeanor perked up slightly. We're two monsters against the world, right? I said as I held one of my arms and formed a fist. These problems were to be expected. Every time the power dynamic changes, Cecilia will become nervous. At the end of the day, she was human and I'm a devourer. She can't read people like me. I don't need to worry about people lying to me because at the end of the day I can read them like a book. I see everything and nothing can be hidden from me, as far as I know anyway. Cecilia is the best liar I have seen so far, and I can still tell when she's lying. The subtle increase in heart rate, the slight tightening of the muscles, the barely discernible dilation of the pupils. When one lies, they are taking a risk, and that sense of danger is reflected in the body. Even if she lies to those that pose no threat to her, the signs are still there. Yes, two monsters against the world. Cecilia said as she gave me a small smile and bumped her fist against mine. Come on, we have work to do. You have a throne to win and I have an army to build. I said with a smirk. Actually, the timing of your return is opportune, and with all of this available, this might work very well. Would you be available for a little meetup? Cecilia asked. Meetup? I asked. I'm supposed to meet the leader of the Adventurers Guild tomorrow. Originally, I didn't want to bother you with it, but with you present, I could make a much better impression. It's only a matter of time before everyone knows about you. The best plan going forward is to convince everyone that you and your new friends are a good thing to have around. Cecilia said. Yes, I have something in mind for that. It's going to be a pain to feed all these guys. They can hibernate, but they take a while to wake up and become fully functional. I remember you telling me most of the city-states don't utilize all of their arable land because you don't have the manpower to farm them. So I'm thinking I could use some of these guys to help out with farming and maybe other tasks like dragging goods around or construction. These guys don't seem to need a lot of food individually, but there are a lot of them. I replied. That seems like a good idea. If your hive helps the people, it would be a good step towards making them accept you. Also, how many of the Armazafchund are there? Cecilia asked. Are. I said as I probed my mind, trying to get a handle on how many I brought with me. About 50,000, my king. Legiona said helpfully from the side. Yeah, that. I said as I saw Cecilia give me an amused look. I'm still getting used to this whole hive thing. I added sheepishly to a giggle from Cecilia. You are doing very well, my king. Legiona said encouragingly from the side. Thanks. I replied dryly as Cecilia's giggling intensified. Laugh it up, Cecilia. Chapter 40, Alliance of Beasts and Men. Vilma walked with Knight Commander Robert as they trudged through the muck that was the streets of Peeler's Pit. This situation was strange to say the least. They were both in common clothes with nothing but simple swords at their waists. Vilma wasn't afraid of being robbed. He used to be a mithril-ranked adventurer and now he was the leader of the Adventurers Guild. If he could kill basilisks, he could handle any thugs that lived in this cesspit. Still, the thugs. They all took one look at the pair of them and they almost seemed to scurry away in fear. They should have no idea who they are, yet Vilma could sense their fear wasn't for the two of them, it was for something else. Knight Commander Robert had said this was of utmost importance. Vilma respected his fellow member of the Council of Lords. The Knight Commander was a good man, an honest man. Vilma knows Knight Commander Robert would not ask him to be here if it wasn't important. Eventually the pair reached an unassuming wooden door. Vilma watched as the Knight Commander calmly rapped on the door with a pair of knocks. Vilmel heard the sound of latches being undone and a latch opened at the top of the door, revealing a pair of eyes. "The Red Hood comes," Robert said calmly. The latch slammed shut and the sound of more latches being undone were heard. Then the door was open and Vilmel followed Robert into a dark, musty corridor. The events of the last months have been stressful to say the least. The appearance of the beast for one, and then the loss of so many of his adventurer teams. It hurt his heart every time he got news that another team didn't return or that a team of guards was lost as well. There were times where he was tempted to pick up his old sword and go into the forest himself. But again and again, he chided himself, remembering that his fighting days were over. With him halfway through his 5th decade on this world, he would be just another meal for the beast. No, his experience and leadership was what his younger fellows needed most. As Vilmel walked deeper underground, his keen ear picked up something odd. Was that music? A harpsichord? And he heard a pair of voices singing, one female, the other low and rumbling. One of them sounded really familiar. The low voice was singing now, and it was loud. Vilmel could hear his voice rumbling through the walls. "When once, long ago, I was worn down and abused. The strongest took the spoils, and then we fell at their shoes." Then Vilmel heard the more familiar female voice sound out. "But now they are gone, and my sanity's kept by my chains. So I bear them both in faith for my birthright and all that remains." Then the male voice again. "Fight, to ignite, not for gods nor the coming of night. If I am the last to fall, then I am growing in might." Now switching back to the female voice. It was an oddly beautiful duet. The pair of voices seemed to go well together when they, for all intents and purposes, they shouldn't. For fear and for mine, and survival when push comes to shove. The Red Hood is coming home. With the air of old and ancient might. With that, Vilmel opened the door, and what he saw almost made him draw his sword, but what he saw next would have made him drop it. Before him stood a face he thought he would never see again, and behind her stood a visage he never wanted to see. "Hello, Vilmel, I hope the years have been kind," Cecilia said as she stood up from the seat in front of the harpsichord. "Princess, I thought you were dead," Vilmel said in shock as he turned to look at Robert, but he saw him looking up at the massive beast behind her, eyes wide in shock. "So that's why all the adventurers died," Robert muttered as he gazed at the massive creature. The princess was telling the truth. If they chose to fight this thing, the only thing left of Verlin will be rubble. "You didn't know? I thought you knew. Isn't that why you brought me here?" Vilmel asked in confusion. "I knew about Her Majesty's alliance with the great beast. She told me fighting it was folly, but I have never seen it myself," Robert replied. "I see. But Your Majesty, how are you alive?" Vilmel asked. Cecilia smiled as she calmly began to explain. Black Chess King, degree. As I listened to Cecilia spin her little lie, I could see the old leader of the Adventurer Guild start to tense. To be fair, it is a lot to take in, and honestly right now, I don't think there is anyone in Verlin who can stop me. I can raze this city to the ground if I wanted to just by myself. Throw in my army and I'm sure I can level this region until nothing is left but rubble. But why would I do that? As the Eternal Mother said, tribute does not flow from a dead race, or in this case it's more like dead nations. With the danger of Tralis on the horizon, it shouldn't be that hard to sway the people of this nation to Cecilia's side. The throne as it stands is as good as hers. Even if subtlety fails, we now have brute force as a solution. I'm sure we can think of something if we have to resort to that. We can always use the Tralis fear-mongering thing as justification for me kicking down the front door in the event of that eventuality. Now the real question is not Verlin but the region. I want the whole region under my thumb because of one simple reason. Me and Cecilia's co-own thumb anyway. This place used to be a part of the Elysian Empire, and Tralis was part of the Volarian Empire. From what I've read about them, many of the old empires have a tendency to have secret vaults. Some hide treasure and powerful artifacts. Those might be useful if I create some creatures that can use them. But what I am most interested in is that the Elysian Empire used to field monsters in their armies, and some vaults may contain some of those monsters. Who knows what might be in there, because now I don't grow strong alone. With every ounce of strength I gain, my hive grows stronger too. So with control of the region I can start to hunt for these vaults. Yeah, I want all the shinies. But Your Majesty, how do you know you can trust it? Vilmel said cautiously. Because I have no reason to betray you. I said as I lowered my head and loomed over the small little human. He took a shaky step back, but he held his ground at the end. Brave or perhaps foolish? Where are we right now? I am inside your little city. I can burn this place to the ground if I wanted to. Why use subterfuge when I can take it at my leisure? I said as I slithered closer and bent down until my face was almost right on top of him. Then what is to stop you from killing us all? Vilmel asked as he put his hand on his sword. Cecilia told me this might happen. You don't just forget the fact that you spent your whole life fighting monsters after all. The Everland Bestiary Institute and the Adventurers Guild often get into disagreements on how to handle monsters. The Bestiarians often wanted the monsters for study, but the adventurers just wanted to kill them and be done with it. Ha 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 ha. I laughed and I saw Volnil's eyes narrow slightly. You humans are so hung up on appearances. Nothing much has changed, I see. I said with a wry smile. The answer is nothing. There is nothing to stop me from killing all of you. But I have no reason to. So I suggest you don't give me a reason. I said calmly. We were slaves to monsters once. The beasts were once our masters, but no longer. Volnil said. And you think you are free? There can only be one who is free, he who stands above all. Everyone else kneels to something. Does it really matter if you kneel to a human with a shiny hat or a monster? I asked. A human treats other humans with basic decency. Vilmel retorted. At those words I smiled. Hook, line and sinker. I love my newfound intelligence. If I pressure him, I'll get him to say what his real issue is. Once I figure out what the problem is, then I can try and fix it. Like your king. I heard one of your villages is rubble now. Or has the definition of decency changed these few thousand years? I asked and I saw Vilmel's eyes shift downwards, thoughts racing through his mind. What makes you think I won't treat you all with decency? I don't get pleasure from torturing you lot, there's nothing in it for me. If I torment all of you, more of you will just try to kill me. It makes much more sense for me to help you and in exchange we cover each other. Isn't it better to have allies rather than enemies? I said as I backed off slightly, giving him some space. Do you know how long I've been alive? I've seen so many of you humans kill each other for stupid things. If anything, monsters are far more reasonable, we at least kill for good reasons. Food, survival, potential threats, getting rid of really annoying individuals, we don't kill just because we can. Not worth the effort, honestly. I said calmly, as I spotted Cecilia step forward. My friend here is very reasonable. You aren't familiar with noble courts, the nobility can be as barbaric as any beast. My cousin, heaven protect her, has been sold to that brute in Trallis. Lady Serena's spies tell me that he defiles her every chance he gets. Her screams and sobs echo out into the night every time they share a bed. My friend may be a monster, but he is direct and to the point. He does not indulge in our silly games, nor has he any interest to play. I offered him a mutually beneficial agreement, that is why we are allied. Cecilia said. What? Agreement? Vilmel asked. Simple, really. Oh yes, you should also know I am not a solitary creature. I said. What does that mean? Vilmel asked warily. Well, simply put, I am a leader of a hive. I said as I snapped my fingers. Instantly around me some of my new toys exited invisibility. You see, I'm a king now, and a king needs an honor guard. Or so Cecilia tells me anyway, adds to gravitas or something, helps me seem more human. 6 new creatures I have named adjutants appeared. I have 6 more, but I left them with Legiona just in case. They were humanoid in shape, similar in design to Legiona, just that these were more combat focused. That had wider torsos and pair of bladed arms similar to mine. They had weaker secondary arms with taloned hands for grappling and in case they needed to do anything that required fine motor skills. Unlike Legiona, they were covered in armored plates and had much better physical strength. They were designed to look a bit like knights, but the armor was not that heavy. My adaptations weren't that good in terms of defense, honestly. So I built them with offense in mind. I gave them digitigrade legs. The plantigrade legs that humans have would be better in terms of applying force, but digitigrade legs could achieve higher speeds. So my idea was for them to hit hard and fast, and fights quickly, or at least put up enough pressure for me or something else to intervene. Their role wasn't full-scale warfare. I had other designs for that role. These were more for indoor combat and to protect someone important. On the note of defending someone important, I gave them these wings that were covered in armored scales. It was an odd design, yes, and the weight meant they couldn't fly that well. The wings were good enough for short flights like repositioning, not so much for sustained flight. But the armored wings did allow these guys to shield the important target from some light damage. Well, light is a relative term. I think they could eat a fireball, but probably not a meter-long ballista bolt or any of the really high damage attacks. Of course, since they needed to watch for threats, I gave them a sensor dome so they could track enemies easier. As for the brain, well, they were smart enough to do their job, but not smart enough to do any fancy thinking on the level Legiona or the Queens can. As for how I got the power necessary to create these guys, well, the hive took a while to tunnel to Everlyn. It wasn't enough time for me to convert some phoenixes using mutagenic parasite, but there were still trolls living in the mountains. The trolls were just bad, honestly. Our Mazafchund had better soldiers, so I don't see much need for them. Plus, I could just put the troll traits into the soldiers, so there wasn't much reason to convert them. If they were smarter, I would consider it, since intelligence is by far the most expensive trait. The phoenixes had enough innate power that converting them would be worth it, plus they came with intelligence packed in, so I would probably get around to assimilating them into the hive at some point. You are a hive creature? Volnil said as his face went pale. Oh yes, the adventurer guild leader would be very familiar with hive creatures. Hives were limited by their strongest individual, but if I'm at the top, imagine what my army is going to look like. Yes, if you are really curious, I'm Alicia's dirty little secret, I said with a smile. I now had a lot of information on the old empires thanks to the Eternal Mother's memories. It was incomplete and disjointed at parts, but that's to be expected. I could never fully assimilate memories from the stuff I eat. I mostly just get the important ones, or at least the ones that stand out in the mind of the person or thing at the moment I ate them. Alicia, Volnil asked. Why yes, I'm sure you know most of the old empires had monsters in their armies. I was an ally. As for why, it's simply because if I decided to wage war, one would lose. But I would do so much damage that the empire would fall as well. So with mutually assured destruction on the table, they offered me a deal. If things ever got really dicey, they could ask me for help. I explained. Then how did you survive the Great Fall? Robert asked. This was news to him as well. It's a long story, I'll tell you when you're older. I do owe some of my old friends many debts. They are dead and gone now. I don't know where their descendants are, if not I would have sought them out. So I am no stranger to working with you humans. With me on your side, you won't have a bandit problem. Your roads will be safe, and I can even help you with farming and construction. My hive is quite useful in that regard, I said. And in exchange? Volnil asked. In exchange, the forest belongs to me. This is my home, and I have had enough of you humans trying to storm my house and kill me. It's very annoying. Also, I will get jurisdiction over the monsters in your territory. No more cullings, I will bring them to my side and I will keep them in check. You will provide the food needed for them to survive, and with my help your farming output should increase, so that won't be a problem. You will respect my domain and I will respect yours. In addition, I hear you might have an invasion problem with a certain rogue state to the north. Let's just say this is my home too, and I would rather that idiot not mess up my house. If he decided to march south, well, let's just say he can try. Corpses are food too, I said calmly. Volnil and Robert both looked down slightly as if lost in thought. I know this is a good deal, after all they lose nothing practically and there are only benefits. Sounds fair. Well, your princess thinks so anyway, I said. It is a good exchange, it will only benefit us if you do as you say, Volnil admitted cautiously. I think this is for the best, this is the wiser choice, Cecilia said gently from the side. The people will suffer if we do not act. My father will run this nation into the ground, and does my brother seem like a good ruler? Cecilia asked. Their silence and averted gazes was all the answer she needed. Tralis is known to let their army rape and loot their way through cities. I will not let that happen to Everlyn. That bandit prince thinks of us as easy prey. He thinks he can march into our home and face a calm breeze as resistance. But no, I am Cecilia Everlyn, the rightful ruler of Everlyn. My bloodline goes back to the aristocracy of the Elysian Empire. I will not let him do as he wishes. If he wants to face us thinking we will meet a light breeze, we will show him a thundering gale. I will break his ambition if he wants to test us. Cecilia said, her regal bearing shining through. "And you will help us in this fight?" Volnil asked, still struggling to believe a monster is willing to fight alongside them. "If that Trallis prince wants to come down here, I will show him why the Elysian Empire kept me as a secret trump card," I said. "He can fuck around and find out." Chapter 41, The Die is Cast. After that first incident, the king didn't call her back for a few days. But one day she was requested to clean one of the guest rooms in the palace. Curiously, she was asked to do this at night when the cleaning was usually done in the morning when the nobles were out doing their business. Sarna has been spiking the king with an increasingly stronger aphrodisiac. The time was almost upon them. Her dearest princess had completed her preparations, and soon the great conflagration would be sparked. That great fire will burn through the royal family and Cecilia will rule the ashes. So when Lily entered the room, she saw the king with his body facing the window. The king turned and he calmly told her to undress and lie down on the bed. She did all the necessary acting, saying she doesn't want to do it, saying she has other duties later, all that nonsense. For her efforts, she was grabbed and thrown onto the bed. The king hungrily tore at her dress. Soon her clothes were just shredded fragments of fabric around her. The king then forced her to drink a potion. The moment she swallowed it, she felt her body heat up. So he bothered to bring the potion this time. When the king revealed his swollen member, Lily felt a pang of pity at the poor man. His member was so engorged it looked almost purple and it was twitching. Sarna must have been giving him something very strong. The king himself drank a potion himself and he shuddered. He spread her legs and with shaking hands he brought his swollen rod to her entrance. By now her nethers were beginning to moisten with her nectar thanks to the potion he gave her. With one fluid motion the king shoved it in and the pair of them let out a moan. Immediately Lily felt his member twitch as he coated her walls with his seed. The king groaned with his release, but his member was still stiff and he began to thrust with an almost desperate fury. After tonight, the final piece will be in place and a crown will fall. Ugh. Ugh. Lily groaned as she felt the king slam his member into her. They were at it for hours. Lily herself was on her third potion and her body was utterly exhausted. By now she was just a limp body lying on a bed soaked with sweat and other fluids. With each thrust a shock of pleasure and pain traveled up her body. She was lying on her side with one leg being held up as the king pounded her. Then again she felt his member twitch as he filled her again with his seed. She felt it spill out of her already overflowing tunnel. The king finally stilled as he extracted his member and she felt his hot seed trickle out in a steady stream. At this point she was very used to it. She was covered in it after all. It was in her hair, drenching her golden bush between her legs, all over her skin, and she could still taste it in her mouth. Lily had heard stories of women overdosing on these types of potions. It wasn't lethal, but it did have some unfortunate and temporary side effects. As she felt how lightheaded she was, she started to wonder if she had drank too much. Her mind was a wreck. The pleasure was all she could think about. "No. Put it back," Lily whined in a daze. The king didn't reply. He just wiped his fluid-covered nethers with the sheets and almost shamefully began to redress himself. Lily shuddered as each wave of pain in her throbbing nethers caused her walls to constrict, sending waves of pleasure coursing up her spine. She had definitely drunk too much. When she heard the door close, in what remained of her lucid mind she remembered all she had to do was wait. Then another wave of throbbing and she felt her body convulse in another orgasm. She heard her fluid splatter against the sheets as her nectar flew out in a stream. This went on for hours until dawn, her mewls and cracked moans echoing off the walls with each random climax. The potions were burning through her veins, making every sensation feel 1,000 times more visceral. At some point she mustered enough strength to start touching herself. Each stroke of her fingers along her swollen and slick petals sent shocks of pain and pleasure through her body. Finally she heard the door open and she heard a pair of gasps. Lily wearily lifted her head to see Sarna and the prince staring at her. Lily could see the shock and horror in the prince's eyes, but all she saw in Sarna's eyes was discomfort. This whole thing was her dear princess's plan anyway. Sarna just executed it. When the prince rushed forward, Lily spread her legs and pried her swollen petals open. "My prince. Please. Take me," Lily moaned out. "What happened here?" The prince roared as he clambered onto the bed and cradled Lily. "Your Majesty, I think she drank too much." Sarna said softly but faltered as she pointed at the potion bottles that were casually discarded around the room. The prince snatched up one of the bottles and took a whiff as his eyes widened. Lily reached up and weakly pulled on the prince's collar. The prince shifted his gaze to Lily, who was smiling up at him in a lust-filled daze. "You all are so good." Lily whined. "What?" the prince asked, eyes wide in horror. "I love it so much, I love it so much. I love it when you all use me," Lily said with a weak laugh. "Who did this to you?" the prince asked. "The king, he was so good. So big. He. Ha ha ha." Lily mewed as she continued to touch herself, then her fondling intensified as if she was driven mad with lust at the very thought of last night's events. "My father." The prince muttered in shock as his face went from shock to horror and finally to rage. "I know how you feel about her, Your Majesty. One of my little birds sang a song that she did not report to her final assignment. I also discovered that this room was her previous assignment, and His Majesty the King was last seen entering this room by a pair of maids. When she did not report to her morning assignment, I feared the worst," Sarna explained calmly. "My father," the prince said softly. "What do you wish to do, Your Majesty?" Sarna asked. Sarna watched calmly as she watched him struggle. No doubt many treasonous ideas were running through his head. Over the past weeks, Sarna has been confiding with the prince on the king's increasing instability, or should she say the instability created by herself. Sarna has been over these few weeks been suggesting that perhaps Averlin needed a new ruler. It was a clever ruse in all honesty, because the best lies are half-truths. Half-truths are always more convincing and have a lower chance of a slip-up on her part. So the king is indeed becoming unstable. She just admitted the fact that she was the one that was causing it. As for Averlin, well, Averlin does need a new ruler, but she never said anything about the prince sitting on the throne. Sarna, you have always been a loyal servant. From your lips you said my father is becoming more unstable, reckless, even cruel. Do you feel he is still fit to rule? The prince asked. It is not my place to speak on such matters, Your Majesty, Sarna said as she bowed. Then I give you leave to speak, the prince said, trying his best to ignore the panting and squirming Lily in his arms. I would not dare speak of the blackest of treasons, Sarna said as she bowed again. At the moment Lily croaked out a groan as she shuddered and found her release. But this time it looks like it was one step too far, and her eyes rolled back into her head as she passed out. The prince looked down at Lily and saw her limp body, her mouth half open and her eyes half lidded with only the whites showing. Sarna watched as he gritted his teeth in anger, and he turned to Sarna, fury in his eyes. If I commit the blackest of treasons, will you support me? I know your information network spreads from Island to Verakrama. The royal guards will serve me, but what of the Knight Corps and the Adventurers Guild? The prince asked. The knights are disgruntled with the king, and the adventurers grow more disenchanted with His Majesty the King with each passing day. The knights grow resentful of the lack of support and funding they have been receiving ever since your sister's death. As for the Adventurers Guild, they view the king as throwing their lives away in the hunt for that great beast, Sarna replied. Honestly, in the back of her mind she wondered if the prince was really that stupid. She would say he wasn't the sharpest sword on the sword rack, but at this point she felt he was closer to a club. You don't ask someone if they can trust you when you are in the middle of the great game. What are they gonna say? No. Obviously they are going to say yes. If Sarna was loyal to his father, then he would be dead by the end of the week. Maybe all his blood floods to his loins so much that not all of it can make it back to his head. Well, regardless, it made her life easier. He won't be on the throne for long anyway, a day at most before Cecilia kicks the door down. So it seems I must act. Can I count on your support? The prince asked. Even if he died, nothing of value would be lost. Of course, Your Grace. Degree, Black Chess King, degree. I peered down at the cocoon in front of me as I weaved the essence within. This was starting to become one of my favorite hobbies. There isn't much to do when I wait for that prince or the king to fuck up. So I'm just here filling in my time by playing God. This is really fun, honestly. I can see why the Eternal Mother decided to focus on this skill almost exclusively. If I was God, I wouldn't stop on the 7th day, that's for sure. I'll probably boot one new creature down every week or so just to see what happens. I heard from Cecilia that the city of Tralis has famously strong walls. What was that local saying again? You can throw 1,000,000 men at Tralis and 1,000,000 men will be repelled, or something like that. Well, men might struggle, but what about a walking battering ram? From what I heard, the problem with Tralis was that it had unusually high walls, towering 15 meters tall. They were also enchanted by the old Volurian Empire. To be fair, most of the more powerful enchantments have faded. The people now only knew how to sustain the simpler ones. This applies to their gates as well, so their city was extremely resistant to magical bombardment. Magical bombardment was also the preferred method of siege warfare. Siege towers aren't useful as they would just be blasted into splinters by mages. The city-states now do not have the means or resources to enchant a disposable siege tower. It made sense to use those in the past, considering when you win, you get a massive swathe of territory, but now all the nations were so small. Physical attacks were ineffective since the only people who could make powerful enough siege weapons were the dwarfs. Those guys never leave their mountains, so that option is off the table. But what if I made a mansion-sized creature that is designed to be a battering ram? A 80-ton armored monster should be able to knock the gates right down. Of course I could just tunnel under the walls, but where's the fun in that? The other option of using flyers is also nice, but I'll work on that later. From what I hear, Tralis is digging in for the winter and they plan to finish the campaign in spring, so I've got plenty of time to work on my army. Unfortunately, I'm facing a more immediate problem. If I give it more armor, I need more power to keep it combat effective. But if I add more power, I can add more armor. Add power. Add armor. Add power again. I'm noticing a theme here. I just can't seem to get the ratio right. Got him, net. Friend. I heard Cecilia say from behind me. Huh? I asked as I turned around. I have great news, my father finally cracked. Lily is a little worse for wear, but nothing too serious. Cecilia said nonchalantly as she stared at the parchment in her hands. Now we just wait for your brother to do something really stupid. I reply as I turn back to my work. He already did something stupid. He's planning to kill my father during his speech in a week's time. Of course he told Sarna everything. Cecilia said in bemusement. Ha! Aren't assassinations supposed to be subtle? He's just going to stab him? I asked incredulously as I turned my head back around. Well, it isn't the ideal path forward, but there are worse options. Cecilia said as her hand glowed and the parchment ignited. Like? I asked. Well, he could have made it even worse by stabbing my father in his sleep. That would look like sly and cunning usurpation of power. By just killing him in plain sight, it shows that he is doing this because he knows he is in the right. It can be spun as a desperate prince trying to save his nation. My father is already dead in the water in terms of his rule. Many would not weep if he died. The economy is in ruins thanks to the lockdown, and the knights have been chafing under his rule for years. Furthermore, with the slaughter of Hearthstead now known to the knights and the adventurers, there is little that can be done to save his rule. Cecilia replied calmly as she dusted her hands of the ashes that used to be the parchment. How would you do it? I asked curiously. Well, if I had to do it. Assuming I don't know that the knights and adventurers know naturally. I would first feel out the opinion of the other houses and the knights. I would feed my father bad advice and drive him to ruin. I would then suggest to the other nobles and the knights that my father may not be fit to rule. This naturally would take a while, but I can accelerate the process with the threat of trails on the horizon. Then I would have the knights and nobles scheme while keeping tabs on them, of course. Then when the time was right, I would enact a coup d'état. The reason for this is simple: it is not enough to seize power locally, one must also have the respect of the surrounding nations. The city-states do not possess enough territory to be self-sufficient, we must rely on each other. For that reason, acceptance is important. Tralis is an exception in that they are self-sufficient to a degree. That is why they are such a military force, because a trade embargo cannot cripple Tralis as it can the other nations. Cecilia explained. Then how will you get the acceptance of the other nations? A nation allied with a monster isn't exactly a good look. I replied. Well, I never said it has to be willing acceptance. If they deny us crucial resources, we'll just go and take it. The average military strength of a city-state is about 2,000 knights, 300 mages and about 8,000 enlisted men. The lords could push for another 10,000 peasant conscripts, but these conscripts are rarely used. They don't do much on the battlefield and you are just wasting men. So with your army, yourself and the forces of Averlin we could probably wage war against the whole region and win. Hive creatures are notoriously dangerous, the Lizarkan armies are well trained and equipped for fighting the burrowing Armazafchunt. The soldiers here have no training nor equipment. Almost all our defenses and fortifications are useless against a burrowing hive. What use are walls when you can just burrow under them? Celia said. But are you actually going to attempt to trade? I think. I said as I leaned down slightly and I saw a smirk appear on Cecilia's face as she realized what I was about to say. You could always unite the region against Tralis, after all, why ask when you can take it? I said. Cecilia smiled as she looked down and closed her eyes as if picturing the scene before her. Well, we will need every ounce of strength if we want to survive the wrath of heaven. With a large territory that just means a larger hunting ground for you, no. Cecilia said as she looked up and raised an eyebrow. Yes, it is only a matter of time before they catch wind of what is going on down here. Still, you did mention that the angels rarely enter Terra for fear of the syndicate picking them off. How do they know if something is going on down here? I asked. Honestly, I don't know, no one does. My best guess is they have some kind of surveillance system here. If everyone knows how that system works, it kind of defeats the purpose of having it in the first place. Cecilia said. Well, we do know one group who knows how to dodge their surveillance. I said. Yes, the syndicate. The old seer said the syndicate will find us when the time is right. I can only assume what we are doing now is going along with what they have been planning. Cecilia said. That or they've cut and run. Not like we will know which is which considering no one knows anything about them. I replied. Perhaps, but the only thing we can do is hope. Then again, I doubt the syndicate will be able to give up someone like you. They know what you are, as the seer implied. If they truly want to end the tyranny of heaven, you are their best bet. The angels need only one slip up and the door to heaven will be open. God forbid an archangel falls into your hands. Cecilia said with a smirk. Now that would be a fine meal. I replied with a small laugh. Indeed, but until that day comes we should do what we can. No. The die is cast now. Judgment is upon my house. Cecilia said as she stood up from her seat. Yeah, let's go get your kingdom back. First a queen, then an empress. Chapter 42, The Wandering Legend. Mahila calmly walked along the river bank, relishing the sun on her face. It has been so long since she has worn the skin of her kin. She always felt the bare skin of the other races to be too vulnerable. Her master, for instance, God rest his soul, was covered in a layer of fur thanks to his boar-like nature. She can still remember his booming laugh as the blows of weaklings bounced off his hide like common sticks. His punches shattering shields and his sword cleaving through armor as easily as a scythe harvests wheat. Mahila has found over the years that she has become wistful. Her mind constantly wanders to the past, to a better time when those she held dear still drew breath. Even now, as she calmly walks the banks of the river in the land of her birth, her mind wanders. It has been so long since she returned to the plains of glittering sand. This name was not commonly used anymore, most call this place the kingdom of Karukrama now. Now here she was next to the small river that led to her hometown. How long has it been since she has felt the sand between her toes? Centuries. A millennia. Well, either way, it was good to be home. As she serenely walked along the river bank, soon she saw the silhouette of her hometown in the distance. But the moment she caught sight of it, she felt the smile fade from her face. Her once prosperous town looked run down. Mahila found her mood rapidly deteriorating when she finally got into the town. The town was a dilapidated mess. Her kin were all wearing rags and buildings were close to falling apart. The other Lizarkan were also bone thin and she saw the stalls were closed. This was the town market. Mahila could still remember how busy this place used to be. This town was on the border with the Volarian Empire. Well, the successor states anyway. It's been a while since she returned. What were the names of the states? Bororia? No wait, it's Vororia and Boria with that smaller weaker one down south. What was it again? Geria. Geria, yes, that was it. Her town, being on the border, benefited greatly from trade from those states, so it was usually quite prosperous. What happened? Well, she wasn't going to get answers standing in the street. She needed to find a tavern and ask around. If there still was one with the town in this state. Mahila scanned the surrounding streets and saw it filled with beggars. Well, any of them will do. She walked over to a nearby mother with 2 children sitting on the side of the road. The woman looked up wearily as she saw Mahila approach. Alms for the poor? The woman asked weakly, her tone betraying the fact she didn't actually expect any money. Mahila was in a disguise naturally, her scales were a light blue instead of her natural pink. She also had a special amulet that could change the appearance of her equipment. So her ornate armor and swords just looked like a simple leather vest, cloth tunic, cloth pants, ragged cloak around her shoulders and a steel sword at her waist. She reached into her pouch and pulled out 3 gold coins. This was quite a hefty sum for alms, but her coin pouch was a magical artifact. She had a king's ransom on her person at all times, so this was no issue. The mother's eyes widened when she saw the gold coins glinting in the desert sun. Mahila knelt down and handed her the precious gold. The mother's hand was shaking. No doubt this might just save her children's lives. I have some questions if you wouldn't mind, Mahila said as she placed the coins into the mother's shaking hands. Of course, my lady. Anything within my power, the mother said as she bowed her head. First off, what happened here? This place used to be a prosperous town, Mahila asked. At those words, Mahila saw the face of the mother twist in anger and grief. Tralis to the east is at war. The successor states have stopped trading with our nation to prepare for a potential invasion. No more traders now visit our town, and the Dragon Emperor has also increased the tithe to prepare our nation for war. With our income gone and our goods now worthless, the Dragon Emperor took the dragon's share of our food and coin. There just isn't any money in this town anymore, the mother replied. Mahila's eyes narrowed as she heard this. The Lizarkan states took a tithe and a tax from their territories. The problem was that the tithe was based on the market value of the goods, so if the goods are now worthless, this town had to send all of their goods to the capital. Her hometown, the town of Varakara, was a way station in Karukrama. Their main goods were food and drink. It was to be sold to merchants and travelers. This town also had many inns and taverns to provide lodging for travelers. So now they have no income, plus all their money and food has been taken by the Dragon Emperor. Most likely the Emperor now felt this town was useless to the Empire, so he decided to take what he could from this place before it died off. Short-sighted fool. Wars end and trade resumes at some point. If that bandit king really snuffs out the successor states, there is nothing much Karukrama can do to resist if Tralis marches west. Mahila will bet her right hand that nation-states of her kin have not allied. They were still probably arguing about who is the true successor of the old empire. Fools, all of them. If they were allied, this wouldn't have happened. It doesn't even have to be an alliance, they could just sign a trade treaty. But no, they were more willing to drag each other down rather than grow strong together. Blithering idiots. I see, is Tralis attacking the successor states? Mahila asked. Not yet. Last news I heard was that they are attacking Burles. After that they will most likely either attack the Elysian states to the south or the Volarian successor states. Either way we will be dead by the time that happens, the mother said bitterly. I see. My sympathies, madam, Mahila said. Thank you. May the goddess Mahila curse that bandit king. May his conquest end in fire and blood for his nation, the mother said spitefully before going into a coughing fit. You are ill, Mahila stated as she saw the yellow pus leak out of the mother's slit-like nostrils. The mother looked really unhealthy. She was thin to the bone and some of her scales were flaking off. Mahila knelt down as she held out a hand. Her hand glowed and the mother was bathed in a soothing green light. The mother's scales reformed and her parlor instantly improved. The mother looked at Mahila in shock and awe. The mother took in a deep breath as she touched her chest, probably getting a full chest of air for the first time in a long time. Better? Mahila asked kindly. Yes, very much so. Thank you, the mother said. Mahila looked to the side and saw the son and daughter looking up at her in wonder. Mahila smiled as she reached into her pouch and pulled out a piece of bread. It was her traveling rations, but she could always restock here. She didn't need to eat much anyway, as an heir of the firstborn she had a very resilient physiology. She just didn't like feeling hunger was all. Can you buy food even with the gold I gave you? Mahila asked. With what you gave us, yes, we should be fine for a few months if we spend it carefully, the mother said. Good, Here you go, you two, you look like haven't eaten in a while. Mahila said as she handed one piece of bread to the younger daughter first before handing another piece to the older brother. The pair immediately began to wolf down the bread. It was a pitiful sight. Mahila could only do something for these three, she couldn't fix the ills of this nation. If she revealed who she was and tried to save the people here, heaven would bear down on her like vultures and destroy this country in the process. The pieces of bread weren't large, just a small bun that could fit in your hand. Mahila had more, but she didn't want to reveal that she was covered in enchanted equipment. She actually had a whole loaf of bread, but it would look weird if she pulled it out of a small pouch. I don't have another loaf, but I think I can help you with that. Could you tell me where a decent tavern is? Mahila asked. Huh? Oh, most of them have closed down, but there is still one down the road. The mother replied. I see, can you show me? You can join me for a meal as well. Mahila offered kindly. Oh, please do not bother yourself, my lady, you have already done so much. The mother replied as she waved her hands in protest. Her kin had their pride, that was what set them apart from the other races. They were strong-willed and did not bow easily. It's fine, it's a sad thing to eat alone, don't you agree? Mahila said with a smile. With that, Mahila helped the poor woman to her feet and the small group headed down the road to the tavern. When they reached the tavern, Mahila realized it was an inn with a tavern in the lower floors. Well, this would work. Mahila and the family sat down at a table and a server approached with a small menu. Order what you want, the meal is on me. Mahila said, but she noticed they were ordering the cheapest things on the menu. Do you have a chicken? Mahila asked. Yes, madam, but it will be quite costly, 50 silver coins, we only have 2 left. The waiter said. Now that is quite pricey, but it was nothing, Mahila. The food situation must be bad if luxury food like meat is going for the price of a steel sword. Well, a cheaply made sword anyway. Very well. Give me both chickens and some bread. Ah yes, could I have a jug of juice for the children and a bottle of wine? Mahila said. Madam, that will cost. The waiter began, but Mahila held up a platinum coin which was worth 100 gold coins. The waiter's eyes bulged at the sight of the coin and Mahila cast a glance upwards at his shocked face. That's enough. Also for the change, put it towards food and lodging for these 3. Should last quite a while. Mahila said calmly. That's about a year and a half, madam. The waiter said. Then a year and half it is. Now then, I'm getting hungry. Mahila said. Of course, madam. The waiter said with a bow as she left. Mahila took small bites of her chicken leg and she smiled slightly as she watched the family eat. She watched as the mother chided the children for their table manners as they wolfed the food down. Mahila took this moment to relax, just a moment of serenity from the horrible things going on outside this tavern. Her long-dead people, the Draconians, had a saying, those who share a meal with you are family. Though the lizardkin that came after adopted many of their traditions, but like their power, this too eroded over the millennia. Well, this wasn't news to her, as Old Man Gramps said, beauty fades, that is why it is beautiful. Then she heard the door of the tavern and the sound of loud boisterous voices echoed out into the tavern. Instantly the small family in front of me froze in fear. The mother lowered her head and looked down at her lap. Mahila could see her and the children trembling slightly. So she recognized the voice. And she's afraid. There's more to this then. At least beyond poor state policy. Maybe she could help the people here after all. Mahila was hoping to get some information from the tavern staff since they get a lot of travelers, but if she is right about who was at the door. If Mahila was to guess who was at the door, her best guess would be corrupt soldiers or something like that. Sure enough, when the owner of the voices stepped into the tavern, she saw them wearing the colors of the Karukriman Empire. 4 lizardkin wearing plate armor of red and gold strode into the tavern like they owned the place. The moment they entered, the lead lizardkin, a large red-scaled male, paused as he caught sight of the table Mahila was sitting at. A feast, and we aren't even invited. The soldier said with a smirk as he strode over to the table and picked up the mother's cup of wine. Mahila could see how much the family was shaking, so she gently motioned for them to leave the table. The mother gave her a slight nod in thanks as the 3 scurried away into the corner of the room. The lead soldier took a seat at the table along with the rest of his men and downed the cup of wine. "Ah, that's good stuff. I think the people running this place are holding out on us boys. the lead soldier said as he grabbed the bottle of wine and started handing it to the other three. Captain Bardak, I took over the guarding of this place when most of the border guard were sent to the capital. And who might you be, madam? I've never seen you here before. The lead soldier asked. Mihaila smiled as she took another sip from her cup of wine. A traveler. Mihaila replied calmly. Oh, traveler, you say? Where you traveling to? Bardak asked. Just passing through. As to where? Well, that's my business. Mihaila replied calmly. These four were no threat to her. They were no different from baby lambs in terms of power, at least relative to her. Oh. Well, I'm in charge of the safety of this town, so it is my business. Bardak said. Well, I don't know then, I'm just a wanderer. Maybe I'll go west to the Verakrama, maybe to the east to the Volarian successor states. Mihaila replied calmly. I see. Bardak said slowly as he narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly not buying her story. Waiter, get us another of these bottles of wine. Bardak said, and the nearby waiter jumped. Are you going to pay for that? Mihaila asked as she raised an eyebrow. No, these are the king's colors, traveler. Bardak replied as he tapped his shiny breastplate. Of course. Mihaila said dryly. The waiter came over with another bottle of wine and nervously placed the bottle on the table along with 4 new cups. As the waiter turned to leave, Mihaila raised her hand, stopping him. Mihaila calmly took out a pair of gold coins and paid the waiter. From what she could see, life is hard here, no need for her presence to make it harder. Oh, you seem pretty rich, traveler. You know there's a tax here in this town. Bardak said. I noticed, this town didn't always look like a ruin, you know. Mihaila replied. So how much you got on you? Bardak asked. Not a single copper. Mihaila replied with a smirk. Huh, is that so? Bardak said as he eyed the family behind Mihaila. Well, I guess I could take your share from the coin you spent here. There's a war brewing, you know, the empire needs every coin it can get. Bardak said. At those words, Mihaila let out a small laugh. She eyed the brute in front her as his eyes narrowed. You like to talk, don't you? Listening to people like you makes me thirsty. Mihaila said as she reached across the table and took the bottle of wine. She raised it to her lips as she slowly began to down the entire bottle. Soon the bottle was empty and Mihaila calmly placed the bottle back on the table. What? I paid for it. Mihaila said with another smirk as she flicked the bottle over to reveal it was now empty. You don't seem to understand the situation. Bardak said coldly as his men stood up from their seats, their chairs scraping along the floor. I understand. If any more words come out of your mouth, I'm going to have to drink this town dry. Mihaila said as mirth in her eyes was replaced with an ice-cold glare. There was then a silence as Mihaila stared down the 4 men in front of her. The tension slowly mounted as she waited to see if these 4 idiots would make the first move. Sure enough, Bardak eventually cracked as he sprang to his feet. Quick as lightning, Mihaila snatched the plate of chicken off the table. No sense wasting good food after all. She then kicked the table up before kicking it again and sending it flying into the 4 men. The table was rather large and heavy, so it ended up sending the 4 of them to the floor. Mihaila calmly stood up and put the chicken on a nearby table as she walked over to the 4 idiots struggling to push the table off them. She considered seeing if they could get out from under it by themselves, but she had things to do, so she yanked the table off. Immediately the 4 of them sprang to their feet. The first one charged, raising his sword upwards, preparing for an overhead swing. The sword proceeded to hit the ceiling and lose most of its power. The man stumbled and Mihaila kicked him in the chest, denting his chest plate and sending him flying into a nearby wall. The second one moved forward and thrust towards her with his sword. Mihaila shifted her body slightly and dodged the thrust. She grabbed the sword by the blade, tore it free from his grip and beat him across the face with the cross guard, sending him to the floor. The third froze, but Bardak shoved him forward and after a moment of hesitation he charged. Mihaila calmly took a step back and the swing missed. This one swung too wide, leaving himself open. Mihaila shot her right leg out and grabbed his head with her 3 taloned feet. Then in one fluid motion she slammed his head into the floorboards. One more left. No wonder all of you are here, all the real soldiers are readying for war. Mihaila said as she calmly walked towards Bardak, who had now lost all of his bravado. Bardak turned and ran, but he only got 2 steps before he felt Mihaila grab the back of his collar and yank him back into the tavern. Mihaila bodily threw him onto the ground before putting her foot down on his neck. Bardak stiffened as he felt the sharp points of Mihaila's talons press against the side of his neck. Bardak knew what this meant. Lizardkin commonly used their feet talons to kill humiliated opponents. So this threat was very real. Now then, I have some questions for you, Mihaila said. What? Bardak sputtered in confusion. Questions, I ask, you answer. It isn't hard, Mihaila said as she tightened her talons around his neck. Bardak just nodded mutely, eyes wide in terror. This poor idiot, he has no idea he just tried to rob their goddess of war. Mihaila can only imagine his face if she told him who she was, but that would be stupid and very reckless. At first she wanted to ask those at the tavern, but someone in the military might have better information. This is especially true for the kind of information she was after. Now then, anything interesting happening in the region, especially down south? Mihaila asked. There is a war between Tralis and Barillis, Bardak replied. Yes, I know that. Anything else? Mihaila snapped, cutting him off. Well, there were some rumors that the Elysian roads are closed because of a monster or something, Bardak said. Rumors? Mihaila asked. I'm not really sure. All I heard was that the roads were closed and adventurers were dying. Some adventurers have left the region because of something. They brought news of the closed roads and the deaths. So that means a monster, right? Bardak replied. Now this is interesting, an old monster from an old Elysian vault perhaps. Something old perhaps. Something Elysia couldn't control, so they sealed it away. Maybe some idiot released it into the world. Is that the Syndicate's game? Did they perhaps find a new weapon to point at heaven and they don't want the Seraphim catching wind of it? Well, the Elysian region is as far south as south goes, so it's certainly in the right direction. Where in Elysia? Mihaila pressed. I don't know, Bardak stammered. Fine, Mihaila said as she got off him. As he stood up, Mihaila snapped her fingers and a blue light appeared at her fingers. The small blue orb flew right at Bardak. He yelped, expecting an attack, and fell back onto the floor, shielding his face in terror. It's a tracker, Mihaila said coldly. What? Bardak sputtered. I'll be gone from here for a while, but I will come back. I will have something in place here to make sure. I will know if something happens here. If I catch wind you are still doing any more of this thinly veiled banditry, I will cut out your guts and make you eat them. With that tracker on you, there isn't a hole deep enough in Terra for you to hide from me, Mihaila said as she picked him by the collar and brought his face an inch from hers. You understand? Mihaila said as she narrowed her eyes. Yes, Bardak stammered. Good, Mihaila said as she released him and dropped his shaking body on the floor. Now get out of my sight before I decide to draw my sword, Mihaila said, and Bardak scrambled out the door, leaving his other 3 unconscious men on the floor. Mihaila turned to see the mother and the 2 children looking at her in awe. She turned to see the tavern staff looking at her in the same way. Mihaila calmly walked over to the bar counter and placed a platinum coin on the table. For your trouble and the damages, Mihaila said calmly, and the man at the counter nodded mutely. Then she walked over to the family. Mihaila could tell the mother was worried. Mihaila knew that those without power will fear those who pretend to have power. The soldiers here may take their anger out on the people here. Hopefully that threat of hers will cover them for a while. There was something else she could do as well. It was an old trick her master taught her. It's an advanced technique called lying. Mihaila took out a small trinket. It was a simple necklace with a silver chain and a small ether crystal at the end. It was functionally quite simple. One could use it to power some extremely simple enchantments like a basic warmth or coolness spell to regulate body temperature, but nothing too fancy. She always had some of these random things lying around on the off chance she needed them for something. Her master was always prepared thoroughly for each endeavor, and he taught Mihaila to do the same. This is a special artifact. If you ever need help, use this, but it's one-time use, so it's more useful as a threat. If that idiot ever bothers you again, take this out and tell him what it does. It should be enough to get him off your back. Men like him won't risk their own necks. They rather have their cornies do all the work, Mihaila said. The trinket could do no such thing, but if the ruse worked it would be effective. After all, Mihaila beat them 4 against 1 without even drawing her weapon. So that should be quite illustrative to them. Thank you, truly. The mother said as she moved to kneel, but Mahila placed a firm hand on her shoulder, stopping her. I need no thanks for doing what is right. Good luck to you three. Mahila said as she turned around. Will we see you again? The daughter asked suddenly. Perhaps, maybe our paths will cross again. Mahila replied as she turned her head. Bard Aram Jove Ti Deverlu Hak. Mahila said in Old Dracovis, the now dead language of the Draconians, the phrase meaning live well you three, family first always. The mother's eyes widened at those words. Those who could speak Old Dracovis were few and far between. You speak the old tongue? The mother asked in surprise. Biokajazad the new Biospu, Dracovis Valyari. Farewell, Mahila said, news of her being able to speak the old tongue of the Draconians will surely spread, just another layer of protection around this family. As she began walking towards the door, as she walked past the remains of the food on the table, she spotted a piece of bread on the floor. Mahila calmly picked up the bread, lightly dusted the dirt off, and put it into one of her pouches. Waste not. Mahila muttered as she continued out the door. As Mahila exited the tavern and back into the beating sun, she sighed. The world changes surprisingly little over the centuries. There are always bandits, thieves, tyrants. The good men, women and kings are few and far between. Well, she has gotten used to this by now. With that thought in her mind, she began moving towards the eastern gate. It's time to visit Elysia. As she started to walk, she began to sing a little tune. Murder lives forever, and so does war. It's survival of the fittest, rich against the poor. We aren't gonna behave as we think we always should. We can be bad as we can be good. Underneath it all, we're just savages. Hidden behind shirts, titles and marriages. How could we expect anything at all? We're just animals still learning how to crawl. We live, we die. We steal, we kill, we lie. Just like animals but with far less grace. We laugh, we cry. Like babes in the night. Forever running wild in the eternal race. I'm not the only one who finds it hard to understand. I'm not afraid of gods, I am afraid of man. Chapter 43, Judgment Day Part 1. So what are your knights like? If I recall, knights are supposed to be loyal, so I assume this whole coup thing isn't something you do on an average day, I said to Knight Commander Robert as we waited in that large underground room in the Peeler's Pit. No. They are loyal, but we are loyal to the nation first, and the king second. Even the king has sworn an oath to always prioritize the interests of the nation first. Robert said uncomfortably. It must be a very strange experience to sit in this seedy part of the city with their future queen and a monster, while eating biscuits and drinking tea. Well, I wasn't eating any, the cookies were a little small. Well, then I shouldn't have to worry about me or Cecilia. Seems easy enough to follow. I said as I lazily shifted my body so that I'm lying down in a more comfortable position. It's been a week and the king should be having his speech now. We were just on standby in case the prince really went through with the whole stabby thing. It would make our lives easier if the prince used the king as a training dummy, but no one knows if he will be daring enough to do it until it actually happens. Easy? Robert asked as he raised an eyebrow. You humans are mostly quite short-sighted. Not surprising considering how little time you have in this world. No patience, no diligence, at least for most of you. Cecilia here isn't, but people like her are few and far between. I could throw a stone into a crowd of humans and hit a short-sighted fool. I replied lazily. I don't know how to feel about that statement. Robert said uncomfortably. You'll get used to it, Knight Commander. My friend's honesty is refreshing if anything. Saves quite a bit of time, no need for any verbal acrobatics. Cecilia said calmly as she continued to read her book with one hand and drink a cup of tea with the other. I hope so, Your Grace. Robert said, already using the sovereign honorific, definitely a good sign in my opinion. I am not queen yet, my good Knight Commander. Believe me, I do not covet the throne, weary is the head that wears the crown. I wear it because I must, not because I can. Cecilia replied as she looked up from her book to look at Robert, who bowed his head at those words. Seeing this, I got an idea. The whole point of this get-together was to let these two get comfortable with the whole idea of living with me lurking around. They respected Cecilia, but they fear me, so trust will have to win in the middle ground between us. I thought back to that song Cecilia sang a few days ago. The stars are very beautiful above the palace walls. They shine with equal splendor still above far humbler halls. I watch them from my window, but their bright, entrancing glow remind me of the freedom I gave up so long ago. Cecilia looked up from her book as I sang the first few lines, and she smiled as she began to sing the rest. The royal circlet of bright gold rests lightly on my brow. I once thought only of the rights this circlet would endow. But once I took the crown to which I had been schooled and bred, I found it heavy on the heart, though light upon the head. Although I am the head of state, in truth I am the least. The true queen knows her people fed, before she sits to feast. The good queen knows her people safe, before she takes her rest. Thinks twice and thrice and yet again, before she makes request. Cecilia finished, and I saw the Knight Commander Robert and the Adventurer Guild's leader Volnil relax slightly. My friend here likes my singing, Cecilia said with a small bashful laugh. You're very good, one of the best I've heard. I replied with a smile of my own. Honestly, she was one of the best singers I've ever heard. To be fair, I haven't heard that many live performances. All the other songs I've heard so far were sung around flickering fires in the slums. A little song sung to stave off the misery of everyone huddling that fading light, trying to fight off the gripping cold of winter. So yeah, you could say the people singing weren't that motivated to sing. So Volnil, how did you become the leader of the Adventurer Guild? I asked as I looked at the old leader. I adventured until I was late in my years, and then I retired. The past guild leader thought I was a suitable replacement, so he showed me the ropes, and I've been holding the post ever since. Volnil replied. There's more to it than that, isn't there? I asked as Volnil moved uncomfortably in his seat. I can tell when people lie, remember? I added with a small laugh as I tapped my domed head. Well, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine, it's not my business anyway. But I can sense a little guilt, I said as I saw Volnil averted his gaze. You want me to help with that? I asked nonchalantly. What? Volnil asked. You see, I have this little trick up my sleeve because I'm a hive leader. I can probe willing minds, and I'm quite good at dissecting memories. I have to handle thousands of minds after all, so you could say I'm quite experienced at this. I realized that humans have a lot of false memories. Things happened this way, but they think it happened that way. They take or give blame that isn't true. Perhaps I can help clear your head, I offered. I remember when I first discovered this power, born of my connection with the hive and my increased ether manipulation. Something in my head had clicked when I got the hive. My mind could now read and navigate the intricate pattern of a sentient mind. I wanted to try it on someone. Only problem was that the person had to be a willing participant. If I forced my way, and I had a feeling I would destroy the mind in the process. My first practice run was with Cecilia, who was open to trying my mind-reading ability. It was a touching show of trust. So I promised her nothing bad will happen, and I will not intrude where I'm not wanted. As I laid my finger on Cecilia's head, I cautiously probed her mind. At first her mind recoiled and I instantly backed off. Then her mind stilled and allowed me entrance. I saw many things, random memories, but all of them faded, foggy, distorted. I could sense pain, grief, loss. Where? Here. No. There. The warmth, a lover's touch, the smell of her hair like the fragrance of the finest flowers. Was it okay for me to be here? Yes. But why? Oh, I see, you want understanding, hatred, grief bottled up in a dark corner. Slowly eating at the corners of the mind, like parasite burrowing, gnawing, destroying. Heal. Maybe. Perhaps. Possibly. We will see. The warmth in the heart like a fire. The happiness that glowed like a sun. Alone no longer. Then pain, separation, horror. The warmth of a bed, now a cold cell. The happiness of love, now the fear of loss. The cold cell, no windows, no light. She might die, she might die. No, she will die. A spell to see, a spell to know, the fate of your beloved. You see it, a quiet room, only a pair of guards, your father and your brother. She is bound, hooded, gagged. But silent and still. Her end comes, she knows it. No tears, no words, just silence. Then the floor drops, the crack. The twitching of the limbs, the stilling of the heart. The fleeting touch of a warm embrace, the permanence of cold death. All your fault, all your fault. No tears of grief, only rage. You hate them, you hate yourself, you hate the world. If they see a monster, then a monster you will be. You hate the world, World that has always hated you. You will end them, you will repay this debt 1,000 times over. But for what? Soon those that wronged you will be dead. Ah. The world, the way the world is, it's broken. The weak bowing to false gods, groveling at their feet. A monster you will be, a world you will kill, and a world will be reborn. All your fault, all your fault, all your fault. You watched her die, the light of your life extinguished. Fiery hate, cold emptiness. All-encompassing drive, an empty heart. All around you, wicked eyes and wicked hearts. All their fault, all their fault. It's all your fault. It isn't your fault. We do not choose our birth. We do not choose the hand we are dealt. We just play it to best of our ability. You aren't alone. Not anymore. We will be free. Alone no longer. As Cecilia listened to that conversation, her mind wandered to the incident with her friend. In truth, she didn't know what she wanted from that event. Perhaps she wanted someone to know, perhaps she just wanted to help. Perhaps she wanted someone to understand what she had gone through, her pain, her guilt. She didn't know honestly. When their minds met, she came to the sudden realization that human minds were so small and brittle as compared to the likes of the firstborn. During that encounter, she got a small taste of how her friend's mind worked. It was organized and very efficient, not at all like the mess that was her mind. It was also massive and powerful. She had a feeling he could devour her mind if he wanted to. It was like a dragon sidling up next to her and breathing on her. She could feel the weight of his mind as he probed her memories, but he was surprisingly gentle. He did so with me, he may surprise you, Volnil. Cecilia said. If anything, this was a good chance to win them some goodwill. Cecilia watched as Volnil stilled for a moment as if lost in thought. Well, it's fine if you don't want to, just an offer. Think about it. Her friend said with a shrug. Cecilia watched as Volnil bit his lip before looking at her friend. He nodded slowly. She saw some ill intent in his eyes. Perhaps he thought he could glean something from her dear friend's mind. Well, good luck with that. The only thing he will learn is the chasm between them. All right, stay still. Her friend said as she slowly placed a finger on the side of his head. Cecilia watched as Volnil's gaze dulled and her friend began to speak. A last mission. One final contract to end a life of service. It was a final mission in more ways than one. They wanted to start a family. Open a bakery, find a partner. But no, they are gone. Faces fading in the flames. It was all your fault. A wyvern you sought, a dragon you found. The painting is fading blue. The last prize was never yours, now a dragon faces you. No chance, you stand no chance. You flee, but wings are swifter than feet. Flames searing like fires of hell. Armor fused with flesh. The wards break and fade. Potions melted into slag and vapor. You got away with another. The others now but ashes and bone. Only her, and she is slipping away. You can see bone, the flesh is gone. A gasp, a rasp, a twitch. All your fault, all your fault. You held her hand as she suffered. Her hand, flesh melted, bone showing. Her eyes wide, throat scorched. No healing left, no potions left, no mercy to give. Too weak to give. Can't bear to give. Her eyes wide in terror, pain, agony. You held her hand as she died, hoping she would drag you with her. You started with 6, then 5, then 3, then 2. And finally, just you. Contracts go bad, you knew. But it wouldn't happen to you. The information was bad, you knew. Peasant accounts, no bestiarian testimony. But it wouldn't happen to you. Their faces, fading in the flames. It was all your fault. You are alone, alone with your failure. Only this and nothing more. The payment for your failure. A promotion. You don't deserve it, you don't deserve it. All your fault. The guilt was yours, but the punishment theirs. All your fault. It isn't your fault. Contracts go bad, it happens to all, not just you. They didn't die for nothing. Lives your report saved. Families you saved from the flames. 3 teams of Mithril embarked for vengeance. A dragon they sought, a dragon they slayed. The head they showed you, their lives they thanked you for. Hollow words, you don't deserve it. The blood price had to be paid, you paid for another. One of them, a young mage, found a partner, started a family, raised children. 2 beautiful daughters, one with your sacrifice. Not your sacrifice, you don't deserve it. How can a failure lead? How can one who has never failed lead? Failure teaches the hardest lessons, you know this. Experience is a ruthless teacher, an expensive teacher. You teach, you guide, so no one has to make the same mistakes. Lives you have saved, lives you will save. You do not deserve it, but you lead because only you can. You lead because you must. The path of the adventurer, built on centuries of sacrifice. You stand before the monsters so their blows may strike you instead of others. Remember the truth of why you started on this path. Wear your scars as badges of honor. Every wound a triumph, every loss a worthy sacrifice. All your fault. Not your fault. You did more than could have been asked of anyone. Weaker men would have been broken. Lesser men could not have lived with their failure. But you did, and you did so much more. Not your fault, the blame isn't all yours. Lives you saved, faces saved from the flames. With that, her friend removed his hand and Volnil looked down at his lap. Cecilia saw droplets drip down from his face into his lap. Cecilia stood up and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. You always lead the guild to the best of your ability and you have done admirably. No one can deny that. Cecilia said gently. Cecilia watched as Volnil reached a hand up and pinched the bridge of his nose for a moment before raising his head. I apologize, Your Grace, that was unbecoming of me. Volnil said as he cleared his throat. My friend isn't so bad as he. Cecilia said with a small smile. Yes. You are not what I expected. Volnil said as he looked up at her dear friend. Degree, Black Chess King, degree. I smiled as I looked down at him. He was significantly less stressed now. Who knew I would be such a good therapist? Well, free goodwill is still free goodwill. Devourer Psychiatric Clinic, cure all your inner demons today. Other psychiatrists wish they had my abilities, guaranteed to solve your inner conflict within 3 sessions. Psychiatrists, I'll eat your heart out. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Good shit. Well, I'm no stranger to dealing with you humans. I know what your minds are like, confused, filled with knots. Those who can master their own minds are few and far between. Many of you say you can lose control, but if I am to be honest, how can you lose something you never had? I said as I bent down to look at Volnil. Yes. You are right. Our minds are brittle, as much as we like to deny it, it is true. It appears the stories of the ancients are not just stories. Volnil admitted as he took a step back to get a better look at me. Immortal, wise and powerful beyond mortal comprehension. Volnil muttered as he internalized what he had just experienced. Heaven help he who attempts a mind breach on this ancient one. Consider this a charity. Like I said, I don't enjoy watching you suffer. The unhappier you humans are, the greater the tendency for you to start swinging swords and firing spells. The truth is, it's written all over your face, from your curled lip to your wrinkled brow. A weary visage from which your passions can be read. The fate that mocks you, the passions that feed you. You look to your betters, eyes green with envy, you see their great works and hear, look upon me in despair. You spend your lives searching for something you don't even know exists. In the end you search and search, but all you see is bare and barren sand stretching to furthest horizons. You think you lost something you never had and you look at the sky to scream and wail for an answer, never bothering to look down to see the answer at your feet. To these great questions the answer is often very simple. If you are willing to accept them. I said calmly. It is not your fault. You are not powerful enough to take all the blame. Don't get ahead of yourself. Even I cannot save everyone, what chance do you have? I said as Volnil looked away. You play the hand you're dealt, that is all there is to it. Come what may and bear the price or die. That is the way it has always been. I said as I turned to look at Cecilia. These words were meant for her as much as it was meant for Volnil. At those words I heard the door open and I saw a messenger standing apprehensively at the door. Cecilia didn't react to the door. She just looked at me for a moment and closed her eyes, a small smile at her lips. For a moment she looked almost peaceful, but when she opened them again I saw the Cecilia I knew, the fires of ambition in her eyes. She turned back and faced the messenger. What news do you bring? Cecilia asked. The king is dead. Chapter 44, Judgment Day Part 2. Crown Prince Pellis stilled as his father clutched the sword that was buried in his chest. His father's eyes were wide in shock as the pair locked eyes. All was silent, the guards, the people in the great square, all silent at what had just happened. Pelles. Why? His father the king croaked as blood dribbled out from his mouth. You are no longer fit to rule. Pelles muttered as he withdrew his sword. His father dropped to his knees, clutching his chest before collapsing on the ground. Pelles had run him through with his sword. It won't be long before he dies. Sarna had arranged that there would be no mages nearby, so he didn't have to worry about healing magic. Then he heard the sounds of swords being drawn as the royal guards finally snapped out of their shock. Halt! I am the king now, by right of succession. The royal guards stilled for a moment. Legally this was a tricky situation. Technically regicide was punishable with death, but legally Pelles was also the king now. The guards all stilled as indecision crossed their eyes. These were hand-picked men from the Knight Corps that were absolutely loyal to the king. Thus by their oath they cannot raise a hand against Pelles, who was now technically the crown regent. Lower your weapons, your king commands it. Pelles said. At first none of the royal guards moved, but slowly one by one they sheathed their weapons. Murderer! Pelles heard someone shout from the crowd behind him. He turned to see some of the people in uproar, but not all of them. There were many businesses and livelihoods that were ruined thanks to his father's lockdown. In fact, the great square was rather empty. Overall it was quite a poor turnout. Most of the people who were completely disenchanted with his father's rule didn't even bother to turn up. So most of the people who were still loyal to the king were present. My father is not fit to rule. How many of our nation's businesses have collapsed because of this lockdown? End of Hearthstead. I discovered my father had ordered that attack. He wanted information on the beast, so he kidnapped those he wanted and killed the rest. Pelles said impassionately. The crowd calmed as his words echoed out into the square, their attention now on him. He is not fit to rule. He has failed in his sacred duty. I did this not for ambition or greed. I did this for the good of the nation. Pelles declared, and the crowd looked at each other, their minds contemplating his words. Pelles smiled internally as he slowly saw the people coming around. His father had made a lot of mistakes. He was becoming cruel and rash. Averlin did indeed need a new ruler. You disappoint me, brother. Pelles felt a chill go up his spine as he heard a voice he thought he would never hear again. He looked forward to see a contingent of knights march down the square in formation. At the head of the formation was his sister, her flaming red hair and beautiful visage bare for the world to see. The square was silent as they turned to look at her, then whispering started to echo out from the crowd. Is that? Yes, Princess Cecilia. I thought she died. Is it really her? Everyone could only stare as she marched up the stairs with the knights up to where the Pelles was standing. As Pelles looked into his sister's eyes, he saw cold hate in her eyes. Could she know what he had done? You unjustly seal me away and now you murder our father. Now you lie to the people. You are a disgrace, Pelles. Cecilia spat, her voice echoing out into the square. Lies. The prince is lying. Again the whispers, their voices echoing out. Who are you? My sister is dead. Pelles sputtered, trying to salvage the situation. More lies. Cecilia said again, raising an eyebrow. Guards to me, detain this impostor. Pelles commanded. The royal guards drew their swords instinctively at the command and began moving towards Cecilia. In response, the knights all drew their weapons as well and pointed their blades at the guards. Not one more step, brothers. You will not lay a hand on our queen. Knight Commander Robert said evenly. What is this, Robert? Have you gone mad? The Lord Commander of the Royal Guard said as he stepped forward. Greetings, Sir Arthron, it has been many years since we last spoke in the Royal Gardens. Cecilia said with a smile. This gave Lord Commander Arthron pause. The other Royal Guards, sensing their commander's unease, lowered their weapons slightly. Cecilia gave him a gentle smile as she held up her right hand and the knights all sheathed their weapons. I will not have this place stained by the blood of the loyal citizens of Averlin. Cecilia said calmly. Sir Arthron looked around at the knights and finally he examined Cecilia's face. Yes, the likeness is certainly there. She would definitely look like that if she had aged 4 years. Most of all those red eyes, the ruby-like hue of the royal family. Sheathe your swords. Sir Arthron commanded. What? Seize her. Your king commands it. Pelles roared. Sheathe your swords. Sir Arthron commanded again the moment he heard the sound of swords being redrawn. In our last meeting, I gave you something. Sir Arthron began. A red rose that was wilting and a red rose growing strong. You discarded a wilting rose and gave me the strong rose, wishing me health for my illness. Cecilia replied as Sir Arthron's eyes widened. After a moment's pause he bowed his head. Welcome home, princess. Sir Arthron said, and the other royal guards did the same. What are you doing? I'll have your heads. Pella screamed. You will be killing no more innocents, brother, your ambitions end today. Cecilia said coldly. Princess, you spoke of treason and deception. That is a grave accusation. Sir Arthron said. I. Cecilia began, but she was cut off by Pellis. Did you not hear me? Pellis roared. I was content. Cecilia began again, but again she was interrupted by Pellis. Take her. Pellis screamed. Silence. Cecilia snapped as her hand shot out, now glowing, and a magical gag appeared around Pellis's mouth. This made the royal guard stiffen. Cecilia had, after all, just attacked what was potentially the new king. It is you, princess. The head mage said, who until now was standing in the background. Cecilia cast a gaze at head mage Georgia Mercy. She was an aging woman, but a very powerful mage. She knew about Cecilia's imprisonment and she helped design the cradle. Cecilia had Sarna speak to her beforehand. Georgia may have helped build the cradle, but she was no fool. At the end of the day, she was still a veteran of the great game. Mages were also not blindly loyal. Mages are academics and skeptics. Practical in the extreme and largely self-serving individuals. Georgia knew which way the wind was blowing. Trallis was on the horizon, and with the monster now on Cecilia's side backing the prince was like betting your money on a donkey in a horse race. You still have that twitch in your wrist? Georgia said. Well, I have been missing 4 years' worth of lessons. Cecilia said as she smiled. It was a subtle threat to tell Georgia that Cecilia knew of her involvement. Then we must correct it later. Georgia said with a nod as she hinted at Cecilia that she had Georgia's support. This is the princess. I have trained her rigorously and her form still carries all the same bad habits. Sir Arthron, I sense no illusions, and from the evidence available, I have no reason to doubt her identity. Georgia said calmly. Very well. Arthron replied with a nod. By the laws of Averlin, since the late king did not write a decree of ascension, the law defaults on the throne passing on to the oldest child. That child is Princess Cecilia of Averlin. By the laws of the land, she is the rightful ruler of this nation. Georgia said evenly. The law is clear. Arthron said with a nod. Meanwhile, Prince Pellis was still screaming into his gag. Thank you, my lords and ladies. But first I must address the people. I am sure this is a great shock. Cecilia said as she turned to face the crowd. Cecilia proceeded to tell the people of the circumstances of her imprisonment, omitting the prophecy of course and instead spinning it as the king and prince's weakness. Cecilia revealed that many of the revolutionary reforms years ago were from her mind. This part was easy to believe as the reforms have been noticeably absent after she died. I knew it. The princess was behind the grain reserves. Thank heaven for the grains reserve. My son would have died last year if not for that policy. The coin serial numbers as well. My business barely had any counterfeit gold after that. They locked her away because they were afraid of her. Why wouldn't they be? Ever since the monster showed up, they've been sending us the common folk into the forest to die. When was the last time you saw any of the nobles risking their own necks? Brutes, charlatans, breakers, all of them. Good people, please calm yourselves, there is more. Cecilia said as she went on to explain the circumstances of her escape, how her dear friend sprung her from her cage. Wait. You allied with the beast? My nephew was killed in that forest. Now here comes the hard part, but luckily Cecilia had prepared for this. Good people, please listen. Volnil said as he stepped out of the crowd. I have met the beast, he is different. He is not a mere dumb beast. One of my team stumbled upon an old Elysian vault, releasing him from his slumber. The first thing the team did was try to kill him, so he defended himself. The princess has allied with it because we cannot defeat it, at least no without destroying and crippling this nation. The princess in her wisdom has brokered an alliance with the beast. The great beast of the Elysian woods will stand with Averlin against Trallis if they decide to march south, Volnil said, and this got the people's attention. Volnil was a well-known figure, a veteran adventurer who once held the mithril rank. If even the leader of the adventurers' guilds was endorsing this alliance, then perhaps there is merit to this decision. Then why did he continue to kill those that were sent into the forest? It's been months, people are still dying. Because we are trying to kill him. Even a dog bites when it is cornered. He has lived for a long time, since the days of the Elysian Empire in fact. He knows how humanoids fight monsters. If he lets any of our people return with information, he knows we will return better equipped and prepared to fight him. He is no dull beast, he is wise and has seen many things across the millennia, and most importantly he is wise and reasonable. I offered him a favorable deal and accepted. If we fought to the death with him, where will be at the end of all that? We will be left weak and frail. When Tralis marches south we will be forced to become a vassal for Marina, Arun or Cathay. We would have no power at the bargaining table, Verlin as an independent nation will end. We would have nothing to resist the forces of the Bandit King. If the Bandit King of Tralis wins and he storms this great city, it is your houses they will burn, your gold he will steal, your wives and daughters he will rape. I will not let that happen. Cecilia declared, passion filling her voice. I never wanted the throne. I could have left. Escaped somewhere far away. But this my home. This is the land of my birth. I will not abandon it. I will not abandon our home. I will do anything to ensure our land remains prosperous. If that means making bargains with monsters, then so be it. If making a bargain with the great beast of the woods means that our children grow up safe and happy, then so be it. If it means the wives and daughters of this nation remain unsullied, then so be it. If the hard-earned gold of the good citizens remains in the rightful hands, then so be it. My life, all that I have, anything for our home. Cecilia paused as she looked at the citizens of Verlin. Their gazes locked on her person in awe. All according to plan. Long live Princess Cecilia. One of the citizens cried out from the crowd. Well, at least that was what it looked like. This person was one of Serena's spies. A spy placed in the crowd to get the people in the right state of mind. The old king is dead. Long live Queen Cecilia. The people shouted as one, and Cecilia smiled as she held out her hands as if to catch their adoration. It was almost too easy.